make it loud. Make it loud. Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. Just make it what? Make it loud. Just make it loud. You gotta make the dance. Just make it loud. Drop out. Check it out. You gotta make the dance. Just make it what? Make it loud. Just make it loud. You gotta make the dance. Just make it loud. 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 Make it what? Loud. 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 Make it what? Loud. 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 Make it what? You gotta make the dance. Just make it loud. What? Make it loud. What? Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. Just make it loud. What? Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it what? Make it loud, just make it loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it what? Make it loud, just make it loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud, loud, loud. Make it what? Loud, loud, loud. Make it what? Loud, loud, loud. Make it what? Loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. What? What? Make it loud. What? Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Anything can happen in stage 2.
All we can control is the here and now.
In the immortal words of one of the greatest poets of our time, Vin Diesel, it's all about family. Welcome back, everyone, because we got 4 NA teams that are going to be going head-to-head on our stage. We're going to be closing things out of the week with Stage 2, the start of Stage 2 with a bang. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the VCT Americas studio, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in gorgeous Los Angeles, California. Of course, I'm Golden Boy. Join with me, you got Douglas of Esports, and we also have Shopify Rebellion's Alexis. Alexis, I'm so grateful that you've dealt with me for the last 2 days, despite me.
It's been a struggle.
Now realize, okay, well, we didn't have to say that part.
Okay.
Okay, all right, Elizabeth, let's relax now.
Okay,
all right?
sorry, Hype Hawk. My bad. Working on it.
It's been fun. We've been having a good time here. But you know what, though? With Alexis here, we figured that it would be a great opportunity for us to talk about what's coming up with Game Changers and all the stuff that's going on, because it's been, look, I mean, I'm just going to say it, Shopify Rebellion just continues to just be absolutely dominant. How does it feel knowing that you're absolute beast in the server every time you play Game Changers?
I'm used to it.
Yeah,
I'm used to it. You know,
all right, bro.
doing my thing. Yeah, it feels good.
How's the season been overall, though, for you guys, vibes-wise, all that stuff?
Oh, it's been really good. I mean, me and Dodo Nut have built a crazy relationship. But like this. That's my daughter. That's my daughter.
Your daughter.
So it's been great. It's been wonderful.
Good. Well, of course, we're excited to see you guys continue to kick all the butts throughout all of Game Changers here. But we've also been seeing a lot of other things happening over at Game Changers too. We've seen a little bit of Chamber, courtesy of Starbound as well. We've just been seeing Chamber, pop up a little bit more. I don't know how I feel about this, Alexis. What do you think?
I don't know either. It's definitely not fun to play against. Definitely, yeah. I was so happy when we got out of Chamber meta, and it just kind of feels like Starbound's trying to bring it back, which is kind of annoying. No, but they have an insane op. It's hard to call against, truly, to be like, okay, we gotta get away from this Chamber op. I'm excited to see how they perform in like a double controller meta, because it is historically kind of difficult to op into double smokes. So I'm excited to see how that goes.
Yeah, I think that I had the privilege of casting Stage 1 and casting Starbound's matches a couple of times, and there were so many times you'd hear teams that they were playing against go, yeah, we've got a plan for the Chamber. We know how to shut them down, and we're just going, no, you didn't. You could try all you want. Starbound still drops 30 a game, and so it really does feel like pre-nerf Chamber with what Starbound's able to do with them.
Yeah, very exciting, of course. And then we also have Ghost Gaming coming back. Ghost Gaming is a team I'm familiar with from my Fortnite days and early Valorant days here as well. So it's kind of cool to see Ghost Gaming continue to do their thing here and looking like, a dark horse in this competition. What's your read of Ghost Gaming, Alexis?
I mean, first and foremost, really excited that Ghost is reinvesting into Game Changers. It's always good to see new orgs picking up unsigned teams. But honestly, they didn't have a ton of practice going into the stage, and I didn't have insanely high expectations for them, just given that they weren't a team for a super long time, but they performed really well.
Yeah, Doug, have you had an opportunity to cast any Ghost at all?
Yeah, Ghost was another one that was just a really fun story to watch, and to see some of that competition towards the top of the stage between obviously Shopify Rebellion and then Ghost as well. It's just, I think there's a lot to look forward to for what's happening with Game Changers throughout the year. I think the competition's only getting better.
Yeah, well, and there is a lot to look forward to with Game Changers, but there's also a lot to look forward to with Challengers, and a particular team over here hit a milestone. They got into Challengers, and on top of that, picked up the first dub. Alexis, that had to have felt great. Walk us through that experience for you guys.
I'm not gonna lie, this win felt like winning champs, essentially. It felt really, really good. It's been a long time coming. Our last run in Challengers wasn't great. But having our first win felt so good. I mean, this first map was tough on Corrode, but after that, we were way more comfortable on Haven, and I felt like it was a good game.
Yeah, what was the atmosphere after the match when you guys got that win?
It was emotional. I'm not gonna lie. Especially Liz was doing my co-stream. She starts sobbing on my stream. So then I start crying. Nicole starts crying. Effie starts crying. My mom's crying and texting me. So there's a lot of emotions happening.
Everyone was crying.
That had to have felt like a long time coming, though. I mean, I know all the work you guys have been putting in the work on this for years, and you've been so vocal about how, yes, you want to win Game Changers, but that's not the end goal. So to see that happen must have been something really special.
Yeah, I mean, I think me and Mel especially have been saying just from the beginning of magical days that this Game Changers was not the goal. The goal is to be in co-ed and get wins in co-ed. So for us to go from 2020 magical to here to get our first win, it felt amazing.
Right, well, of course, we're continuing to cheer you on and all the Game Changers teams. And of course, make sure you check out Game Changers as well as Challengers if you want to catch some more Valorant action throughout the week. There is so much available to you. All you need to do is just go to Twitch or YouTube and you'll find it there. But of course, it's Sunday. You know what that means. It's time for our Pulsar Flick of the Week. And this one comes courtesy of El Diablo because he decided to hit some people with the business here. This was, I believe, the ace that he got. Yes, it was. And of course, finds himself with that third kill there with the blades, looking for the fourth, gets the fifth, sends him all right to the chest of the Cypher. Gorgeous play.
There were so many, I casted this play and I remember thinking there were so many different ways he could have played this and all of them would have been wrong. But the patience that he had sitting in hell, he was knifed at one point or I believe KO ulted, I don't even remember. So all he had was the op, walls are closing in, he knows that the site is no longer theirs, just sits patiently the entire time, waits until knives are back up, and then does yay things. It was so much fun to watch.
It honestly felt like he was just aim training here. Like, he was so calm, so collected. It was super clean.
Yeah, one thing is that doesn't necessarily shock me because we've seen Ye do so many incredible things in the past, but it just goes to show like that game sense, that stuff just doesn't leave you. He's so good at making those decisions. And, you know, I'm sure like, you know, you're not always gonna hit a home run out of the park, but sometimes you get yourself a good RBI, right? And it all works out. So overall, I gotta say, Ye certainly continuing to show why he has been such a force here. But guys, we're heading into the last week of, the last day of week one.
We just started.
I know, right? It's wide. Last week, imagine. Oh my goodness gracious, time just moves so fast. But guys, look, every single match counts. And as you all know, when you get that win, you get championship points. Championship points are gonna be so important, Alexis, and we're already starting to see players start to add to their point totals here. It's gonna look like it's gonna be pretty interesting this stage.
Yeah, definitely. I think the games have been really fun to watch, especially that Crew MIBR game. I felt like out of the gate, they came swinging and definitely a fun match.
Oh yeah, but today, we have ourselves some good ones. It's all NA teams today. You got NRG versus 100 Thieves and then Sentinels going up against G2. Doug, I'm excited for that G2 game.
Why?
No particular reason.
I mean, I think it's going to be a good match.
Yeah,
obviously, G2 looking to bounce back, and Sentinels also, their dominance in NA, but struggling globally this year. I'm personally really excited for that matchup.
Yeah, no other reason entirely. Now, of course, right now, we have the perfect teaser for our second matchup. Here's Jonah P and Zelsis going head-to-head in a battle of the wits. Check this out.
What's up, guys? I'm here with Zelsis, and I'm Jonah P, and today we're going to be playing Playground Insults.
The goal is to make the other person laugh by saying friendly playground insults. If you call me bald, we'll have a problem.
You guys on Sentinels are such nice people. You guys love to win piss rounds and then let the other team win the game.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So obviously, G2 released a song, Golden Era.
Yeah.
I couldn't help but notice you got 4th in Toronto. So does that mean you're in the Bronze Era?
Well, Golden Era, you know, Toronto Masters, it's purple. Golden is champs. So, we weren't talking about that. Get him off the stage. Get him up. You're so old, your first car was probably a horse.
My doctor told me I needed more iron, and after watching G2 play, I was served full of it.
I heard Sentinels are cooking up a new strategy for Split 2. You know, starts off with, you know, letting the opponents win piss around and then followed up with the rest of the game.
Okay. So, where's your Masters trophy?
Too soon.
I think I lost.
Don't be like us. Be nice to each other. Thanks for watching.
All right, Twitch chat, we're handing over the keys to you lovely people and letting you control the show. What could possibly go wrong here? Now, if you are a fan of Timeless Tony Storm and you want the images to be black and white, vote for that one. Or if you happen to be, you know, like a 80s baby like I am, go ahead and vote for Pixelated. And while you decide, let's go ahead and send it over to your favorite Brits. Here's Brennan's Sideshow for 90, 50, 10. Don't screw it up.
Well, we're going to try and predict it. 90, 50, 10. Now, I submitted mine 2 days ago. I can't remember what I put down. So immediately...
Always a good one. Always a good one.
This is going to be quite interesting, I think. Immediately we're going to see, okay, 90% of a chance to crew go on a run. Hey, listen, after yesterday...
Okay, 90% chance that they go on a run.
90% chance. I mean, 90%, it's pretty close. It's good.
Is it still a run if it's 90%? Like, I don't...
Yeah, I mean, it's 90% chance.
A run is just a run, man.
A run is a run.
Run is a run.
What did I put down at 50? Don't know. Probably some absolutely unhinged stuff. There it is.
We have a new American...
50% chance of a new American Stage champion.
I mean, that's bold.
That's
I kind of like
bold.
it, though. I kind of like it. As a coin flip, I think it's got
because
some
that's
merit.
like no Sentinels, no G2, no 100 Thieves.
No 100 Thieves, no Lev.
No Lev.
I can't even remember who else.
That is almost half the team.
I think
so it's literally, I mean,
that is about half. What have you got as your unlikely one then?
The unlikely one? I don't even know, man. I mean, it's G2 don't make points. And they qualify for champs via points, which... We're all pixelated. Now, I don't think it does anything to the audio.
Well,
it doesn't.
Well,
It's just a video.
You need to keep bippity boopity. But now the people are not going to be able to read mine, and mine are all completely correct. So that's just messed up, man. That's messed up.
Well, let's run through yours then.
All right. Well, I went for 90% chance, okay? And I'll read it out to you because Lord knows you can't tell what the hell is going on. But it's 90% chance that nobody has a clue about Americas for ranking this stage. No one knows nothing or nothing.
Including you.
And don't let anyone tell you. No, I don't know. You don't know. The people at home
don't know.
You don't know either. You don't know.
We don't know. We don't know.
50% chance, though. Toss a coin. The NRG make champs. Now that is bold for NRG. That's generous for NRG. Because they have to make top 2. Their champs points are in the bin right now, Brennan. They don't have champs points. They basically need to make the grand finals of stage 2. So I'm saying 50%. That's pretty decent.
That is pretty bold.
That is pretty bold.
Yeah.
10% chance that Baby Bay's better than Leaf. A 10% chance that Baby Bay is just straight up better than Leaf.
That's kind
of... And they keep him.
Optimistic, no?
I'm high on Baby Bay.
It's really quite high on Baby Bay.
I'm high on NRG, I'm high on Baby Bay.
Yeah.
Guys, bye.
Well, now none of you guys at home could actually see what we wrote down. You're going to have to trust us.
Yeah, trust us.
It's all going to be correct as well. But,
or not.
yeah, listen, take it away, Desk. Well, I mean... Are you guys still over there? Yeah, you are.
We're here. Just bring it back.
Just
come back.
Behind a camera. I'm gonna send it back over to GB.
Oh, Lord in heaven. This is just, we pay these people money, which is crazy. I wouldn't personally. But of course, we're running a block party all weekend long. And, you know, for our return for stage 2, we figured why not? Let's have some fun with this one. And who better to find the fun? We got Elizabeth outside.
Well, folks, we are here one more time at the VCT Americas Block Party, and I managed to pull aside from the SEN store Sentinel CEO Rob Moore, and we're here with a bunch of free goodies. We have the free crepes, the free boba, the free rock friends to celebrate Corrode. I think Qbert stole your boba, though, so.
Qbert did steal my boba. Qbert, I'm going to give away a Qbert here today. That's what I'm definitely going to do. But it is the best, the free crepe. I've had a couple of these. They're pretty awesome. And everybody's out here having a good time.
Well, you have an interesting time today because you are facing G2. Leaf is unfortunately out. We wish him a speedy recovery, but you'll be facing my friend and colleague, Andre Baby Bay Francisti, which, you know, Unk still maybe got it.
We're kind of in a no-win here today because if we lose, I'm going to hear from the G2 fans. If you lost and we brought, like, Grandpa out of retirement home.
He's only 30.
In gamer years, isn't that like 50 plus? So I'm a little nervous about how today goes, but you should have mic'd him up and have him do live analysis from in-game. That would have been pretty cool.
I don't think, no, that's a bad idea. That's a very bad idea. No. Don't. No.
Wait a minute. If 30 is like being old, I'm 37, bro. Is it time to wrap it up, Alexa?
I'm about to be 23 and I'm in the coffin.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, you old, so there you go. Now, of course, folks, look, we have some big news here because 100 Thieves made a huge roster change this week. Their IGL Boostio has been benched, which is crazy, and I genuinely did not think it was going to happen. He brought such a different culture to the team when he joined them post his World Championship win with Evil Geniuses, but in place now is going to be Kess joining him from Challenger, joining, 100 Thieves from Challengers here. And of course, we'll talk about all that and more. But for now, I did want to just pose a question to the panel here and talk about this change because, you know, this is not just a big change, but it's also a change that's happening very suddenly, close to the stage, Alexis.
Yeah, it's already enough to make any change this close to the stage, but to change your IGL is insane because your IGL, in theory, is your system. That's how the team is run. But changing your entire system this close kind of makes no sense.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, now, you know, Kess joining the team here, but it is putting 100 Thieves in a really weird spot, right?
Yeah, when you consider what's up at stakes for them for the rest of this stage, too, I think, Alexis, I'm inclined to agree with you. The timing on this feels rough. It feels incredibly rough. And I know that there are going to be plans for calling to get picked up around the rest of the team, and that's perfectly fine. But I think, to your point, yes, it's been very heavily and well documented that Boostio has struggled. He has not been the Boostio on EG when he was fragging and calling exceptionally well. He has had his woes, but this changed this late, and then to go to a caller who hasn't called since their tier 2 days, and then bringing in someone who, may have trialed with them before and seems to be a little flexible, but is primarily an initiator who's now probably going to have to slot in for the Sentinel role. This doesn't feel great, in my opinion.
Let's talk about Kess, though, right? New addition coming to the team. I know you've squared off with him a couple of times. What's your experience?
I unfortunately did square off against him. We had a match against him in stage 1 of Challengers, and not a fun game, to say the least. He was, first of all, insane with the Odin. Like, next to Brock levels of Odin ability. Like, he was disgusting with that gun. I will say, I do want to see how he does do on the Sentinel role. I assume he's going to be playing Sentinel because his scan initiator was so impressive that I'm really surprised that they'll be swapping stuff around.
Well, so I was listening to some of the content that 100 Thieves put out earlier this week, and Zix was having this conversation about the addition of Kess and what have you, and he said that during their EWC quals, they did have Kess trial in place of EU because EU had some stuff going on, and he looked great there. But again, that was in the scan initiator role. So I have, I think, a lot more questions, and I do feel confidence about this. And look, Josh said it. Nobody knows what's going on. True. Nobody knows who's good and who's not. True. I just can't help but look at this and go, this is very late in the year. You're not just making a small change. You're changing your caller who's been with the team for a long time. Yeah. And you're doing it with 5 weeks to spare.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because if you look right here, right, Xander, you mentioned before, he's going to be calling, and this is, he's done it, 2022 or something like that? It's been a couple years since he's had those opportunities to call. So we'll see how this all pans out. But for now, though, let's actually go ahead and hear from the 100 Thieves coach. We have Zix standing by. He had an opportunity to catch up with Elizabeth.
Now, Zix, you are the coach of 100 Thieves. Obviously, last stage did not go the way you wanted it to. So what about this team? What fosters that belief in your team?
I'd say a lot of it comes down to just the overall potential that I've seen out of this team. Like, I definitely think we have a lot of players that can be world-class talent as long as they're kind of in the right headspace, focus on the right things, playing in a meta that fits their identity. I think there's a lot of these kinds of factors for us specifically to be excited about. Obviously, the meta is kind of going more in our direction, which is nice to, nice to see this time around. So yeah, there's just a lot of confidence there that if we do things the right way and we trust the process and create the right direction for ourselves, that there's a lot to be confident about.
I mean, talking about the potential, I do have to bring up the very sudden dropping or moving to the reserve roster of Boostio. I think the entire community, including us as talent, we were shocked to see that move. We listened to your podcast and you talked about the performance, talked about where the team is going. Why so quickly? Why now? 3 days, 4 days before the split starts?
Yeah, I mean, esports is definitely like it's a tough place to be because, there's so many factors that go into everything. But to be honest, like, at the end of the day, it all comes to a point where performance is kind of the most important factor. And if we feel like expectations won't be met, then changes just have to be made. And it's obviously not a decision that we took lightly. Definitely a very hard decision and one that came with a lot of thought. So overall, we just thought that adding a person with a bunch of potential would be the best route for us. So that's the direction we decided to take.
Well, thank you for your honesty and best of luck.
Now, of course, while the 100 Thieves team is feeling some pressure, one player in particular most definitely is, and that is the veteran of this team, Asuna. And I want to preface that real fast because we've been commentating this guy. He debuted part of the 100 Thieves team. Like, he made his name on this squad. He was, you know, at one point, Alexis, this guy was being considered like, you know, just one of the faces of the game. And now here he is, and he's been in multiple iterations of 100 Thieves, and it does feel like it's the same song and the same dance.
Asuna at one point was considered one of the best duelists in the world, and I think he's still considered a really solid player, and now he has to take on the role of being the anchor of the team and being the veteran, and I think that's a new role for him. Obviously, he's been with this team for a long time, but having new players come in that he now has to, you know, give his wisdom to is going to be a different position for him.
Yeah, I think you said it exceptionally well. All the mechanics are there. We know what kind of player he can be. We know what he's capable of. We know that he thrives on ropes, and for whatever reason, more than in any other kill situations. But I think the truth is he's been on this team for a really long time. He's been through the good, and he's been through the bad. Yeah. And so now I look at this roster, and I look at Asuna, and I go, okay, this is your time to lead now. You've been here for a little while. You're no longer the youngster who's coming to set the world on fire.
Yeah.
This is yours in a lot of ways to be able to lead from the front.
Yeah, no, I mean, he has been the consistent, the constant rather, for this team for a very, very long time now. But for now, though, we'll see what happens with 100 Thieves. Let's shift the conversation over to their opponents. We have NRG, of course. Now, they had a little bit of a disappointing kickoff, but they made some big changes here. And, you know, they were able to get, you know, while they were able to do some damage here and there was definitely this vibe that it didn't really pan out the way that they would have wanted to. And then they had to make even more changes now. And Doug, this very much is an NRG that feels different, feels maybe a little rejuvenated. What's your read on them right now?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be excited about for this NRG roster. I think given, obviously, we know the kind of player that Mata is. We know Sam, what he's capable of. I'm really excited for Scuba. In particular, I think that's a player that we've been talking about for a really long time is next up type beat, and so he's going to have his opportunity here. But I do think, given how some of Stage 1 panned out for them, it does feel like something was required, and I think as we kind of shed light on the juxtaposition between this team and the team we were just talking about, there was a lot more time here for some of that to come into play.
Good point. But of course, some of those changes, right? Bonkar is going to be back in as coach. And then you have Mike's, unfortunately, who will be stepping aside. He will be gone from there. And then FNS is stepping down. He's retiring. And as Doug had mentioned, Scuba joins the squad here. And let's highlight Scuba real fast because Alexis is going to turn to you again. Familiarity with this player. What does he bring to the table? Do you think this is a good move for NRG?
I mean, I think all of the Oxygen guys, when that team disbanded, were a shoo-in to get picked up to Tier 1, and Scuba especially, I feel like he's a really good anchor in the Tier 2 community, and for him to be in Tier 1, it makes perfect sense. He's an incredible player. Him and Bonkar being together is also, I feel like, a great pairing.
Yeah, I do find the irony in a guy named Scuba being the anchor. I feel like, you know.
Good one.
Nothing gets by you.
It worries me a little bit. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's a big opportunity for this young man to be able to step into not just any team, but a prolific organization like NRG, and also be alongside, you know, a world champion as well, and Ethan. There's certainly a lot of expectations, Doug, for this guy. Do you feel like he's going to be living up to those?
Brother, if his debut is, if the weekend is any indication of what his debut is going to be like, the kid's going to be great.
Yeah.
Think about how many kids we've had take the stage for the very first time this weekend and completely farm on the server. And we know what Scuba's capable of. We know we've seen him do it in Tier 2. We know that he's been playing for a really long time. So all conventional wisdom suggests, yes, this kid's going to go nuts today.
Yeah, and he's being slotted into a pretty good system here, right, with NRG, so it does feel like stocks could be high for Scuba, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like they've had good time to practice. They've had good time to build their system. It's just a matter of slotting him in and him finding his voice.
Tell you, though, as you had mentioned, right, the parallels between them and 100 Thieves certainly going to be noticeable. Maybe it's noticeable in the server. We'll find out. But for now, though, let's hear what Bonkar had to say as Elizabeth is standing by and getting his thoughts on his return to Americas.
Well, Bonker, welcome back to VCT Americas. We're happy to have you back. The question I want to ask you is, what did you learn from watching NRG from Stage 1, and how are you going to make them win Stage 2 and go to champs?
Thank you. It's good being back. What I learned from being on the outside is just healthy to take a break, and honestly the meta was way different. There's no Teo now. It was more about reflecting about the Stage 1 kickoff performance and what to not do again from that.
And how are you going to bring it to Stage 2?
Full focus, having a lot of fun, and just bringing our A game all the time.
Best of luck today.
Now, while NRG is going to be looking forward to see what happens in their matchup against 100 Thieves, we do want to take a moment, though, to acknowledge the retirement of one of the greats. FNS is stepping down, and, you know, I mean, he was the first guy that I had an opportunity to interview when I did my first event at Copenhagen. Nice dude, always been a fan of his. We've always had a great rapport, so it's incredible to see his legacy and what he's been able to accomplish. But, yeah, I mean, you know, kind of want to get your guys' thoughts on it, too, since obviously you're a peer of his as a player.
Yeah, no, FNS is definitely gonna go down as one of the GOATs. Also, hey watch party, hey guys.
Hey friends.
How you doing? Yeah, no, he's definitely gonna go down as one of the GOATs. He's just incredible.
Yeah, I just want to see if I can get him on the desk sometimes, man. I keep asking him. He keeps dodging me, dog.
Come take my spot, dude. Get in here.
There are few players that have retired or are currently playing and coaches too, that I have more respect for than Finesse. I think when you think about the career that he's had, when you think about how he's handled the career that he's had, I remember when VALORANT first came out, I'm getting to know a lot of these CS players because I don't have a CS background. His story, his calling, his leadership was one of the first things that drew me in to attack shooters as a whole. So I am incredibly indebted to him as again, for the career that he's had, the way he's handled himself in his time in VALORANT, the way he's handled relationships, the fact that he was willing to do random content stuff. Like, he's just, I genuinely think the sport is better with him in it. And so this is a tough one for us olds who've been around for a little while.
Yeah, it's fair.
This one hurts, but I'm happy for him.
But you know what, though? I mean, he's still going to be involved in this space, right? You know, like you said, hello, watch party. And, of course, you know, we celebrate an incredible career. And regardless, we just look forward to seeing what you do next, buddy. So, you know, congratulations on the run, and we'll see what the future holds. Now, obviously, though, the departure of FNS means, you know, a change, right, to the game plan for this team, as we had talked about before. You know, now that this happens, you end up with Ethan, right? Ethan's going to be the one that's stepping into this role calling. This was tried before, to my recollection, right? And it didn't quite pan out the way they wanted, Alexis. How does it get better this time around?
I mean, Ethan is definitely known as an incredible secondary IGL. I think that him having EU on his side as well, I think is only...
Do you think it'll be more of a tandem thing?
Yeah, I would assume. I feel like in the past, his solo IGLing maybe wasn't, you know, perfect, maybe wasn't up to FNS's standard, but I do feel like Ethan is really, really talented in calling, and I feel like having, you know, players around him that are also very talented will help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure on Ethan's shoulders, and it's for a lot of what we were just mentioning. He's done this before, or he's tried, and yes, the pieces are notably different, but it wasn't the most successful. It wasn't the prettiest of runs, but I think it is also important to remember the success that this man has had across multiple games.
That's right.
Right? It's not like he's new to this. It's not like he hasn't been in these shoes before, and I think we often forget the pedigree that this kid has. And so, yes, was it a rough first outing? Absolutely, but do I also believe that he's learned a tremendous amount and that he's much more suited to execute in this position? Yes, absolutely.
No, yeah, but the thing is, though, right, is while both teams are in a position where they're going to be trying new things out, the issue is that they need to make playoffs. There's very limited room for error in this situation for both squads, because if you take a look at the points again, and we look, ooh, look, there it is, 2 points. Oh boy, 2 points for NRG, and where's our friends over in 100 Thieves? 3 points for them. Meanwhile, you look on the other side, Sentinel sitting at 11, MIBR at 7, and then the absolute just gargantuan number of 19 points from G2. They're vibing, man. There's no room for error here, man. The opportunities are very small.
Right, which is likely the impetus behind making the changes that they've had, is because they realize a sense of urgency. They realize if they are going to make something happen, it has to be now. done. So, yeah, I think there is no lack of urgency in either camp going into today.
Well, let's see our predictions and what we have coming up today. Who picked who to win the games? And oh boy, Bren, if you watch Plat Chat, this actually falls in line, even though Bren's logic just makes no sense. So there's NRG across the board, and a little bit of a different situation there, Alexis. What do you read of this?
All right, so I definitely made my pred before some things that I've seen on Twitter. But I think it could go either way for both teams, honestly. I feel like they have a lot of changes, but I feel like someone's going to close it out.
This is going to be a good one. I like how you're like, we'll see. But folks, this is it. We got 4 NA teams about to make their Stage 2 debut. It's all on the line, so let's get the show on the road. VCT America starts right now.
Week 1 versus 100 Thieves for Stage 2. Obviously hoping for the win, but I think it'll be a good game. It's always a tough game versus them. I think we have a decent, rivalry going on right now.
Asuna procs his ultimate. Stuns going every which way. It's chaos on the side, but Sander! 4 kills!
We played them a lot this year where, kickoff, they bested us.
Oh, how is nobody finding each other? They're trying to play the tightest angles right now. NRG quickly pick up 4. This is only going to leave Asuna alive. Shorty just to the face of Ramada, but it's not enough.
I think with the roster change that they made, bringing in Scuba should be really good for their team, especially since Scuba has been insane for 3 to 4 years, and he's been one of the best tier 2 players.
They innovate a lot before the season starts. I'm sure they'll come out with new stuff and maybe a gimmick or 2 to help them win their first game. So we'll be prepared.
All right, let's go ahead and bring out your first squad. Welcome to the stage, 100 Thieves. And of course, 100 Thieves with a new look, swapping out Boostio, bringing in Kez from Challengers. A debut for that young man on the stage here, but a great opportunity, Doug, for him to really make a name for himself with a big performance here against NRG.
Yeah, again, this is a big stage and a big match with big stakes, and much like we were talking about earlier, there's good reason to think that he's going to perform well, given what we've seen throughout the rest of the weekend. But this, I think the pressure is what feels so different here. For both of these teams, the runway's so incredibly short.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You're not afforded an off week. You're not afforded a rough map or 2. You can't get away with that.
Yeah, these are 2 teams with a lot on the line here and very little room to work with. It's going to be challenging no matter how you slice it. But let's go ahead and bring out their opponents. Welcome to the stage, NRG. And then NRG walking out without FNS here is certainly going to feel a little odd seeing some without FNS on this roster, but it is going to be very refreshing to see this squad take to the server and Alexis really put to task the stuff that they've been working on in the middle, in between Stage 1 and Stage 2.
I think the expectations are definitely high for this team, and also heights high with Mata on the roster as well.
Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about Mata, man. That dude's a beast.
No, he's incredible. Ever since the Shopify days, he has been owning, so I think that this would be a good time for him to shine and show what he's got.
I wouldn't even go as far as to say it's probably one of my favorite iterations of NRG because I feel like you have 5 really, really strong players. I mean, I'm not as familiar with Scuba, but of course I trust your analysis of it. But also, I mean, you got Sam, who's always been a reliable hand for this team. Ethan, a freaking world champion, right? Brock and Mata, you got some talent here. Now, of course, here's your series layout. You got Bind and Sunset, and then if necessary, we'll be going to the new addition to Valorant. It's Corrode as your map 3. Alexis, what is your read on this?
Off rip, I'm looking at the Corrode, and I understand NRG's plan of attack going into it because they know 100 Thieves hasn't had a lot of time to practice, so it makes sense that they would want to pick Corrode into this team.
I'm actually really curious about the Bind because for a long time there, Bind was 100 Thieves' playground.
Yeah.
Remember, they were winning rounds when Boostio's mouse disconnected.
That's right.
And they were still winning rounds, and that was their playhouse for so long. I think about the rollouts through a short with the satchel on the top box for Asuna.
Yeah.
There are so many things that they drilled so well, but again, there's a massive Boostio-sized piece that's missing from this puzzle, and it's not it's not being replaced in an equal way. So I'm really curious to see what their plan is going into this map.
Yeah, I think about Asana's Raze on this map and how many times he had found so much success there. But here we go now, and we're going to get Asana back on that trademark Raze. If it's a double duelist setup, they're going to be running Cryo on the Yoru and Alexis. I mean, this very much, you know, feels like a good play, right? You're going to run double duelist, double smoke. Seems like they're opting for the double duel.
Yeah, seems pretty classic for 100 Thieves. Asana on the Raze is absolutely disgusting, so it makes perfect sense that they would want to go that route.
Oh, but on the other side here, instead you end up going with double controller out of this one, and you have Mata on the Raze. Doug, are you looking forward to seeing anything here on the NRG side?
Yeah, I think Mata's Raze is very quickly kind of taking North America by storm, and we know what the value is in that. I'm messing heavy with this double controller comp on Bind. I really like what they're going to try to do here.
All right, folks, well, we are locked in and ready to go, Riot Games Arena. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. Make some noise for the always measured and calm Bren and Sideshow.
So calm, so measured, always, of course, yeah. And this is an interesting one to really start with, I think. This matchup here, 100 Thieves versus NRG. You've got two teams that are kind of going on the same trajectory. They've kind of just decided to throw anything to the wall, really, and see if anything will stick to get them into champs. They've really got to go on a run. But the trouble is the timing is different between the two teams.
It's very different. NRG planned this roster move out quite a way in advance. Like right at the end of stage 1, Finesse goes out, Scuba's brought in, and there's the coaching shift as well. And so they've utilized that offseason to get some reps. 100 Thieves are the opposite, really.
Yeah, it's time for that Samson match start. Load up fast with Samson SSDs as we get started into the pistol round, and we're looking at a bind opening here in this series. 100 Thieves' choice. Yeah, this is aggro as anything. They're trying to skirmish nice and early. Just 4 players just trying to at least see if they can do a bit more damage than the nade was tossed in and eventually conceding that space.
No fast reaction from NRG down short. That's what you would expect the call to be, which is exactly why Xander was there ready for it. But Scuba chose the less variable option and just held that space. And now I think 100 Thieves were expecting a fast reaction and they don't quite know how to spread the defense. Mada prodding towards Hookah, but the main body of NRG is still working their way slowly down.
And he's got to be the lone player to try and hold them back. It's a good first shot from him. Still more players creeping up past that line, and doubt creeping into the back of the mines, potentially these 100 Thieves players, but they could take a timing and take it well, potentially there, but the smokes to drop down, and with damage done to Som, Plant, gonna be stuck. Ethan, acknowledgement there, but Som is just catching a bullet to the dome. EU finding it, leaves it just out of Ethan and Mada. Mada's just absolutely nowhere near. Ethan's trying to make a play, trying to hold on for anything. This is a flag that needs to occur on a timely manner, but Mada has got to walk from this point on. It's cautious. 100 Thieves don't want to overextend. And here's the backstab. Mada just trying to lurk from behind. He can't get it with the easy shots. 100 Thieves, they double up and they dismiss entirely. It's a pistol round. It goes their way.
Much more proactive from 100 Thieves, defining the tempo right from the off with that push down into Fountain. And NRG missed some really crucial opportunities to accelerate. Ended up going for a pretty telegraphed play down short behind the Viper wall. And Mada was essentially AFK that round. I mean, he was over in Hookah playing a single player game.
The timing was way off.
A great start for 100 Thieves. And you mentioned it slightly just before we got going. It's 100 Thieves map pick. And in every sense, it's 100 Thieves map pick. If you think about the most historic map that you associate with this team,
always be picking Bind.
It's always Bind. When they were, you know, winning in Americas, it was because they were the best team, arguably, in the world on this map. They've changed up their composition since then, but I like the comp they're running. Yeah. With Asuna and Cryo and Double Duelist, no qualms with that. But look at the maps they've chosen to go for. Bind and Corrode. Both of the new maps in the pool when they have, like, no time with practice for this team.
And I think it kind of makes sense. If you're 100 Thieves, you think from their perspective, how do we get a win against an NRG? They've been playing with their roster now for much longer than they have when they're making a change like removing and putting Boosty on the bench. Honestly, you need wildcard picks. You've got to go to maps where you know your opponents are not going to be as prepped on.
Yeah.
And so I think that might be the thought process going for 100 Thieves. It's their best chance of victory.
The great equalizer, sure. Bind and Corrode, where NRG also don't have very much practice.
Xander, yeah, he's just going to step up to that one. He's not going to let Som get away with it.
Poison's off.
100 Thieves, with their previous composition, were very re-clear heavy on their defense side. But that was when they were running double initiator. I think you can still do it with double duelist. Cryo, with his flashes, can get pretty active And so NRG might opt for a slower pace, trying to bait out those reactions and punish them. This round, of course.
Yeah, you try and go towards that one with a couple of pistols in hand. Kess is going to be meeting you judge in hand, but doesn't anticipate that Scuba was already there. But Scuba is isolated, alone.
He might be a menace with this shotgun, but I don't see how he's ever going to get out of this.
How the hell do you even get out?
It's just about damage done. I think 100 Thieves have no reason to close the gap.
Yeah.
Keep as far away as possible.
There are 4 players surviving as well for 100 Thieves. Should be relatively healthy.
Yeah. The economy's looking good. They can go into a bonus round. And it was Ethan talking about it just before this match began. You heard him in an interview piece saying 100 Thieves always have some kind of, I don't know if he called it cheese or if he used that term, but some kind of set idea, some interesting...
I mean, we saw it on the pistol, didn't we?
Yeah, composition or set play that they can throw out that will catch you off guard.
Yeah.
And he said they'll be ready for it, but it's rounds like this where you have to be ready.
Over the top there. Triple face-up as well. Players are swinging. Contest over that showers control. Deep overhead with the knife. 100 Thieves give up the space. Point for another layer of things.
Giving up the space, but also paying attention now to short. Looking for the other half of the push. They know that it's not going to be all 5 through showers. And Asuna, in the meantime, is holding a pretty aggressive position over towards Hookah, right? He's on a line where he's getting good information. They're jiggle peeking over towards B long as well. So they're pretty confident that this 3-player stack should stay on A.
Supportive flash overhead. A lot of utility, they're just pumping over towards A, trying to keep these 100 Thieves players tethered. NRG left wondering where to actually go from this point.
Kess with only 1 smoke left. New role for him too. An initiator most of the time. We expected him to be coming out playing initiator, sentinel. He's starting on smokes.
Yeah. It's fake pressure by NRG to try and pull players over towards B. That's a hell of a shot. With Asuna dropped, surely 100 Thieves feel a little bit weakened. But they're not budging. Still sticking over towards the A site.
That's the final smoke from Kess. Nothing for the retake.
30 seconds left. Time's running out. Going to try and pop through now with the flash forwards. Ethan wants to take matters into his own hands up towards bench. Detonate at your feet, and the light and the highlight really just lights up most of the players. Rifles. Ajar with a movement. NRG. Time was running short, but they make the most of it.
Very patient. Ethan already showcasing that his calling style's probably going to be pretty slow and controlled. Which is all well and good. We saw him last year, though, calling some slow and kind of out-of-control rounds. I think, though, this year should be better from Ethan's calling. And the reason that I'm more confident is because of this guy, because of Som. Ethan, when he was calling last year, didn't have Som in the team. Finesse and Som both joined at the same time, and then Finesse took over the reins. But Som is really vocal. From the bits that we've been able to hear, extremely valuable to a caller to have somebody like that on the team. So 100 Thieves do a sum total of 0 damage to NRG's economy on that bonus. And I do think it's worth paying attention to the brim smokes. I know that's a little bit of a boring detail maybe to mention, but a lot of defensive brims are going to be putting a smoke down to apply pressure to the plant. Kess used all 3 of them over towards short, and then they weren't even actually able to play in front of the attacker's smokes and make use of it anyway. So just something to keep an eye on.
4 players of NRG looking over towards B for this one. Asuna might be able to take a little bit of a fight here again. A lot of bodies looking to try and take it. White swings out just with the stimmies and the guns in hand. NRG are the ones coming up on top.
Well, that might be round over already. Nade, Molly into the back just in case there was anybody fast. As long as Scuba doesn't die.
Scuba peeking up on towards it. Yeah, he realizes
Play your life.
Play your life. Back away. Snake bite. Make sure that you just get the hell out of there. Do not give any ins for 100 Thieves.
And the goal as well for NRG is to actually try to find these players and take guns out of their hands. But if you die too early, you might give 100 Thieves a chance back in this. So run a little bit of time off the clock and then go chasing.
Scuba just trying to be as smart as possible. A lot of hype around this guy. Long time coming is what a lot of people have been saying.
Absolutely. I think he's a great player.
Yeah.
And he's been around for a long time. He really has. One of those players that's been knocking on the door of Tier 1 for ages, and it feels weird that he hasn't had his chance already. But I suppose you could have said the same about Brock when he was coming into NRG too. It's one of the disadvantages of the way that 100 Thieves likes to play. If you go for those early brawls and you try to get aggressive and you meet the NRG stack, it can be over in the blink of an eye. It won't always go the way of NRG. You know, a big team fight like that can sometimes go in 100 Thieves' favor, but this time, a roll of the dice, and it's left with them reeling.
There's a semblance of a buy being put together by 100 Thieves. It's not great, but they do have some rifles, at least, to maybe do something. But for now, NRG steadily winning out the gunfights, winning out these rounds. Matter's just going to be heavy prio over towards Showers. Look at that. Just taking it alone. He's got no backup when he does that, but...
Showers crunch.
Showers crunch, yeah, they hear that pressure, and then they see the player. There it is. Just jump onto the chance. Straight through that TP, maybe looking for a bit more gun upgrade obtained, and here's the reaction. NRG making moves over towards B. A scurry with a footstep, that's going to be heard across the board. 100 Thieves are not ready to supplement and help out Xander. Xander's got to do it all alone now. Back against the wall, feeling that pressure. Mounting on top of him there with the rifle. Ethan finally gets control of it. Situation handled. The players are going to start to flood into this one potentially fast. 100 Thieves already forwards, taken up towards back halls.
Asuna one away from the showstopper in this situation too. Player advantage pretty sizable here for 100 Thieves, even more so now.
Yeah, Scuba going down. 100 Thieves slowly whittling away and trying to get that advantage. The Caesar's good with a connection, but Brock is that last one left against 3 players. Unknowns circling around him yet. Didn't really know where the action was coming from with all those sound cues cut away. So 100 Thieves showing signs of life. They're not just going to be winning the pistol and be done with it.
Yeah, pretty good value there from Xander to just get his one and slow things down, but it's this shower crunch that really makes the difference. Oh, what a kill onto Scuba. The wall bang. Might as well go for that kind of stuff. See if you can get some free damage done. But 100 Thieves are super comfortable on this map, even though they haven't had as much practice with this team. Still putting together plays like that to punish Mada as he goes for the orb. Currently sat at 0 kills, which explains the difference between the ults. Asuna up to the showstopper now. And 100 Thieves with some large tools to work with. Not the kind of round where you want to be doing something fast off barrier, I think, on the defense.
Flash Stimmy, a bit of pressure over towards B. And now NRG make their way towards A. That's the benefit of the Yoru, though, is that Cryo can be almost everywhere at once. Nightfall scatters onto the one side, Knife on the other, so that's going to be partitioning up the site. EU trying to hold this one towards the back of it. At least that Showers control, looking for control forwards. A few stray shots battered forwards again. There's no real issue here. Kess is just dominating the angles out towards it. Players moving in front of him though. Shotguns does not do the job. Showstopper over the top. It's chaos. Anarchy. 100 Thieves trying to thrive, but Brock and Scuba persevere.
Very resilient from Brock and Scuba there. Felt like they were going into the meat grinder. Kess caught a timing. Scuba came through, I think has secured the round. Xander worried because he hasn't had the plank go down that they're going to be ending B, and now he's actually got the timing, he's got the read.
May have just cooked them here. All up into their faces. They're going to be jumping straight into the maw. Straight into the maw. Xander has brought it to that 1v1. Spraying them down. 1 bullet left. Has to commit to the reload now. He's put a stop to it. Spike picked up though. And Scuba's going to be making another run and another go of things over towards A.
It's a nice rotate. Xander really committed onto B here. He's going to be late coming back, but he's got massive health advantage. 46 on Scuba. A couple of bullets from the Phantom and he'll get taken out. But massive advantage for him in terms of positioning. He can choose wherever he likes to try to get around. Question is how confident he feels. Does he feel like Xander's got the read and is closing in on him? Taking a bit of a liberty, repositioning towards backside. Might catch Xander unaware.
They might be meeting each other head on. Game of timings. Both players questioning. Knives are out. But guns is what's going to win you the fight here. Back to the wall, into the corner. Scuba just tucked tight, but the barrel points out and betrays Scuba. It's another round to add up to the tally, and Xander, very cerebral play from him.
Much slower than Scuba was expecting.
Yeah.
Scuba's got the read that he's coming on the flank there because he figures, well, if Xander was rotating through spawn, he'd already be here by now. And so that position might look a little silly. Does get Xander an easy kill. Secures him an important 1v1 in a round where it looked like 100 Thieves had taken it. Oh, sorry. Pardon me. It looked like NRG had taken it. these couple of kills from Brock and Scuba. But Sander really smart, realizing that the plant hadn't gone through on A and putting himself in a spot to be able to defend B. Red Bull clutch.
That's nice work. It's forced the timeout out of NRG. Because at this point, yeah, you managed to wrangle it back and make it a little bit even early on, but this is a 2-round lead. And they're looking to ice them out, ensure that it doesn't go any further.
First tack timeout where Bonker gets to have some input in quite a while, isn't it? Haven't seen him in the coaching booth for NRG. A very weird situation throughout this year in terms of the coach rotation. And
picked up, dropped, picked up again.
Very odd indeed. But NRG have got to hope that they've made the right decisions towards the end of this year, as the 100 Thieves. Both teams taking a gamble. It is entirely possible that we'll look back on some of these roster moves and think, wow, what a disaster. But you've got to respect the thought process in the sense of you have to take a risk. When you're down so much like these teams, you need to probably make the grand finals of stage 2 to go to champs. Gotta take a risk. Gotta try.
Gotta throw anything together and see if it works out for them. As a pit held down in the palms of Xander, he's going to be letting this one loose down A short. So that's going to remove an avenue. Knife overhead. So we'll have to respect that.
Xander was actually very alone there in short. If NRG had been going for some kind of fast short pressure, could have easily been caught, but NRG are conditioning this slow pace to their game.
It's a really interesting pit. Showers control is there for now. NRG could choose to go around the pit. Just avoid it entirely as an obstacle. Alter their own. Scuba.
100 Thieves still keeping 3 players over towards A because they've got this jiggle peak for information down into Fountain. And until NRG start pushing people away from B long, this A site is going to be difficult to crack.
Time is starting to dwindle. The 50 seconds mark. This is NRG trying to pressure over towards B.
Bring them down.
Prowler in your face. Guess going to layer it down with the smoke. Dodges and a knife.
But all of this is just to try to pull rotates over towards the B site. You look at these players secured in showers and you can see what Ethan is calling here.
Yeah.
The B pressure is designed to pull players and it hasn't. In fact,
30 seconds left.
EU now has the read, it's a fake, and there's about to be 4 players defending A.
Drifting back into the fight that's about to take place. It's going to be bloody. Bit of a skirmish to take place, and there with the decay damage is all done and said there with a rifle. Chipping these players down, Asuna. He steps forwards. Wants to defend this one right at the choke point, and time fully against them now. Spike irretrievable. NRG, for all that working of the map, unable to get anything going.
100 Thieves have got a complete read. And basically every one of these rounds, NRG have been hitting into the stacked site.
Do you want to dance?
I'm not sure if there's a single piece of util that they're reading that's fake. But there does seem to be a little bit of a lack of NRG actually scaling off the util in those situations. You saw EU and Kess read it almost immediately.
Yeah.
There was no real pressure coming towards them on B. A mid to late round timing like that, and you've got to see bodies, otherwise you're pretty confident it's not real.
100 Thieves. Money starting to build up at this point. NRG getting to the brink of it. Scrap together to buy.
Ooh, EU could get punished.
They could too. No defense there. Prowler's going to be broken though. Xander's bit of a switch up in terms of the setup actually.
This time, bodies behind the B default, and Cryo does decide to take his gate crash.
This could pop through here. Xander especially feeling that pressure. Lines it up with a snake bite. Avoids any contention. And we're seeing it already. Looking to double up and maybe take that fight. A bait and switch.
The re-clear?
Yeah, re-clear. Very proactive by NRG, or by 100 Thieves, excuse me. NRG on the other side. They're just trying to creep away from the action as fast as possible.
Super proactive. And also, Scuba not being particularly proactive over here.
Smoke in your face though. Trying to brute force their way through this one now. The tempo increases, caught form. What a shot by Mada. He's on the ball with that one. Still, adjustment by Kessie. Gets the one for the trade is online. And Mada built his way up to that ultimate now. Plan from Ethan. Full committal. It's the extension. 100 Thieves got to work with just 3 players now to try and make a move with the retake.
Very tough one.
Yeah.
Mada still with a showstopper. How do you get through that? Doubled up as well in lamps.
Doubled up, side by side.
Satchel out.
Satchel over. Asuna. Shorty trying to clear this one, but he is alone, just trying to take this fight out. Spots a 2. Doesn't really want any part of this one still, but time is ticking, and at some point, 100 Thieves need to make a play towards it. Tap from Cryo, forcing out the nade to fight as well, that Asuna's just not keen to give them, and he shredded the players down to barely anything, but the time again is against them. It's too slow going from 100 Thieves, and Cryo, decent go. But that's all it'll be. Som going down towards the tail end of it. 100 Thieves.
That is expensive though, Brent. That really is. 100 Thieves doing a ton of damage there to NRG's economy, not letting a single player escape. It's going to make a meaningful difference. One player's not going to be able to buy in the next round. Big entry though from Mada, got to be said.
Yeah.
And that's value for them. It really sped things up. Even though they technically were going into 3 defenders here on A, the speed at which they got into the site meant that none of the defenders were really in position. But let's have a look at this. I mean, Som is wondering whether to go with a Bulldog or an Outlaw. Goes for the Outlaw in the end, but there's only one player with light armor on the inside.
A lot of youths are going to be sailing overhead here towards A. This is going to be pressure coming forwards and through that knife against the wall. And a Showstopper joins it. Mada just lighting them up now. Dimensional Drift offloaded with that Nightfall on top of it. You're pinging out these players, and Kess is handing them almost a freebie EU forwards. No sound cues, no chance at all. It's shut down. Swept away, an EU of a 4-piece is the player to do it.
You play at 100 Thieves tempo, you're playing straight into their game. Any kind of fast play like that, 100 Thieves love a scrap. They love a brawl at that kind of speed. Slightly delayed off barrier, not an instant A-pop, but pretty much. And trying to catch 100 Thieves off guard because NRG have just been going slowly, slowly, slowly every other time. And this one fails. Every ult unloaded. NRG now. Forced down onto Nico.
Had a well finally going dry. Fast plays again. NRG not messing around. That's a TP forwards. EU is alone doing this. Hello, there needs to be some backup to try and at least defend that rifle from potentially being an issue. Orbital strike was even offloaded. Kess looking to try and support. He's forwards though. He needs some help. Locked out and alone. No one over towards the A site. This is 100 Thieves gearing up for a scrap. Could get messy. Whole of their team just isolated over towards this one area of the map because the spike dropped down in their laps.
They committed so heavily to this one though in the anti-eco. It's sending 2 people through the teleport, using the Brim ultimate as well. Feels a little bit like they might have lost track of NRG's economy and thought this was a rifle round. But nevertheless, it does look kind of wrapped up. Brock just playing for the ult orbs, why not?
He's got a horn, he can open the door up.
Yeah, he could do.
It's fading away. They want to take it even before that timing is allowed. Smoke dissipates. It's a flash in the face of these players. Roll's just going to send it himself. There's a rifle to really work with and play with, but he's going to do a lot from this spot. And listen, doesn't know really where they're hiding. Stimmy down. Spikes in your laps. Very realistic that there's no danger at all.
I mean, he could just stay alive and keep the gun if he wanted.
Tried to. Asuna's going to do the same thing, I think. He's running around right now. He's trying to catch him.
The round the world strat.
Yep.
Go on.
Being pre-aimed.
Is he going for it?
Is he going to throw through? He's got nothing for it. He's going to send it. Door opens. Cryo was sharp enough.
So in the end, a bit of a funny round, but a fairly clean one for 100 Thieves. I do think, though, they might have just lost track of the economy slightly there. Because going for a double TP play from short is pretty risky when you're the team with guns. The other has not. Especially when you consider the Brim ult being used. But fair play. Listen, they're up 7-3. 100 Thieves in the ascendancy, but now ults very much in favor of NRG. How does Ethan call around this one? Because they need this round desperately. Can't afford to let this one slip. It's time to use everything.
Big ults to use. Bit of a jump spot. Stray bullets. At the side here. Kess is not lacking in confidence. Doubled up. 100 Thieves. I feel like there's potentially just the one, but a Nightfall. That no command is going to be emanating out, sweeping out, and these players are just dropped, chopped down on the knees. Kess is going to do a lot from that spot again towards the back of the side. Asuna defends alongside it. Snakebite up and over, but there's a seize to really just mix in. It's a foul concoction with a util and a flash and a peek. 100 Thieves are ready for it. Biding their time, trying to slow this one down. It's left to just Scuba and Even to do it all. And Scuba just unleashing the pit. In a 1v2 now, Spike available in the back pocket. He's been given that window at least with the curtain up, and he can make a bit of a mad dash and a scurry over towards B, but he's still going to try and take this one at a player disadvantage.
The pit's not doing anything for him here. Scuba's got to win this one by repositioning smartly. And first of all, it comes down to getting the read on where Xander and Asuna even are.
Repositions. A lot of unknowns and question marks. Scuba's going to be thinking which direction they're coming from. 100 Thieves making sure to play this one doubled up. Asuna putting his body on the line. He's the first one to get that tap out, and he's wide out into the open. It reveals the position. There's no kill claim. Scuba, he's desperate for it. Damage is done. Xander sticking onto the half. Gets off of it in time. It's a win con that's earned them NRG. Scuba, he's desperate for this one now. Just trying to earn those fights himself, but not freely given. And 100 Thieves wrap it up.
Plenty of opportunities there for Scuba to be able to win that one. Just letting it slip through his fingers. Pretty similar to earlier when he was in the 1v1 against Xander. I think there would have been some questions if Xander's taking over the IGL, and is it going to affect his individual performance? Well, he's 12-4, so doesn't look like it. Where's the coordination from NRG in terms of forcing that fight into Asuna, though? There's a seize, there's flashes, but they're not actually swinging two of them at any point. They're just kind of trickling into backside on A, one by one by one. And 100 Thieves eat them up.
Beacon down. Last round to get something done at all. That's a lot of body spotted. Cryo. Stick around for now, but a nade is going to be cleared them out. Snakebite to respond. No quick follow-up. Suppressions there. So tucking himself there. He's got a showstopper. Here in a scurry of it! And there's a target acquired. It's just a 1-for-1 though. Xander instant with the reposition.
Well played by Mada there to put his body on the line, actually.
Tanking it here. Kess has got a nose in. Playing with that one. Xander's tucking close just in case it's in the anti-flash position, but Som is just squaring up and taking these challenges. Flash overhead. EU feels that heat now coming his way. Nade overhead, but they haven't cleared out this area, and it's not even being watched for. Cryo! Just delivering death from above. Position's not accounted for. NRG left wondering, backs to these players. Drifting in and out, wondering what the hell they can do from this spot, and Sommer's left to do it in a 1v3. Weak as anything, and 9-3 is the way that this half is going to get wrapped up.
It's been gambles, smart strategic gambles from 100 Thieves in terms of changing their roster, picking bind. They haven't had much practice, but honestly, with this defense half, you wouldn't be able to tell that much. They look pretty clean with what they were going for. The defensive re-clears, they look pretty sharp with their aim. Xander and EU, 23 kills to 10 deaths between them.
It's unreal from them, really. Hyper proactive from 100 Thieves. It's led them well, and we'll see how the end of bind turns out.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick?
I'd suggest a classic cat eye.
Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
It's been unreal form from these 100 Thieves players when the expectations were, you know, frankly, in the bin, I think, for this squad. When you bench your IGL on very short notice, you know, they barely had any time to practice or put anything together. And compared to NRG, I think a lot of people were expecting very good things, honestly, realistically. This team is stacked with talent.
At the end of the day, they have both made pretty significant shifts, though, and this is their first outing in VCT again after making those. So, as I said in our pre-show, nobody knows nothing about Americas currently.
Hello,
and
NRG.
here's another aggressive pistol.
Very proactive. Manda! Let's loose. God almighty! Blink of an eye. Pistol round's done.
Pretty much the same pistol that 100 Thieves went for, actually. But NRG just smoke them. Maybe 100 Thieves opting slightly more into the fight as well. And if you're gonna opt into it, well, you gotta hit it. That horn too just gets mega value. 3 assists, but 3 kills for Mada.
Sharp.
Who was, you know, down towards the bottom of the scoreboard. Took him a while to get started on this map, but now he's doing all right.
Yeah, rocketed near the top for his team.
And they needed that.
Yeah.
They really did. Because that attack half was slow, ponderous, and didn't really get much value.
Prowler, no connection. Just a head spotted though, and Mada, that's all he needs. Rifle in hand, fielded himself, very much so, with a pistol. Classics in your hands. Do you want to run into the judge? A lot of damage done. Brock, the regen shield's going to be kicking in through, wading into the smokes. Pretty much 100 Thieves looking to dominate that angle. Pick up an upgrade. The judge not going to be doing too much here though. These are players that are wrapping around and slowly closing in on 100 Thieves. NRG trying to ensure that there's no more mistakes from here on out. Attack forwards and a fight taken. Easily done. 3-piece for Som. Could have got a bit disastrous, but it isn't.
They managed to keep the judge as well.
Yeah.
Choosing to opt into that instead of the stinger, so get that positioned over towards, you know, lamps, short, hookah, plenty of spots where you can make that work and be pretty dangerous. The Bro got overrun fairly quickly, actually, by the eco. And this is a spot. 100 Thieves were trying to make their bonus happen. They barely did any damage, actually. It didn't matter in the end. They ran away with every rifle round. We'll see when the shoe's on the other foot what NRG have got for us.
Beginning. Smoke down, snakebite overhead. Ethan forced to respect that.
And that's the kind of util that NRG didn't really have. Pushing people away from Octagon, denying info.
Flash is good. You heard the satchel. They know that Asena's going to be lurking around. Potentially the brunt of the rest of their forces. Ethan, stray shots. Bucky. Some might be about to deliver and rain down death here. Bucky in hand. Oh my God, Ethan. Just trying to supplement.
It's not bad.
Running away. It's not bad at all.
It's a lot of damage. Kess and Asuna are really weak off the back of that one. Quite a nice little bait and switch setup.
And do you really want to be walking into this one? Judge, shotgun, just, yeah, wrecks Xander. Made a mistake of stepping into that one. Rifle immediately picked up. There's players lurking straight below, but again, the gun's going to be pointing at the pitcher. EU trying to swivel all over the place there, trying to isolate those fights. Weaker weaponry matters not for NRG.
No charges.
Nice setup. Much more trying to bait 100 Thieves in rather than go for heavy re-clear stuff, but it really worked. Getting good use out of the light weaponry with a setup that I wouldn't imagine they'll be using much on rifle rounds. But everybody that had a light weapon really got involved here, whether it was with damage or kills.
Go on, Ethan!
And that's knocked 100 Thieves' economy down and set NRG really up for the comeback. I mean, this is on now.
Yeah, it is. Spirits are going to be high. Really holding against this one here, but there's a lot of players. Hold on, Asuna.
What a shot.
Rattles a shot onto Mana. There's a bit of a pincer play, a crunch occurring, an attempt of it at least. Bodies are toppling though. Gun reclaimed. Kess's forwards. Lights out. Brings it to a 2v2.
Great pre-fire.
Scuba here in that footstep. Down forwards again. It's going to be the spike isolated. Drop down. Xander's got to do it now with just that Sheriff. Spots out where Som is hiding. Straight shot. Scuba's got it on lock. 2 rounds now, just the difference between these two teams. After that first half from NRG. Counting their lucky stars, but it's off the back of great turnaround.
Another showers crunch on an anti-eco. I mean, the previous one that we saw in the first half was actually a sand crunch, but still, really sending bodies through the teleport into committed positions. Both teams showcasing that they're not going to be respectful of their opponents when they're on that lighter weaponry. All right, fair enough. And Mada comes out with the operator as we head into a tactical timeout for 100 Thieves. This is where we start to see Zig's impact, I think. It's been a while since they've played Bind, but they'll have a bunch of stuff in the back, ideas of how they want to approach, and you can really make the best use out of your strat book here the first time that you're ever playing in Stage 2.
Sure.
There's no former footage for your opponents to worry about. Any idea that you bring out here is going to be pretty much for the first time. But they need a round on the board. And the tempo is very different, isn't it? 100 Thieves kind of trying a lot of stuff early round, even if it's just for map control. But the map control comes with a lot of util. They're trying to fast take areas of the map and then maybe slow things down if they want. Whereas NRG were very slow at the beginning, anticipating some kind of defensive push and then either contacting up or slow lurking into positions. Quite a different approach. But a somewhat even game right now.
Yeah, and we'll see if 100 Thieves can get back in the driving seat. NRG though, take that time on a timeout. Mada, he's got the operator, he's got an ult as well to work with, so Mada could get aggressive here. Doesn't have to worry about being called out into the open too much. Spread slow default from 100 Thieves. This is newer from them.
That flash just slows down the 100 Thieves players from taking sand, so it buys time for Mada to get set up on long. A knife as well to clear out this showers area. But NRG might now want to go for a push, and that would go straight into EU.
EU's going to be meeting his match. Som, he had the help alongside him. Ethan was right there just in case the kill didn't go his way. Out through A short though. There's 100 Thieves now, ready and waiting. The time to strike nigh. They're going to be looking for it. There's a flash though overhead. This is going to be causing a whole lot of hurt. As soon as he hears that util, smoke splits up, divides up most of the site.
I'm liking the defensive utility. NRG look clean with it. They kind of boxed 100 Thieves in. The smoke is good, the flash was good.
Properly stalled them out here. Keeping it slow going and quiet. NRG are maneuvering a couple of players backing away. Orbital Strike was waiting. Kess wondering if he should offload it, but it's a call for the contact peek. Up forward, straight into the crossfire. Asuna, monstrous with that shot. Ethan's going to reveal his hand anyway. Straight there towards the side with a nade out wide. Cryo just hunts him down. Heads are rolling now. 100 Thieves trying to regain control. They've lost showers. They know it. Cryo's going to be hearing it with the footsteps. Mada, too smart. He's baited in, but he's missed the shot. Cryo just takes him out. Moving forwards now, it's methodical here, and Som has been essentially left alone. In a spot like this, he's looking for help. Scuba late on the rotations because they don't know where Cryo's wandered off to. Som matters into his own hands. Cryo from behind. It's instantaneous with the exchange. Scuba's left to do it in that 1v2. Oh yeah, Cryo not aware of that one. He was looking in a different direction. Time still ticking, but there's a chance. Scuba is going to go for this. Molly rebounds. Is it good enough here? Scuba's got half. Orbital Strike. There's nowhere to run. Microwave in Scuba. Anything to get the job done.
There you see Kess at least knows how to play that spot pretty well with the molly bouncing off the wall, following up with the ultimate too. Absolutely securing the round for 100 Thieves. Might have made things a little bit difficult, though, had Mada actually hit the shot onto Cryo. That one, you know, there's a couple of kills in rounds like this that make the difference. That, I think, is one of them.
Kess is cold in that. You wouldn't think this guy is an initiated player with lineups like that.
Well, you also wouldn't think that he's kind of a brand new player when he's at top of the scoreboard for 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves are willing to just fall up, potentially explode out. Cryo's going to look to try and clear most of this way here. It's an orbital strike to slow down the approach. It's going to be offloaded by NRG. Plenty of ults, in fact, used at that point. A little bit of spam, though. It goes the wrong way for Brock. He's out wide into the open. Cryo, sharp. Showstopper denied! Oh, plucked out of the sky. Scuba! It's denied any opportunity for 100 Thieves. The rest of his team going to be backing him up mightily now. Scuba retreats, realizing he's lost the help of Som. They can leave this now into the 1v2. They can take this one together. Kess, hell of a challenge. It's ult in your face. You're going to be asked to do a lot from that spot. Obliterated.
Great use of ultimates in this round from NRG, but they didn't make the difference. Scuba did. How he managed to find the shot onto Asuna before Asuna's rocket came out, I've no idea. And then also following up for a second is magical. Oh.
Yeah, that's nice.
Asuna had just taken so much damage already by the look of things. But the follow-up kill is really lovely. NRG proving that they can play at that higher pace as well. As soon as Cryo went for the ult, NRG are all over it, and the gap goes down to 2 again.
Down to 2, chance to make it just 1. 100 Thieves knocked down to just pistols. Same util that Ethan's kind of used to here. It's going to use his own nade in response.
I do like the macro, though, from 100 Thieves. They're making it feel like there's a bit of breed pressure as they walk down short. The timing's nice.
Horn's broken. Stray shots, Brock. Just down the straight line of side angle. Sees the connection onto the clone. Prowler out wide on top of it. To tap and attempt. 100 Thieves looking to pull some util out. Ollie over the top. Rifles from the side. NRG are taking this one. The firing line, the squad. Lining them all up. Scuba again.
The defensive util is so clean, though, too. NRG have always got smokes down that put pressure on 100 Thieves when they're planting. There's Brim Molly lineups flying in from Narnia through the wardrobe, whistling past Aslan's face and landing on default. It's really nice what NRG have got cooked on this side. I wasn't that big on what NRG was showcasing on their attack. Looked a bit piecemeal, but here, they're looking really good.
Yeah. Ready for the fast plays of 100 Thieves.
Much better quality half.
Instant pit drop down. We've seen that one before. It's going to be blocking out a short Som. Very close to this angle.
They may be expecting some kind of flash through that one. They've been conditioning this smoke at the bottom of B-Long quite a few times. And 100 Thieves are heading in this direction, but just chose to let it expire. And Ethan is going to be critical in terms of his ult timing. Has to get info, but then can't get caught.
Lee poking out. There was a chance. Could have lost his life. Going to nade, though, to replace that space. 2 stray shots as well. And Knife's going to be getting good info. There it is. 4 players spotted. That's the ult. Expended. No command down. He's going to be dropped down to his knees. Give it a bit of info, though, and time has been poured as well. With that Molly dropped down, TP's abound. Chances for a pivot, but EU's got to do this alone here. Horn dealt with. Second player as well. Hot on his heels. Jumping away at him. 100 Thieves. Make it chaotic, make it scrappy, and eventually go for the full pivot over towards A.
In a 4v2 as well. With a pit, difficult to lose.
NRG are grouped up looking to make a play for this one. The money is good at the end of the day. Might want to be worried about building up more ults for 100 Thieves, but at this point they might make a go for things. At least spam a couple of bullets, see what you can get. You can fish out a player, makes it winnable.
Especially if it's Xander.
TPs. Still flying forwards as well, looking to deny most of that space. 100 Thieves should have this one completely on lock. Scuba drifting around now, but as that time, yeah, just drifts down closer. Beautiful work from Kess. Not feeling the nerves at all on this big stage.
No, he has been impressive mechanically. I wasn't familiar with the guy particularly, but everybody I talked to was praising his mechanics. And if you didn't get a chance to hear from 100 Thieves, they said that originally he kind of crossed their radar because they needed a short-term substitution for EU. Looked towards Kess, liked how he played, decided to bring him back in now when they had a vacancy in the roster. But take a look at the ultimates. Basically nothing online. Maybe a chance that you could get Kess's ult up if he's able to get the plant or something like that. But otherwise, this is just going to be a pretty raw round. 100 Thieves with a chance to get up to map point.
It's an equal exchange over the util, but Brock will have to concede a lot of this space.
Both teams convinced that there's going to be some aggression around this B-Long smoke.
Waiting for it to dissipate, going to replace it with that Viper Orb.
Prowler doesn't catch onto anybody, so they cancel the Showers crunch.
Portal closed.
100 Thieves are steadily still split for now, but looking for picks, opportunities to creep closer, take a bit more territory. Pressure being made over towards B.
They are good at pushing back these B long players before they go into an A hit. It keeps 3 defenders on B. A lot of pressure now for Mada and Som to deal with.
Gotta try and stop this one. So Jiggle just spots it onto the shoulder. It's rattled with the shots. But Assen has revealed his team's hands now. It's going to be going over towards A now, and he wants to send it full throttle. It's a double satchel all the way into the back. He's looking to supplement it potentially with that peek onto the horn, but the player's already out. Cryo's there and trying to make it work, and he makes it work. Almost single-handedly. Wrapping around from behind. Ethan could absolutely be playing. Spoiler, he's caught the one. Matters out. Lights out for EU. Cryo still answering back. Getting active into the fight, but there's no defense happening. And even had a chance to really just deny. Cryo, you're back to it all. NRG. They come out on top. They make it just a 1-round difference.
100 Thieves got scrambled there. Their brains turned into an omelette, a mess in the pan. And NRG were everywhere. They were flooding into backside quicker than Asuna was expecting. And Ethan is in Showers already. And Scuba's pinching from the opposite direction.
What is he doing?
100 Thieves just couldn't find a safe place to be able to work that. Cryo did a good job with his aim, fighting into backside, but like I say, positionally, they looked a little lost in the chaos. That's a big round for NRG to be able to pick up.
Yeah, it's massive.
Pulls the gap down. It also buys a bit of time for their ults to come online, but the ult cycle is going to be faster for 100 Thieves, and that honestly could make all the difference. Cryo 1 away. Kess 1 away. In terms of fighting for ult orbs, I think 100 Thieves have been doing a good job at taking B long and conditioning that they're going to be taking B long even if they end A. So I think it's plausible that they could head in that direction and prioritize getting Cryo's ult up, for example. Yoru ult in, get Kess the plant, play a post with the orbital strike. There's ways of using ultimates here before NRG get a single one online.
Anything to tip the scales.
But NRG will still have a bye. So, you know, it's not a disaster if NRG lose and 100 Thieves get up to 12. But if it happens the other way around and 100 Thieves' economy gets broken, I mean, look at the credits that they're working with. Suddenly, NRG could run away with the game.
Hit the satchel, bit of a boost up towards truck, so some can playing on top of a perch.
Smoke's down.
Could be unexpected, but also Mada, he's got Cryo and EU on the other side. So I was talking about Cryo potentially playing for the B long orb. He might want to make a play for this one.
Som's out wide from this spot. Bit of jiggling occurring. Posturing from 100 Thieves. Looking for something. Prowler out through Showers. 100 Thieves trying to take control of it. Cryo is 1 away from the ult. Nade rebounds.
You have to be
back.
You have to be a little bit worried about a Showers crunch here too.
He's currently not in control of this one. Mada trying to go for that repeat. Prowler to assist.
Smoke's down.
Pushed him back.
And this is all just a play for Cryo to be able to get his ult up, I think.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift will be very handy.
Right here. My ult.
Mada tucking himself into a 1 and done against a Yoru ult. I mean, that could go very wrong. The question is, does Cryo even bother clearing that spot? Because it's miles away from where he's going to be popping out through Showers.
Popping out through Showers. It's going to be onto these A-short players, I think. Som, though, high-low setup. He spotted the players anyway. Dropping down. Out into the open. Mada is cutting it up close. Overwhelmed. Swarmed by the players. Up through the back as well. Shorty. Cryo turns Brock into mincemeat. Som is there. Able to respond, but he's now going to try and hold this one back. And there's a player in your face. What is that? A jump spot. Not going his way, but the timing is poor. Kess leaps on it. Still not expecting it, but still adjust the aim.
Oh, Scuba nearly had the chance to be able to win that round, but 100 Thieves clutch it in the final moments. Again, Kess comes up big for them. 18 kills. There was some chaos happening there. The ult into the backside as well to stop rotators coming through. But Asuna alone, and you see a little bit of relief there, perhaps. NRG immediately take time out of their own. The economy's not broken. I mean, we were looking at the credits before they went into that round, but it's not pretty either. And the ults still are not really yet online.
It's an ideal, but this is the round that they need to win 100 Thieves now up to map point. Bonko had his time to interject when 100 Thieves just took a time out of their own. A little bit more extra time on top of it.
Yeah, a few more seconds.
Yeah, when the weaponry's poor, you need an idea, you need something.
Yeah, and I don't know, I don't have the kind of insight as to whether Bonkar's going to be giving them a set strat to run in this kind of moment. As somebody like that's what I would expect a coach like Chet to do, who NRG have worked with before, or whether it's to do more with adjusting the strategy, like, hey, we need to be, you know, if they go and pressure showers, let's make sure we're crunching on them. If they fight B long, let's make sure we're re-clearing that. You know, those kind of strategic adjustments that aren't necessarily set plays. There's double judge in this round. Two.
Second thoughts.
Oh,
yeah.
Maybe not then. Scuba's replaced it with a Spectre. Rourke is a bit of danger though, perhaps, over here towards Hookah. But a slow beginning from 100 Thieves, respecting NRG.
Matter, very aggro. Few bullets, warning shots. Trying to push 100 Thieves away. Still that slow default, all spread out here. 100 Thieves are
really slow.
Yeah, really quite slow. Looking for a trap play, I think, expecting it potentially up the side at a time. Oh, Tifa, no. Shoulder peeks out, gives Xander that perfect timing. Wasn't the cleanest kill, but kill nevertheless.
Wasn't the cleanest movement though either.
Where are you?
To NRG's credit, they're not immediately scattering and losing their heads here, but they're slowly looking to regain some information towards short, trying to figure out where 100 Thieves are gathering for the hit.
Contact plays pushed up, just slowly tiptoeing into the line of sight. Kess was holding it, but now backs himself out. Could be the perfect timing.
100 Thieves are going into Brock. Brock has the judge.
And this could be disastrous right now. Nice sprint, but exactly what NRG really needed. It's an orbital strike forwards. Asuna is gone, and from behind, they strike EU. Puts two of them into the grave. One left to really stand against here. Gonna sidestep around that with a snake bite forwards. Prowler from the side. Scuba is there. Xander to follow up, and Cryo delivers the final blow.
A map for 100 Thieves. One that they'd been comfortable on in the past, but we weren't sure what we were going to get today from them. Kess up towards the top of the scoreboard. In fact, at the top, 18 and 15. The new addition to 100 Thieves gets them across the line in some really critical rounds. But NRG definitely made a go of that. Considering it was a 9-3 half, they didn't have much value on their attack side at all. They definitely made 100 Thieves sweat there. It's so difficult to know what the hell we're going to get from this series, especially with the decider being Corrode.
Yeah, we don't know.
But
we really don't know.
A bit more comfortable territory as Sunset coming up. Nobody knows anything though here.
No, we really don't. NRG could have been putting a lot of eggs into that basket, but we'll find out on the other side of this. We'll be back just shortly.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in road. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal, I will give it my all. Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me through. Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip the society. Underdog, overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
Here with the coach of 100 Thieves, Zix. Now, Zix, we love 100 Thieves Bind. It's a classic. We know it. We love it. We trust it. Something I want to ask you is about Xander calling, because you said about Xander calling there'd be more flexible stuff, but he would be the main caller. He hasn't called in years, like literal years. I want to talk to you about what you saw that you loved from Xander on map 1, and what is he going to take to map 2 as a leader for this team to make this a clean 2-0.
I think it's like interesting because his calling style is like largely from the calling that he did on like M80 or like past teams that he's been on. So it's like I think people don't really understand fully the amount of changes we're definitely going through right now, because it's Xander does straight up have a different calling style to Boosty. But it's definitely good. It's been solid. I mean, obviously attack half we ended up getting bonus along with losing our pistol immediately. So not really his fault. I would say a lot of that just comes down to stuff that we can fix over time. And definitely think that he adapted well throughout the half. Had a few timeouts to just talk with him, give him some time to think about it. But yeah, overall, very solid.
Well, best luck on map 2.
And 100 Thieves looking good as they start things off here against NRG 1-0, getting their map pick win on Bind. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy along with Alexis as well as Doug. And well, let's just jump right into this here, because one of the things we were highlighting early on here was how the rookies are going to be performing in this one. And you know what, Alexis, I'll definitely say that it felt like they were in the first half maybe a little slower. Second half, certainly carrying their weight.
Yeah, they definitely had a slower start. Not super bad, but a slow start. And I feel like maybe that's just them getting on stage and feeling it out and getting used to the stage setups. But towards the end of the half, I think they might have both been top ranking. They were both doing really well.
Yeah, we were seeing a lot of great plays across the board, Doug, from the rookies here. But it does feel like they're easing into this one, like what we were talking about just now.
Yeah, a little bit of adjustment period, as you would expect at the beginning. I think Kess in particular had some spectacular rounds in the second half, just when it felt like NRG was starting to claw back into it, and they had a snowball going. There were a couple of rounds that were 1v2s, 1v3s that he was able to put up to close the round for NRG, or for 100 Thieves, excuse me, and that obviously works out quite nicely when you're up 9-3 at half, and you only need to win a couple to close out a map.
Yeah, but what is also great too is when you have your reliable hands also stepping up and just giving you the wins where you need it, Doug. And that's essentially where EU and Xander kind of come into the fold here, showing why there's such forces to be reckoned with, especially now with Xander, as we heard from Coach Zix, in that role now as the IGL.
Yeah, I think EU in particular really stood out to me, and I think he's a player who I've just always really appreciated watching. And Lexi, I'm sure you'd share that sentiment. I think he is just such a good player, and he individually stood out to me. And obviously Xander played very well, but EU was the star for me.
Like we were saying in the first half, I feel like the rookies had a slow start, but EU and Xander were the ones farming and getting those multi-kills to really set them up for the second half.
Yeah, and it really does feel like that reliability is certainly going to be a thing that 100 Thieves are going to be looking to lean on as we get ready for Sunset, which is going to be map number 2. We'll talk about that in just a second, but for now, let's hear what the coach of NRG has to say as Coach Bonker standing by with Elizabeth before map 2.
You're the coach of NRG, Bonkart. Now, something I want to ask you is you lost the 100 Thieves map pick of Bind. What is Ethan's calling like going to be for your map pick? Because this is the first time you worked with Ethan as the main caller. So how have you worked with him? What is it going to be?
I definitely think on Bind, we started off a little bit slow on attack. They were playing passive, and we just need to take map space way faster. So I think on Sunset now, it's going to be more aggressive but still controlled. He is a very routine and disciplined caller when it comes to in-game, so yeah, a lot more aggression in the defaults.
Excited to see it. Best of luck.
All right, well, we'll see how NRG look to force this map 3. For now, though, let's send it back over to your caster, see if this one goes the distance. Here's Brendan Sideshow.
It's time to find out, really, as well. I'm looking forward to Sunset, I think, for a bit of a bounce back from NRG, because it was slow going, to be honest. It was, one of the things I noticed, I think, when Ethan last took up the reins of calling for his squad.
Yes, he is. I mean, Bonkar's words were disciplined, very methodical, but that can tend towards being quite slow. I think I used the word ponderous on Bind as well. But I think they've got to increase the tempo a little bit. I do like that Bonkar's recognized that, and recognizes that they need to speed up slightly. And here's the comp that they're going to be running with. So NRG taking a page out of Gen G's book. 100 Thieves going for something more along the lines of that double duelist, really focusing on Asuna and Cryo, getting big value from their aim and their aggression. So, you know, if we're talking about tempo again, if we're thinking about things in terms of fast and slow, yeah, NRG is going to be a little more slow around the map. But finding those opportunities to be opportunistic, to find a timing and dive on it. You don't always have to be playing fast, but when you're offered an opening, you need to be able to accelerate. And maybe that means the lurkers get a bit quicker. Maybe that means Mada spots an opening and throws out his own stun. Maybe that means you are setting up plays with the grab net. Whatever it is, NRG on their attack side, which they're about to go into, need to find these openings and need to showcase that they can be a great team, capable of getting through to champs on their map pick. Because we've seen 100 Thieves now on comfort territory of Bind, and they didn't look half bad.
No.
Especially considering the circumstances of not having very much practice and going through all of those changes. They're pretty impressive on Bind. So a chance for NRG to respond.
And sending their sights up towards mid here. There's a fight to be taken. Mada thrives in the 1v1. He's going to be gone. That's a paranoia that just sends it, and the 100 Thieves clean it all up. It's a fast going, though. Cryo already trying to get ahead of this one, but the grab net! Oh my! Obliterating them still is Brock with that ghost in hand. Two targets that were sitting ducks, but it's left it into now a 1v2, and Brock nowhere to run now. Slow to a crawl. Aston are going to be taking his time with it, though. Kess can't really join up and link up with the fight. No reason to overplay your hands too much here, and double tap with discipline. It's 100 Thieves. Another pistol round win.
Viewing that round through the lens of the tempo and the pace again, NRG went for a bit of a fast reaction. As soon as they got Mada caught in mid, and no disrespect to Mada there, they decided to accelerate, caught people in the grab net, and unfortunately just lost a couple players a bit too early. And got Scuba caught. Scuba didn't anticipate that Asuna could be in spawn on such a fast timing.
This is a nice spot.
They're gonna force.
They're forcing.
Goes there.
A big investment here from NRG.
Right here.
Their map pick. They would love to get off to a strong start.
One shock
with a pistol.
One shock. There is only one trip that they have to run into, though. Kess still has the other one in his hand.
Cryo. This is aggro. Got a rifle too.
They're not clearing it.
Doesn't even realize that he's up against the eco, but there it is. Reveals it, and he's already out of there. There's a spam into the box. It's two ripped away. All the way forwards and through. Kess just needs to deny this chance. TP forwards. Seemingly aware of the fact he needs some help, and he needs it now. EU is going to be providing that. Supporting it from the side. It's a quick cleanup and a flawless round two. Immediate shutdown of the force.
You've got to be able to play at a decent speed while still not making mistakes like that. Not clearing that situation and giving Cryo a clean two. Because when Cryo takes contact that early, it also just tells the rest of 100 Thieves exactly where everyone is. The rotates are going to be there. The rest of the team's got no chance of winning the 3v5. Big impact already from Cryo.
This goes here.
Who was remarkably good in stage one. People might have forgotten because it was a while back, but he was on fire.
Yeah, the form was fantastic. Players are creeped up though, forwards again, and they're going to be trying to jump on him. Forcing a TP. It's a gate crash back to safety, but Kess now has to be the player to hold them back. Stun ricocheting. Kess is ready with that Spectre. And oh my, this guy is lighting them all up. What? Get the ace. New to the stage, son, but the ace could be yours. Asuna jumping, weaving, trying to set him up. There you go.
Couldn't find a more confident way of getting yourself sorted on the tier 1 stage. Dude, he looks nice. I mean, the aim, the crosshair placement, it's like snapping onto people's heads. With the ghost out, double headshot onto Son. Well, I mean, a fairly easy one at the end there, set up by Asuna, but there's a nice little eye-by power ace for Kess.
Overhead here, NRG looking to see if they can brush that one off. It's just an eco round, but 100 Thieves are always proactive.
Yeah, well, think about it. This is basically their bonus. They're coming into this one with Guardian, Bulldog, Spectre, and so you want to be trying to make plays. This is where NRG might think, okay, let's slow things down to catch the aggression, because you know 100 Thieves are going to be re-clearing. Trying to catch you, trying to fight you. Paranoia.
Cryo with a flash as well. It's a bit ahead of it here. Som was side by side. He's cleaned up regardless of that. Xander forwards, tries to snap to it. Ethan takes him out. Ethan almost going down in the process. That's a very wide face as the smoke blooms. EU was already in front of most of this. These timings that are being taken, 100 Thieves, seemingly one step ahead. Drone forward. EU doesn't want to give anything up. No information here, but Cryo's reposition is excellent. He's going to be earning himself a fight there. Swing from the side. EU shuts down any chance of that round going wrong.
100 Thieves are pretty coordinated. I mean, these timings on the trades are actually looking really nice. And the refight, Paranoia thrown through into tiles at the same time as the double swing happens through mid. And NRG aren't ready for it. They're not set up in defensive positions to catch the aggression, and then they can't accelerate as a reaction quickly enough.
Right here.
Ethan, you saw him there, he felt like he had to go forwards and just went for a wide swing and died before his teammates were with him.
Double up, top mid. Bit of a high-low occurring. Smokes up. There's your timing. Okay, EU, that's purely raw instinct. He knows the rough timing of when somebody might be peeking that.
Yeah, it's a nice play.
Asuna walking forwards. Again, against a weaker buy. It's risky. Could hand over a rifle, but he's getting information. But it's all quiet from NRG. They're not giving anything up. Bit of a scurry though, not sure if that's heard. Asuna looks to be, see if he can tighten that net. Players though in NRG are evacuating, moving around as well. Knives are out, and there's bullets flying forwards, a wall in their face to potentially slow them down.
He's so slippery. He escapes and he plays EU in. Meanwhile, Scuba tries to activate on the lurk. Doesn't get anything done. And all of these 100 Thieves players are escaping with fractional HP.
Yeah, barely anything here. Cryodo steps up, the next one to take that challenge. 5-0, 100 Thieves are just unreal right now with the form. It's not even their map pick.
I am worried for NRG. I'd be thinking about attack timeout already, to be honest. It's 5-0, and yeah, a couple of those are ecos. But just the way they're playing, it's giving me the bad vibes.
Yeah.
0 and 5.
Yeah. Time's ticking.
Bonkar's going to give him another chance to just steady the ship themselves.
All overhead here, NRG. It's a pacey takeover towards A main. Seeing if they can stop any deep push out. This is Cryo hard committed. There's a lot to account for here.
Still got that gate crash to escape.
Yeah, but they could be coming from any sort of direction. Drone spots him out. TP's back. He will respect it.
There was a fast play into elbow, like you mentioned, trying to catch Xander inside of a grav net. That didn't work. But Som's going to have another one online fairly shortly. And it's only Xander defending A currently.
Dimensional drift over. There's an annihilation earned, though. Som is going to be waiting, trying to see if he can get that correct timing. Lets it loose. There it is. Wrapped up nice and pretty. We'll see if there's even a chance of being broken out. Xander might just be no longer for this world here because the fight's not going their way. NRG, best chance they've had in a long while. Hunter's Fury. It's improv at this point. But it might just be working in their favor. Uncomfortable fights for 100 Thieves to take. Asuna, though, wins one out with Ethan being dropped. It's brought to a 3v3. Cryo's holding. Steady is the aim with the operator in hand.
Mada going for jump peaks towards the back.
Yeah, it's silent jump spots. There's no Q. Gives it up now, though. 3 players of 100 Thieves moving forwards. We're going to see if they can dissect most of this one. Gliding forwards again. Asuna is right in his face. Shorty whipped out.
Brock's
Close
timing.
quarters combat. Brock from behind. Needs to find value. There's the one, but the gun's not out. And his players allow Asuna. He's given a second lease on life. They're going to know where Scuba is now, but the damage done. There it is with the snake bite. Buying that time, Asuna. Oh, there's no time.
The snake bite from the grave, taking down Kess. What a ridiculous round. That's what it takes to get NRG on the board, Brent. I mean, that
everything.
is crazy.
Everything.
A Red Bull clutch, technically, while dead. A bit mad.
One enemy remaining.
Entire war chest was unloaded, really, in that round as well.
Asuna is pretty unstoppable, too. He's 7-1. He's never getting punished. Nobody from NRG can really stand up to him or stop him. He's weaving through all of their utility. Looking kind of unleashed on Duelist.
Yeah, round like that took almost everything here. Overdrive from Asuna. Hunter's Fury to supplement and assist. Just putting them into the blender. NRG maintain that composure, but again, not aware of that gap and that timing that Xander just jumps on.
They haven't been able to punish 100 Thieves for going aggressive once. Everything that 100 Thieves try is working. And Scuba and Brock don't even have the health to go for this.
No. Brought down to barely anything. One shot to the chest will really do him.
One enemy remaining.
Xander just aims for the dome instead. Scuba gonna be left wondering as well what the hell is going wrong in this map. Just trying to stay alive here, but everything being denied. It's 6-1 for 100 Thieves.
You gotta hit the panic button, I think.
Yep.
I mean, they need some kind of input from the coaches. There's 5 rounds left to play in the half. This one's gonna be an eco. And as much as they want a little bit of pace, they're never the ones setting the tempo.
No.
It's always 100 Thieves. There's always something active around the map that the defense is doing. And here we go, attack timeout for NRG. Bonkar gets to talk to the team and have a bit of insight.
Yeah. State of NRG that we're getting cheers for the timeout, but
yeah,
that's the reality that they are staring at right now. They desperately need some input.
Well, their composition does play slower, right? There's no arguing about that. But if your comp plays slower and you're going to let 100 Thieves dictate the pace of the game, you have to at least be able to punish them when they overextend.
Yeah.
And try to draw them into overextending. But at the moment, NRG just can't figure it out. They can't get the read on whether 100 Thieves are going to go aggressive with barrier or if they're going to go for a re-clear. Ethan looks a little stressed here. He had a really bad time calling a year ago, and he was hoping to undo that kind of reputation that he built for himself with some good performances here. The defense side of Bind looked pretty good, but thus far that's 1/2 out of 3 where NRG have looked competent.
Really struggling to get it going.
Yeah, this next round is not going to be any different, I would imagine. I mean, if you're looking for an NRG resurgence, Bonkar's going to be putting the focus on round 9.
When that money's a little bit better.
Look at this though, Asuna, he goes for the jump spot over towards A. They don't hear anything, and so now they're getting ready to go for a mid re-clear instead. He's super active, Asuna. You've got to be able to anticipate where he is in order to shut him down.
You're seeing a lot of control given up. Yeah, outdoors market here with the paranoia. That's one hell of an adjustment. EU, who's blind as anything, but just took the shot anyway, and Cryo fills in the gaps alongside him. Now getting a bit of a move on and trying to hunt down the rest of these players. Everyone surviving. But again, full focus on this round coming up. This is what the timeout was taken for when the money was good.
Looking at the odds, not much that NRG can work an entire round with. You've got a pit to try and utilize, but that's more once you've already got in position.
Yeah.
So what's the game plan? Scuba's still got his setup leaning over towards B, but it's just been countered completely by the Cypher. I mean, Kess is just sat on him. And Scuba can't do a thing. So instead, he's going to put the orb down over towards A and try to get space over there.
Tested the reaction times. That's a misplay. Ethan's just out. Maybe not anticipating the Cryo could be that deep again, but this mid control early on. The bread and butter so far of 100 Thieves.
And Asuna not worried about Scuba's lurk timing at all, even with the orb down on A. Greeds for the orb.
Brock's moving forwards here. NRG might be calling for a bit of a B split. Drone through main. Walking up as much as they can really get for free, which is quite a lot of space.
It is. Watch this trip though.
Trip forwards. I want to really play off of this one here. There's a grab that into the back, and the drone just doesn't quite clear most of the way. Still, plant potentially down here. Scuba full commits towards it. There's a pit down. It's going to make it that much harder. Stuns ricocheting here. Asuna trying to make a go forwards now. That scan! The pit's going to be dropped down. These players got really being caught out into the open. Still, they're going to manage this one with just the guns and weaponry. Moving forwards again, Brock to Hunter's Fury to see if he can assist the team, but now he's the last one left. When that damage done across the side, here it is, but a shorty in your face. Not much you can do about that.
It's a best case scenario for NRG. They get free through market and manage to put a pit down on the site. And yet still 100 Thieves managed to work through on the retake. EU couldn't find more value if he tried.
I mean, Scuba getting scanned is everything as well.
It really
Before
is.
this part in the replay, I mean, if that pit's up, it's a different game.
Yeah.
At least in that round.
And Bonkar knows that that was their chance to get back on the board.
Yeah.
At this point, it's kind of chalk. I mean...
Yeah, 8-1.
Writing's on the wall here. It have to be something miraculous for this not to be a 2-0 win for 100 Thieves, surely.
It's bargain bin buys, scrap together, NRG. Trying to make do with whatever they got.
They're so heavily mid-defaulting.
Yeah.
They're never really pressuring Arsenal and Xander off the A-line.
Crowd's still here. There's a smoke in his face, but he's not scared. Forward, crouched up. And side by side, just drifting past Ethan. He's right there. Open sight line here with a scan down it. Cryo, smoke dissipates. He's just spotted it. Ethan trying to get a jar with a movement, but that's snappy from Cryo. Instant answer. Arsenal was dropped in that top section of mid, but EU was quick again to fill in the gaps and the pieces. And again, that proactivity is forwards. Brock. It's been delivered a death blow. Cryo just sends him packing to the spectator seat. And Mada and Scuba have got to do it again. Just two of these players with a lot against them here. Doubled up. Scuba answers them. Leaving it down here. There's 100 Thieves. Again, tightening their grip onto the series. Scuba. No! 4 kills and a Red Bull clutch. If that is what it takes, he will do it.
They needed a hero. Scuba responds. Emotionless, though, at the end of this. Because NRG still find themselves in a massive hole. But he did an incredible job here, and 100 Thieves maybe getting slightly over ego with that final play. The response from Bonkar, one of relief, I suppose.
Yeah. Coach's worst nightmare, I think, though, if those are the rounds you're winning.
Exactly.
Because it means the game plan has gone wrong.
Yeah, and the mid-default looks horrible, honestly.
Oh, just you're thinking there's going to be some help for it. That's a Hunter's Fury and a scan across the board. And just trying to jump away, out of the way of it. EU takes out Brook. Som, though, slipped the net. Potentially found a timing, but look at how quick 100 Thieves are already just creeping back in to fill up that space. Let's get the one before the trade is online. Brings it to a 2v3. NRG have chances, potentially.
Both of these players looking like they had different ideas. And Ethan decides to follow Scuba on that timing. Ethan can get basically anywhere on the map, right? He has the Omen ult to be able to work with. So Scuba is the one that's actually finding the timing up through mid to put pressure on Kess.
What a trip.
That kind of gives away where Kess is, though.
Yeah, but Scuba won't be able to step past it.
You break that trip, though, and Ethan might have a timing to activate.
Kess is going to be having his back against the wall, tested again. In a spot like this, noise being cut. Waiting for the final few moments. There's a TP. Trying to fake like he could be entering Ethan. Again, all just hoping that they can pull some 100 Thieves players out into the open. There's a tap. Kess is down and out. Just jumps on and decapitates Ethan. Xander ready with a cleanup. 9-2.
I'm so confused about that. The only advantage that NRG had is that their player positions were unknown, and yet they tap the plant and break the trip at the exact same time, telling 100 Thieves exactly where they both are.
Yeah.
A strange way of playing that. Down 9-2. Desperation time. A 9-3 half was almost recovered on Bind, but it ended up not being enough, and that's the best case scenario here for NRG. 4 stingers. Som's ult, I suppose, to work with. Plenty of players on Pi watch as well, if that's what gets you going.
It's Ping's top mid, trying to go for a bit of a squeeze, I think, over towards A. And there it is. Okay, rifles in the hands of these players. Mada's got it. Annihilation ready to be let loose. As soon as they see some signs of life, Cryo's being cleared. Mada, he's forwards, man. Tip of the spear for this team. Not just for show, still. Asana It's here, and that stun connects. And adjustment of the aim is beautiful. Sublime work. Asuna just denying any chance, denying any opportunity. Him and Xander side by side. Puts it at 10-2.5.
I really believe Asuna could have had the ace there. I think Xander literally could have given it to him, but all good. Make sure that you secure it 10-2. Asuna's been phenomenal, honestly. I don't think I've put enough respect on this guy now that we're heading into a double duelist meta. He's running
Locked
the game.
in. Yeah. God. Entirely unexpected from where we were standing at the beginning of the day, but 100 Thieves are on the verge of eliminating, well, not eliminating, I should say, but just at least taking the win from NRG. We're not quite in tournament formats yet.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it what? Make it loud, just make it loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it what? Make it loud, just make it loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud, loud, loud. Make it what? Loud, loud, loud. Make it what? Loud, loud, loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. What?
We're back to it again here at the halftime. And really, I mean, it goes without saying, quite an important pistol round for NRG when they're sitting at 10-2 on their map pick.
Yeah.
And, you know, so early days in this tournament that we're playing in, Josh, it's just, you know, it's rough for them.
It's very rough. They were able to win the pistol on bind, and then they won the bonus on bind, and then they still weren't able actually to push it over the line. Got to a 13-10 victory for 100 Thieves. NRG would need pistol, bonus, and so much more to make us believers here. It's been a pretty dismal game from them. One half of the entire match so far where NRG have looked awake. And they're the team that, in theory, should have more practice, more time.
100 Thieves going to be ready to meet that firing line. It's a paranoia off the back of that contact. Everybody blind. Does anything matter? Goodness me, it's what he needed.
It's the same as bind.
Firepower, explosive, and just catching onto the tail of Xander. There he is, double tap, tip tap from Kess, trying to really reclaim a bit of composure towards the end, but it is a pistol round win for NRG. The first step of what we needed to see in the master plan.
So similar. I mean, again, both teams having a big brawl, NRG being the ones to initiate, to actually force the tempo, and Mada getting a bunch of kills. That's exactly how they won their pistol on bind. And they were able to convert the bonus. I do like the way that this composition can play on the defense side. They looked a lot better on bind defense. They looked like they had more ideas, more setups. So they're gonna have to show it. Gonna have to keep it up.
Ram there off the rip. Make sure that there's no quick follow-up on anybody trying to grab up that orb. That ball is going to be a bit of a problem, Brock. Aim Labs moment.
Oh, Brock again.
He walked up on here. Asuna is forwards, but again, he's got backup, so alongside Ethan, there should be no worries.
Meanwhile, the rest of 100 Thieves have blown their trumpets and taken down Jericho. That wall took forever to break.
It's brutal, just the classics, and they're going to be meeting their match here. Brock with the Guardian.
No more to oppose us.
Shuts it down, only one player going down, so one of the best case scenarios really for NRG, even denying the fact that 100 Thieves couldn't really go for any ult orb. So
yeah,
thinking about the long con here, they're definitely doing the right motion.
Yeah, NRG are going to have a healthy bonus, and they need to win this one. I think it's a pretty decent idea for Mada to force up into this round. You see he's got 0 credits. I mean, same as Brock. Brock forces. I think this is a must-win round. So, like, you might as well be getting better weaponry into it. You've got to break 100 Thieves' economy to have any chance of coming back in. How do 100 Thieves set up their attack rounds? Much more focused on taking extremity control rather than defaulting towards mid. It's just Kess who's throwing his cam in mid, just making sure in case NRG do something aggressive, but 100 Thieves are focused on going towards B, at least early on.
Harder to play against the deadlock.
I mean, possibly, but also Kess was getting huge value by just staying on B on defense and making sure the Viper Alert couldn't do anything. It's this position from Mada that could end up being really important. Asuna, Xander were playing in these kind of spots and just got so much info, so much value. Now 100 Thieves come and try to drone them away.
Okay, drone just stun going to be used. Mada is going to get jumped on here with a paranoia. Does going to be used pound for pound. Ethan puts a stop to it, stalls out 100 Thieves, and now they're just going to be walking most of the way. But are they going to expect this one here? It's a bait and switch setup. Ethan tucked tight. All going to be picked up. That's a double face in the end. And Mada, he baits him intentionally. He's going to make a big play from this moment. Xander just tears his head off, and Kess on the other side of the map, just making short work. Rock out wide. No chance against that many adversaries. 100 Thieves are found at 11th.
There's a lot you can say about the ideas and the macro between these two teams, but also when it just comes down to individuals, 100 Thieves have just been better in spots like that. And you see Ethan steps up against 2, and he just can't get it done. Can't wrangle the rifle down onto somebody's head, and 100 Thieves, also with a great shot from Xander, dismissed the second player too. Both of these squads have got big firepower upgrades. I think that's one of the things that leaps off the page when you see the addition of Scuba, the addition of Kess. But actually, in terms of who's shooting today, it is 100 Thieves.
Yeah, coming out the gates with something to prove, I think. A lot of doubt, obviously, circling around 100 Thieves. You can't blame the people who've been saying that, I think, because the... listen, dropping your IGL without too much notice down to the bench.
Hey, wait, what is Ethan doing?
It was really rough actually from Ethan. It makes me think that is, you know, one of the reasons that IGLs do tend to play worse is that when your brain is trying to think about the mini-map and the macro and whether you should be calling your team to re-clear or whether you should be calling for them to rotate or whatever, it takes your mind away from how should I be playing this situation with my gun to get the most impact. And whether that's with your gun, your positioning, like whatever. But the thinking about the macro takes your attention away from the micro of actually playing. And I think you're really seeing it here from Ethan. Som's another player, though, that is having very minimal impact in this game, whereas he was a key player and a star for them earlier this year.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be very hard for NRG to win if you see Som towards the bottom of the scoreboard. But it's weird to see him playing the deadlock in the first place, actually. Not something that we've really talked too much about in this map. But both of those players, Ethan and Som, struggling right now in terms of finding their kills, their value.
And again, might as well be proper full investment from NRG, because at this point it does need to be almost every single round in a row. No point saving your money. You get a proper full buy going. 100 Thieves only a few steps away from being able to take this match in a 2-0.
And a dominant 2-0, really.
Yeah, which is absurd, really. Again, the expectations that we kind of set at the beginning of the day. The pressure down towards B main, Xander. Ensuring that there's no deep push coming or occurring from NRG. Wants to hold that A main space.
And the more noise that you make in B main, the more difficult you make it for someone to choose the timing to use the wall. It's hard for this composition to go for a B re-clear as well. 100 Thieves calling a lot of these B early into a late A push. Rourke, though, doesn't... sorry. EU still with the drone to push Mada away.
Oh, he was given a chance, potentially, to see if he could tip the scales in his team's favor, but Blink of an eye is gone here, and this is it. Go button's hit for 100 Thieves.
It's got to be on Ethan.
Slight pause in through elbow, making it feel like it could be going in a different spot as well, but it's still making a lot of noise. 100 Thieves going to be going here. Ethan's got a little bit of help, but Brock's only got a stinger towards the back here. He steps forwards anyway, and he meets the clone. Eats it up though, and still trying to see if they can land these shots. NRG flooding in to the defense of the IGL. And the TP pivot. Xander, he had that spike in hand. He cancels. He's pulled the players away. They're full rotating. It's a full committal. Even committed his own ult over towards B. What a play from Xander.
What a sick play.
And the site open.
10 seconds left.
Caution played, of course, at the beginning, but cleared out enough to get this plant committed in a 2v3. Xander's given his team a lifeline.
Question is, do they read the flank? All 3 players coming from this direction is weird.
Yeah.
Over there.
NRG just ensuring that they do not let this opportunity slip. It's a player advantage situation.
What a round it would be, though, for 100 Thieves.
Dart gives a bit of peace of mind. At this point, got to get expecting at least this is the direction it's going in, and the crosshair placement is perfect. Xander just still crouched down, ready to pounce, ready to jump on him. Side by side, blink of an eye. It's just left down to Ethan with only the classic. A 4-piece from Santa. An unreal plays from him. Broke the ankles of NRG.
What a sick round, man. What a sick round. And you're looking at both of the callers kind of newly stepping up with IGLing experience in the past, with experience playing smokes in the past as well, and a gap between them. I mean, the Xander impact has been spectacular. He's fragging, and he's also bending their brains.
Yeah. One more round will do it for 100 Thieves. Madder feeling like he has to take risks. Matters into his own hands. He's supported with the util, though the paranoia sweeps. Some supplements, at least for the grav net's going to be removed almost instantaneously here, and 100 Thieves moving in different directions. Asuna is very much alone doing this here, but Matter's hard committed. He needs a bit more for his troubles. Gets the one, backs himself out. A stun is good. Ricochets. Spam against the wall here. 100 Thieves having to fight tooth and nail just for a bit of this space.
Asuna can now activate with the information from the Cypher ult.
Yeah, it's going to be revealing quite a lot. Popping these players out into the open. Matter was definitely going to be squeezed. Ethan, quick reposition, but he's stunned up anyway. Out towards the back, and that's a glide and a slide. Hunter's Fury is late to the party. Meant to try and help out and relieve that pressure that Ethan was feeling, but damage done. Scuba happy to clean up. Dropped down to 5 health, though. Not much you can do from this spot, especially with the off angle that EU's playing in, and now they know where Brock is. Quick pivot, quick rotation, but this is it, surely. Brock has got to do it with just a Guardian, just to stay alive, just to keep the team active, and a double face called. 100 Thieves shock us all.
They wipe NRG away. Not even a struggle on NRG's map pick of Sunset. 100 Thieves going into this, kind of taking us to unexpected territory. Bind and Corrode. Yep. The 2 new maps in the pool for 2 teams that haven't had much chance to practice on them recently. But showcasing from 100 Thieves today that on old comfort territory of Bind and stuff that they've played recently as well on Sunset, they are just a cut above.
It's a statement, truly, really, from 100 Thieves here. One of these teams was looking to put their best foot forward for stage 2, realistically, and it's 100 Thieves who have come out on top early on in the groups, and it's going to make potentially a massive difference for their chances.
Yeah, they needed to make a gamble. That's what Zix was saying, right? They felt like they had to take the risk if they were going to go all the way. It's going to be a low percentage chance of them making it to champs no matter what, but you might as well take a risk and see if it pays off. My God, it paid off today.
Yeah, truly, truly did.
And Kess filled in remarkably, playing smokes and then Senti. He's mostly known as an initiator player.
That's what I mean.
But he's flexed around and filled the gaps. And to be honest, he wasn't, like, he didn't have to be the star of the show. You look at, like, his fragging and it was good. I mean, the ace was sick. But in terms of who was actually, like, driving the team, I would give a huge amount of credit to Asuna.
Yeah.
Because the tempo, the plays, the spots that he's getting into and the recalls, the reclears that are being called, a lot of those were led tip of the spear by Asuna.
Yep. Setting that tempo forwards. We'll say though, Kess, I mean, it's giving easy. It's giving easy, man. There's a lot of expectations to put on a new player's shoulders when you're asking them to off-roll, play different stuff, but kid's got talent, that's for sure, and made manifest, I think, in the results that we're seeing here. A 2-0 win for 100 Thieves. Things that, I mean, we really weren't expecting it. Let's be honest, we weren't.
No, I wasn't expecting that, but I also think it's worrying for NRG looking forwards, because they're one of those teams that, again, are in a similar boat. They had to make a roster move to be able to make it to Champs. They've got a very difficult road ahead. Yeah. Probably have to make finals of Stage 2 in order to go to Champs, and this form was bad today.
Yeah, it's a lot to correct on short notice. We're going to send it down to the floor, though. Liz standing by with that Verizon post-match interview. Take it away.
You know, folks, I heard you chanting his name. Do it again, because it is Kess for 100 Thieves! I mean, first question I'm gonna ask you, how does that feel, your first day on stage? You just moved from Austin, what, 3-4 days ago? To be in Los 3-4 days ago, dropped everything to be here, and now you have the entire crowd chanting your name, Kess. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels amazing. It's just 3-4 days ago, I'm just doing my normal routine at home, and all of a sudden, I'm on stage doing the thing that I always watched. And I mean, it's incredible, really.
Let's be clear, you got an ace. Like, you didn't have to do that. Like, he didn't have to like stunt on everyone and just be like, oh, by the way, this is who I am. Because also another thing we've been talking about, this isn't your typical role. You've played it before. We usually see you on the more initiator role, but then use the, you know, kind of senti flex, and you're popping off. Where does that come from? How does that adaptation, and how does that work?
If I'm being honest, I don't really know. I just kind of played, and then, you know, it worked out, just applying everything I do know and kind of just transitioning into a different role.
I think that's so funny. You're like, I'm just so naturally good that I just was able to transition. I would love to talk about just fitting in 100 Thieves. You talked to me a little bit backstage. You said, I love the guys that we're getting along, you know, we're adjusting. You said on the podcast, we're getting these reps. What was it like being on stage with them today? You know, Xander calling, having Asuna, Cryo, EU next to you, because you didn't really, no, you think you've tried with them before, correct?
Yeah, I played as a substitute for EWC quals.
So what was it like being on stage with them? Did it all come together the way you thought it would?
Absolutely, it really did. Everybody was more locked in. Everybody is like a lot more energetic.
Yeah.
And that energy is just incredible, really.
Well, an incredible debut. Give it up for Kess one more time, everyone. Congratulations. But I know you know what game is next. It is G2 versus Sentinel. Stay right there.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I'm expecting a clean 2-0 against Sentinels in our first match.
I think stage 1 went pretty well. Obviously, it sucks losing and getting second place to G2.
G2 grand final kickoff was a, luck on their end, just a little bit.
They've been tested, they've been pushed, but a util just makes it almost impossible. TP forwards, 11 HP to his name. Jubilation for G2. They get their win in our grand finals of America's kickoff.
I feel like we grew and learned a lot about each other and the way our team works. I think we were all hitting pretty good strides individually as well.
Already being qualified for champs is pretty nice, but that doesn't take our effort away for trying our hardest for Split 2, same as any other tournament.
They do have the better record against us, I'd say, but I think they definitely had the upper hand in the Teo meta. They were definitely the better Teo team, I'd say. But I think in this meta, we're pretty even, and I'm all types of confident that we'll be able to be the better team.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas and our final match in this opening week of Stage 2. We're closing it out in style. You have Sentinels going up against G2 Esports. It's going to be an absolute banger. Of course, Goldenmore here alongside Alexis as well as Doug as we get ready to break down this matchup here. And look, this is a match that consistently delivers for us as analysts, for the fans, as well. Hell, I would even say for the players in some of these instances here. But these two teams have faced off against each other so many times, Alexis, so they're no strangers to one another.
Yeah, this is definitely the best rivalry that we have and that we're going to see, I think, for a while. I think it's really impressive that in their Toronto run, they both were teams that lost to the top two teams, Fnatic and PRX. So it's not like they lost and they had a blowout. No, they played really well, but they went up against the hardest teams in that tournament.
Look, I'm gonna say this as a hater, okay? And I'm okay to say this. I think we overuse El Clasico for esports rivalries way too much. Anytime one team plays another team, oh, it's El Clasico. It sucks. We need to stop. However, this deserves a name because the matches are always bangers. They've played each other multiple times when the stakes are high.
Do we want to say
listen, I'm not a words guy. I don't know.
You're not, but you're literally a commentator.
Let's move the prompter on to the next point. I'm going to take his lines. Why don't we check in with... Yeah, go ahead.
This guy. Let's go ahead and check in with Zelsis and Valen, who spoke with Elizabeth earlier today, and we're going to teach him some new words.
I'm here with G2's Valen and Sentinel's Zelsis. Now, boys, you are facing each other once again, the classic North American rivalry. I want us to play nice, keep it chill, but what is one thing that you have to prepare for when you guys face each other? I'm gonna start with you, Jordan Montemuro.
I mean, they have a new guy on the block now, Baby Bay, and when I first started playing Valorant, Baby Bay would farm me 24/7 every time I played a tournament. So now it's only, I feel like it's a Cinderella story that I get to be his first loss on the stage. Yeah.
What?
So
He's countering it. I'm gonna counter this. This deflection, actually. We're terrible. We're playing with the sub.
Okay. Yeah.
What am I saying? For Sentinels, we got to prepare pretty hard. They're one of the best teams. They own us. They have 2 international trophies. We don't have any. So, I'm expecting to lose today. But I'm expecting him to also get farmed. So, yeah.
Would you guys like to shake hands? Best of luck. A hug, maybe?
You're not terrible.
Oh.
Oh, wow. What happened here at the last part there? Oh, man. But look, good news for G2, as we've talked about a few times here. No matter what happens in this stage, they are set up and ready to go for playoffs here. But you did hear from Trent in that video. He was saying, look, it doesn't matter. The job's still not done. Still got to put the work in.
Yeah, for as much as their rest of the year is solved and done for, I was talking to a couple of the guys backstage. They're competitors, man. They're competitors through and through. It doesn't matter if they already know they're going to Paris. They want to win week in and week out, and that's one of my favorite things about this team.
Yeah, even with the sub, this is the best environment for them to just have some fun and let loose and kind of lean into their just pure mechanics in this matchup.
Yeah, but something that you had noted, and I think it's worth pointing out again here, is that, G2 and Sentinels, right, both teams that have had success in Americas, but when they go abroad, when they go to those global international events, as you had mentioned, well, look at the players or rather the teams that sent them packing to begin with, both of them, as you noted, the same squad here. Where do you think that's kind of fallen short here, Alexis?
It's kind of hard to say. I feel like they have very different kind of issues. I feel like Sentinels can tend to be kind of inconsistent. G2, I actually had very high expectations when they had that comeback against Genji on Icebox. I felt like that was really impressive. I wasn't expecting them to fall short after that because I felt like they were so hyped up. But yeah, going into this, I feel like they're going to have a little bit of redemption.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about the stakes for these two teams for the rest of this stage, and I think particularly when I think about G2, we talked about it. We know what's going to happen with them, and they almost, again, they're competitors, but they almost get a pass, right?
Yeah.
Because of kind of what's going on. For Sentinels, it's hands to the plow, right? This is not time to take foot off the gas. This is where they are refining and perfecting the smaller details that will make a difference in Paris. So it's interesting to kind of get a vibe check on both of these two teams coming into this match because it's early. The stakes are very different in many, many ways.
Yeah, but of course, looking at the track record of these teams, right? A lot of expectations, a lot of high hopes for G2. They're looking like they're in a good position here. Doug noted properly. Sentinels, they need to make this happen. This is a big stage for them. On the flip side of that, this matchup is also a big one because we got to address, the elephant-sized Smeeg in the room because G2 at the top of Americas, but they are not immune to roster changes. Unfortunately, Leaf, due to medical reasons, had to step away from the team for a while, so the squad needed a sub. So what did they elect to do? Well, they looked at the talent team and they got our colleague Baby Bay is joining the squad. And in case you guys don't remember, Baby Bay was an absolute beast when he was playing back with the FaZe Clan boys back in the day.
Okay, let's relax.
He was great. Well, Doug, come on, Doug, you can't be. All right, look, you can't be that much of a Alexis. I mean, come on, back me up here, right?
I agree with you.
Right?
I feel like Baby Bay is insane, and he's a household name at this point. But yeah, I'm excited to see how he does on the Sentinel because I think typically he does tend to lean more towards those duelist agents.
Yeah.
So it will be nice to see. I feel like his mech is still there, though.
I do want to point out, though, that it has been such a long time since Baby Bay has played that our freaking UI was completely different back then. I mean, Doug, it has to be exciting to see Baby Bay, compete on stage again, right?
Yeah, probably throw his back out the first time he tries to pull out an op on stage or something like that. Probably need a walker to get out on stage. But whatever.
Oh my God.
It'd be great.
Okay, so we got age, Unk to Leaf, 21. Over 1,000 kills for Leaf, Baby Bay. Nada. He's got 0. This is certainly going to be. I can't believe that he convinced us to put his mug on the screen like this. Unbelievable stuff here. And Doug, you good though? How you doing, buddy? Because he's your former co-caster, or still co-caster. Jury's still out on that one. Doug. Oh. Doug, where are you going? Doug, we still got to finish the segment. Doug. Where is he going?
I mean, you have 2 bananas. We need one for after map 1, maybe one after map 2. Can you put what's Doug here? I haven't seen Doug.
What the hell, bro?
Wait a minute. Wait, what did he say? And that was enough? Is that?
Yeah, I'm a simple man. Food is the way to my heart. And so he offered me a banana, and it turns out that covers a multitude of sins.
Okay, I guess we learned a little bit more about the relationship between Doug and Baby Bay there. All right, well, let's continue the conversation here because Teo may have been nerfed straight out of Carajo land, but it seems like Trent's still good no matter who he's using. And Alexis, I think it goes to show just the quality of player that this guy is.
I mean, this guy was owning on Sova before Teo came out. I feel like people are forgetting that. He was so insane on the Sova, so it makes sense that he would be insane on the Teo, and it makes sense that he's going to be insane going into the new meta on any initiator that this guy wants because he is that gifted of a player.
We forget that it's been Trent time since like 2022.
Yeah.
It's been a long
Back
time
on the
for Trent
card,
time.
I mean, and it's been Trent time this whole time. Right? The guy's insane, and Tejo certainly helped, right? And he was able to shine in that position, but to suggest that he's not that guy just because Tejo's out of the conversation is foolish.
I mean, even when you look at the stats, right, the numbers don't really lie there. He was playing Fade a lot in Toronto and was still putting up similar numbers. So, yeah, I mean, I think it goes to show you that you got trend time is all the time. Now, of course, it does feel like the Sentinels have been trapped in G2 shadow this year. So let's go ahead and shift that conversation over to the IGL of Sentinels, because you got John QT, who has really struggled, Doug, to be able to find those wins against G2. But now a great opportunity for him to do so. And I do feel like as a player, he continues to be an impactful player in the server.
Yeah, I think the value that John provides to the team, to Sentinels, is incredible and can't really be understated. I do think there are a couple of interesting things as we talk about their roles and what he feels more comfortable in and what he slots in, and then to also think through, and I'd love to get your thoughts on this, what's more comfortable to call from, right?
Yeah.
Those are two very different roles and very different positions. I do think for Sentinels to be ultimately successful in the long term, both domestically and internationally, that has to be solved.
Yeah, that's a really great point, because I feel like historically it is much easier to call from the initiator role for the reason that you're always with the pack, you know what's going on, you're not lurking on the other side of the map, like you don't have to rely so heavily on communication back and forth because you're in the action, whereas IGLing on Viper or Sentinel roles can be quite difficult because you're not seeing directly what's going on, especially on attack. You have no idea what your team is running into, if they're getting mollied off, you know, whatever. So it makes sense that his stats maybe tanked a little bit on the initiator because he's thinking so much about IGLing and he's not so much focused on having his gun out on those alert fights.
Oh, 100%, right? But he also does have at least some good tools to use in the game. Talking about Zekin here, right? This guy who absolutely lights up the kill feed whenever he is playing. And Alexis, I think that, you know, eyes are always going to be drawn to Zekin in these big stakes games.
I mean, Zekin right now I think has just the most crazy multi-kills I've ever seen in my life. So it makes a lot of sense that eyes are on him because he, I feel like, is the most likely to pull out like just crazy clips that you see on TikTok, 1 million views.
Yeah, for sure.
I think the great thing about this kid is that even when Sentinels struggle, right? Like even when things don't look good, he's still top fragging. He's still dropping 25. He's still dropping 30. And so that is a steady constant for them. And to the point you were making earlier, GB, that is something that John can build off of and continue to build through.
Yeah, this is an exciting one. Before we send it to the stage, what was the predictions real fast for you, for both of y'all?
G2.
G2.
Oh, I picked Sentinels.
Pick Sentinels. Yeah. I went G2 because I always pick G2.
That's a no-brainer. Why would I pick?
Why would you pick your? Wait, you really picked against your former co-caster?
Yeah.
This guy, he's a real one.
What are we talking about?
He's calling balls and strikes, baby. He's calling like he sees it. All right, folks, let's go ahead and do this. It's a matchup we've all been waiting for. So Riot Games Arena, let's go ahead and make some noise as we bring out your two teams. And your first squad, make some noise. It's the Sentinels. Led by John QT, and let's not forget about Coach Kaplan, what he brings to the table as well. But this is a squad looking, Alexis, to have a hell of a run here in Stage 2.
Absolutely. I mean, they're pretty much set to make Champs Paris. I want to say that they're excited to go into this game and see what Baby Bay has to offer, to be honest. I think they're excited to see that.
I think that's the curiosity more than anything else.
I think, again, for as silly as this match may feel because of the, as you said, Schmeeg-size elephant in the room, there is a lot that Sentinels do need to be working on week in and week out. This is not a punt week for them. It is not something that should be taken lightly. There are things they need to continue to refine.
I could not agree more. All right, well, on the other side of the field, let's see how Sentinel's opponents are. Let's go ahead and bring out the squad. Folks in the Riot Games Arena, put your hands together for G2 Esports. In G2, we didn't even get a chance to talk about Jogamo, Jonah Pipa. Look at that, man. He almost tripped. He almost tripped, guys. We almost lost him as soon as he got to the stage. Baby Bay joining the squad. What a timeline that we happen to live in here. Doug, I can feel the excitement just pouring out of you.
I'm just glad he put in the work to walk out without needing a walker. Coming out onto the stage. Because listen, I know. I'm telling you, there is an inevitable injury to come out of this. Guy's gonna throw a shoulder out, do something crazy.
You watch out for the knees, you know? When you hit 30, it all goes downhill from there. You know, so you all feel it right in the knees and the thighs.
All right, let's actually zoom in a little bit here and talk about the value that Dre does provide to this team.
And why he's on this team. We were joking, but there's real things.
I do think there's a lot to be said about, obviously his mechanical skill is well-renowned. We've saw clips about it when he was on FaZe. We've talked through some of that stuff.
Ooh.
I think the value that he provides, to be honest, is in a lot of the vibes as well. I mean, anybody who's been around him knows that he knows how to have a good time. He knows how to take things in stride, and he knows how to still fight to win.
Yeah, great points.
I think that's a ton of value that he's able to provide to G2 while Leaf is out.
Great points on that one, but I do want to touch on that map there. Corrode is going to be the first one here, Alexis. So that is going to be interesting because how long have G2 had time to be able to put things together on Corrode versus Sentinels?
Yeah, it's one of those things where it kind of makes sense that Sentinels wants to pick it because they know, okay, G2's playing with the sub. They might not have had as much time to practice, but also on the G2 side of things, you know, it kind of makes sense for them as well because they don't know what kind of roles they want to do, and since there's not a set meta on Corrode yet, they can kind of play whatever they want.
And I do see great opportunities here for Baby on the Sentinel to maybe be a little bit more lurk heavy, you know, get to do his thing a bit more and just find those individual fights wherever they may present themselves so that this way he could, you know, get those ones when the opportunity presents.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how Valen calls this map. I think that we've seen a couple of reps on it internationally and then here, and I don't think it's been solved. I don't think it's been figured out. And if I trust an IGL to be able to solve it, a new map that is in a lot of ways so different compared to what we have on other maps, it is Valen.
Or John QT, honestly, on the other side would be another guy who could crack that egg there as well. But we're starting to see the agents begin to flood in here. Nothing all that crazy that we're seeing. Got the neon out there, Alexis, for Sentinels. But I'm curious to see what G2 opts to run here. All right, and actually jog back on that Yoru. So he likes that Yoru, but Baby on the Vice. Let's talk about this composition, Alexis, real quick.
Vice is definitely an easy agent for the Unk to pick up, I will say. You know, put your util down, hold it, and you're done. So it should be good for him. I think on the Sova, we have Trent, like we were talking about earlier, he's insane on the Sova, so nothing new here.
I'm really curious to see how they solve the map without a Fade, without a dog, without something like that. And yeah, the drone kind of does it a little bit.
There's a lot of corners up.
Yeah, and I don't know that the drone will give you the same value that a Fade dog will.
Oh, that's a great point. We'll have to see how this all pans out here and send it over to your casters who are waiting to be called up to Tier 1 themselves. It's Mimi and Ender.
Thanks so much, GV. We've waited a long time for this moment. G2 took this risk after Toronto invested in a new rookie player just eligible to play on this stage, and now he's finally here, ready to make his debut.
Are you talking about Baby Bay?
Yeah.
Okay, technically, he's a rookie. Technically, we have to call him a rookie because he never played in, like, Americas. But this guy was playing back in the VCLs in Challengers NA back with FaZe Clan, and we are getting ready to see him back up there once again with G2 versus Sentinels. You can load up fast in game with Samsung SSDs. Let's get ready to get things underway, Mimi, because this is an absolute banger. We are packed here in the Riot Games arena.
Yeah, our two best teams playing Corrode to start. And it's no surprise that it starts in mid-second, going up quick.
Always a fast fight. Second might get pinged out by this dart, though. And on opposite sides of the wall, it comes down. Second strikes first. Sentinels on the board early, but G2 are still posturing in this space, calling in the reinforcements. That'll be Jonas Api supporting down long, but Zekin is on an absolute warpath. It's not ending anytime soon. G2 find a couple of kills on the other side, but again, it'll be Sentinels in control of the site.
Yeah, the trade's good from Zelsis. Everyone gets away into this site, and now Sentinels, whenever you're playing a post fight on B, you have so many angles to go for.
It's Baby Bay in a 1v3. VCT A player 1, more like.
He doesn't even have a name, Krister.
It's brutal. He already got his first kill in 1,072 days. It has been a drought for the rookie.
I don't know if we've ever had a 30-year-old rookie before.
And I don't know if we ever are again. It'll be Sentinels drawing first blood.
Yeah, that was a really nice round from Sen. And let's talk about the comps for a second, because both these teams have the same core, right? You're playing double controller, you're playing Vice. It seems like the majority of the teams across regions are thinking that that's about the kind of standard you want to set. But it is really interesting to see Zekken locking in this Neon instead, because giving up that Yoru, you're sacrificing having flashes to work with, and instead you're really relying on him to just absolutely send it early on. But it does so much for those initial fights that are really important on this map.
Exactly, especially, you know, using slides to brace crosshairs, and again, for taking quick space into mid. This is going to be a consistent, and also a fight over into B main at the same time. Sentinels keeping the pressure up, and once again, Baby Bay falling down this time early on into the round.
I don't think you have to start saying once again at round 2. You can wait a second to dog on him.
I mean, look, if Baby Bay was up here, he would call it honestly. I think we can do the same. I cleared that with him in advance, don't worry, but it will be Sentinels making quick work of the second round.
Yeah, so Corrode, the name of the game is these mid fights early on. If you're playing, honestly, either side of the map, and you don't have that space, your rotates late round gets so brutal. Either running all the way back through CT, adding probably 10 seconds, and it's even worse if you're an attacker.
Yeah, especially when it comes to, you know, rotating between the sites like you're saying, or defenders trying to look to retake into the site. That A site only has the one way to get in it if you don't have any mid control to play with.
So I think a lot of this game for G2 against a Neon comp is figuring out what amount of space do you want to give early on, how are you re-clearing, and how are you stopping Zekken from just running away with map control?
Well, it's not going to stop. Actually, John QT running a bit away as well. Jogmo fires back on the other side and gets some support from Trent. Trent still locked down inside of mid while Valen mows him down. G2 come in with the better rifles and now control the spike.
And that's what I'm talking about. Really nice team fighting from G2. They gave a little bit of space to the Neon, then immediately have a Paranoia, have a dart ready to go on that fight back in and brutalize the Sentinels in mid.
And you can see that every round, again, is going to be about mid fighting. It is double Viper walls trying to control this space early on, so a lot of chaos to play through, whether that's going to be Jogmo on flashes or Neon sliding. Right now, John QT has gone for the long walkabout, but Trent, even though he's low, is poised and ready on the angle.
Alan's low too, but there should be some easy trades to get here for G2.
And still a lot of territory to cover before you even recover the spike. Now the gas taken down rather low. QT sees the gun, but Trent will see him first. A 3K and G2 on the board.
Super good bounce back for them. Baby Bay already building it up. Coach Josh RT, he put out a post on Twitter about what was honestly a very weird move. Everyone thought it was going to be Demon 1 subbing in, instead it's the man formerly known as Demon 7, like 20 years ago in Crossfire.
You gotta go way back in the day to see those names.
But he's saying that Baby Bay's a guy who brings vibes, he brings experience, he's doing some of the things that Leaf did in keeping the team accountable and helping a little as a secondary caller. And I think from our time working with him, we can attest that he definitely brings those traits.
Yeah, he does, and word on the street is he was flying as well. He was trialing for the team. Here we go, another fight into mid. Jogamo taken down so low, forced to teleport away.
A bit more reserve from SEN this time. They slow things down, but still take space in Valen. In trouble here.
Again, still alive and has support back on the site. Baby Bay will be holding from near elbow as more and more players flood on in. This will be Sentinel's first time really gaining some space in towards A. They've still got Bang working into A main, but G2 have bunkered down and aren't giving any angles.
What you're looking at right now is pretty much the dream position for attackers when you're in a mid round. You have control in A main, you have control deep in mid, and now you can just sit and wait for that re-clear to come and try your best to punish it.
You can think of it kind of like an Ascent, where once you control mid, you can dabble back and forth, and Jogamo, a human drone on low HP, falls.
Yeah, that's what they were looking for, right? Someone's gonna walk, someone's gonna clear mid, you get your pick, and now you're up.
And now both lurks, trying to test some space as well. Bang really wants it in main, but this puts a lot of pressure on Sentinels. Mid player has already fallen.
There's a pinch coming.
Pinches on pinches as that lurk has slipped through B as well. This mid fight to determine everything. Two players on opposite sides of the wall. But how prepared will Sentinels be? That haunt is deep. It's not going to spot both players, but we'll see the one. Narrate and Zekken both find their mark, and B site is open.
Perfect road into this side and plenty of time to get set up in the post. I think B is one of the most difficult sites in the game to retake right now, because if you are just coming in through spawn, you are pretty much, through mid rather, you are just going to get owned by players in elbow, in heaven. If you're trying to just come through CT, there's also so many positions for people in the post plant to be set up. So you pretty much always have to try and take a second avenue and go for a split push to actually make those retakes work.
And when we were seeing Corrode being played yesterday as well, we saw a lot of our teams actually trying to fight a little bit more up into that elbow area. We'll help you out already if you don't know the callouts entirely just yet, but if you can have that forward space, or at least that threat of forward space early on into the retake, it can force defenders to use a lot of their utility before they even make it to the site itself.
Yeah. Nice macro that round from John QT. Takes things very slowly, calls for a good re-clear, back into mid to punish both players set up there from G2. Sentinel's now going to start to get some of these ults online and get a really good attack side going.
Exactly. Already up 3-1, but if Narrate's able to pick up an orb in this round, get that ultimate, combo that with Zek, and you can go flying into a site. It's really hard to react.
Last couple of rounds, we've seen Baby set up over on A. I think that normally we've been seeing a lot of like solo anchoring B from the Vice, but if you do set up A, that site is really good for these kind of multi-stage defenses, right? You can be holding all the way into main, then you're falling back, then you have the next layer here, and then you're finally falling back into the site. It's really tough for attackers to deal with.
Once again, fight out into mid. This time some neon walls getting into the mix.
SEN feinted this time. They double back into B main, and they're just gonna look to hard hit there. Only a single anchor.
Yeah, a single Thorn, no Viper Wall set up on this map, so it'll just be the support of Omen Smokes coming in.
But because G2 kept top mid control, they will actually have fast rotates to help.
When do Sentinels want to pop? It'll be the orb for Narrate, Nightfall now ready, and here it comes. All of Sentinels into the mix, Zekin leading the charge as those Thorns do delay for a moment. Those rotates you mentioned from G2. Already 2 players approaching in from mid, and Sentinels not comfortably onto site just yet. Trent has made his way here. Keep your eyes on him, but Narrate is already waiting for him. 2 kills, and the defense starts to fall apart from G2.
Really nice fighting there. Sentinels take a pause, decide, hey, we have to deal with one of these corridors first, get there too, and now a big advantage.
Oh, Valen just can't quite find the angle from heaven. Sees a few players, but his own teammates are dropping like flies. There's time to play with now. But Valen's position has already been given up. Now he's getting re-cleared. Narrate playing so aggressively.
Big pick.
And all of a sudden, Valen with 3. Hold on. On for a clutch. But down to 15 HP. Valen just can't get it done. He makes it even, but Sentinels take it in the end.
I don't know where those 3 kills came from. Out of G2's IGL. Still not quite enough to win it out. That's really nice conditioning early from Sentinels, showing that same util pattern in mid, immediately walking back into B, getting the site pretty easily, and just having great team fighting to deal with these extremities early.
Oh my word!
That's nasty.
The wall pen into the transfer is very nice.
Yeah, welcome to Corrode, guys. Gonna be seeing wall pen kills a lot.
We like that. Depending on who you ask. Our Odin players, you know, I've been talking to Alexis all week, and she's like, yeah, you know, I'm just on the Odin all the time. It's great. When you're on the receiving end, not nearly so fun. Will be G2 calling a timeout here, and looking at the money available, it will be forcing them onto a save, but they've got some big critical ultimates coming online.
Yeah, G2 have kind of a tough task here, because you can double down on trying to go for these early fights into mid, kind of flip your round on if you can beat the Neon there. I wouldn't hate to see them going for more ideas to like early take space into A or B main, because Sentinels, thus far, they've managed to get a lurk just walking in pretty much alone on one of those sides every round, and you combine that with that heavy effort they're putting into the mid control, and they have great options in their mid round to call from.
It feels a lot like how John loved to call back in the day when they were playing the double smokes plus a sentinel option back on split even, where you can ping pong a little bit between the 2 sides of the map and rotate into your lurks later on.
We've seen him this year role swapping, playing more initiator, but this is really back to old Sentinels, to comfort for John QT, getting to play double smokes all the time again.
And that's kind of where the meta seems to be headed, so this could be deeper than just a Corrode thing for the Sentinels.
G2 still start 3 into mid, but use less util this time, just look to contain.
Yeah, maybe not wanting to change too much here on the eco with 4 sheriffs in hand.
You see how brutal that Viper Wall is to deal with. You're always having to invest a flash, some piece of utility to get ahead of it. That's a value the double controller provides.
This is a moment where Sentinels have doubled up in A main, so maybe expecting a walk-up in the mid rounds, and that walk-up is going to just be in mid. Narrate low, but that'll be the advantage.
Super passive hold over towards B. Narrate doubles back into his teammate, but Sen are going to continue to take their time, see if they can get another opportunity here.
Yeah, you expect now G2 down in numbers, especially to try and creep forward, go for a re-clear, look for something. Bit of a gamble to try and get themselves back into the round. And more than likely around a guy like Jogamo, the only hero rifle to play with this one.
All of SEN grouping up towards A main now. 2 players here, but not the weapons to really deal with this one. Jogamo with the hero rifle is far away, and already losing out on Jonah makes this pretty rough to hold for G2.
Yeah, these are the G2 Sheriffs, not the G2 Stingers. It's a very different story, except not in the case of Trent. Already has found one and calls in Baby Bay for some support, but it's just not going to be there. Sentinels making quick work of this once again.
And they get the spike down, easy peasy.
Spike planted.
Jaw can hunt a little bit here, see if he can get a kill, but no real hope of winning this round. And now, as you look ahead towards the next, it is all about what did G2 discuss in that timeout? Because they showed practically the same round in that last one, just 3 Sheriff players containing in mid.
Yeah, I'm wondering, can you run similar looks? Because obviously G2 have done a lot of like full mid aggros. Can you fight more aggressively for the extremities of the map?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Because I think when you're playing a Yoru into a Neon comp, it ends up playing really similar to if you think about like a Lotus A fight, right? Where as a defender, you have this option of if I hard commit into this early fight, you're pretty much always losing to the Neon because they have stun, they have all this utility to overwhelm, and they can beat the timings on your util with the slide. So what I'm looking at instead is early fights into main, or these like later round second refresh of initiator utility, re-clears on mid, and less of the super early mid fights.
Yeah, something to make it a little bit less predictable, less repetitive. I think G2 are a team that usually play a lot to condition their opponents, so this could be an idea already playing into the defined meta of the map already, with a lot of that mid fight, but if I'm eyeing up positions on the map, things could start to change.
There's still something in mid.
Yeah, and oh, okay, Trent's going to be bringing Odin to the party. A lot of ultimates to play off of as well.
Zekin's knocked down to 2 health from that spam.
Yeah, down, they waited 10 seconds before going for the flash dart combo, but this fight is headed towards the B site. Sentinels gearing up for a split into these G2 players, but 4 already have rotated over with the double teleports. Paranoia now, the Sentinels wait to find their mark. Trent in a ridiculous position. Who's waiting for him? I don't think anyone. And now the site is getting mucky. It's getting yucky. That ultimate is down, and Trent is tearing them apart. 3 kills already, and with a classic, Jogamo will trade him out. It's a one-on-one now. Both Vipers alive, with plenty of time to work with.
Jonah P was so late to all of this. But John holds outside, tries to look for an early peek. Jonah not giving it. He'll just wait for the plants and play from there.
Turns into a game of timings. Jonah's started to
I have the spike.
spy a little bit deeper into the site. And ultimately, John has to be worried about every single angle. Left, right, up, back. Jonah's had so much time. John waiting. Backed in, here's a footstep. Jonah P takes him down.
That is nasty from Jonah. In the 1v1, walking into his opponent's pit, making noise doing so. Still gets the kill in the end. That round got way hairier than it should have because it was such a good start to that defense. I loved this anchor smoke you see to the left there that Valen threw down. That gives so much space for Trent to play around. So he can go left to the right side of the shed. He can isolate players coming through that smoke. He did so much in that position. So it came down to the clutch, and thankfully for G2, they had Jonah, the man to do it.
And importantly, G2 end up winning that round as well without using either the Hunter's Fury or the Dimensional Drift, so they still have options to look for a combo between those 2 abilities.
You're already seeing how much having the Odin helps solve this map. You have to put a hell of a lot of less resources into mid when you can just spam it on down.
And Trent is the OG Odin abuser, isn't he? You think back to all those rounds he was playing Sova on Ascent back in the day with the guard.
Attack side up from Zelsis is re-clear into mid.
Spotting these players out. Trent on pace. 1 misses and isn't finding a way to connect. This could be struggle city for G2. The Sentinels bring the heat over towards the A side.
Jaw has to go big in this spot. Stuck into the corner, groups towards main with his teammate. A good reposition.
There's still going to be players there. Jogamo in trouble, has to teleport away. It's a 1v1. Valen, the walls are closing in around him, and he is down. G2 pushed away from this site, but still with the position back towards elbow. Sentinels have to be prepared, though. They know Jaw was on this side of the map. That combo takes him down. 3 already for Zekin. Could we get another? It'll be Trent. Back into things.
Flank coming through.
The off is holding it. There's just no chance. Trent did so much in the last. But you can't swing into an op with an Odin.
Yeah, he has no way out here. Round is over. Sentinels somehow come out on top of that one. The Sova ult just a little off from Trenton. I'm not sure exactly what happened with Baby Bay top mid. I think he just got straight up spammed through that smoke. And then losing a player. Sentinels show a really nice split into the site, and a round that looked super winnable has all gone so wrong.
Yeah, and you can see there too, Valorant's having a lot of troubles because ideally you want to be up into A main. That's kind of how you can play around the mid push coming in. But he just couldn't get there quickly enough, and because Zekin's on this Neon, he can capitalize off a slight positioning, problem that Valen found himself in. That's going to bring G2 into another timeout.
Second in the half already.
At round 9.
Yeah, that is brutal for G2.
But to be fair, this is a brand new map, so you have to problem solve a lot on the fly.
Yeah, it has to really come down to adaptations. When you're playing this one, you can probably expect that it's going to be some kind of double controller look, but maybe even seeing the Neon could throw you off to some extent. I think Zekin has done such a good job of breaking the standard timings, of isolating anchors on these split pushes, that it's just so difficult to deal with.
The mid fights haven't been going G2's way. The delays haven't caught them when they've been supposed to.
And they don't have money this round again.
It's a tough spot to be in as well, for as much as, we were joking on early on, this is Baby's first time stepping on the stage in a long, long time. Hasn't really found his footing yet into this game. He's going to need to if G2 are going to make a go at making things even in this half.
They're still just trying to find a solution to mid. Setting up a trap play there this round. Off of that Neon being heard should be a paranoia, 4 players swinging.
Feels like Sentinel's mid-fights have been a lot more tempered than they started the game off with. That's sort of been Kaplan's adjustment coming out of the timeouts, because now they've got things like the Operator online. Really annoying thing, just be able to post into bot mid.
And the conditioning is so good. G2 on the Rico round, literally putting all 5 players in mid to be ready for that same Neon dive we've seen round after round.
So this will only be our second time watching Sentinels go for a full main hit. Last time it was on B. This will be their attempt at an A, but there are 3 players moving swiftly onto that flank. Could be a problem if Valen doesn't get cleared. They thought they had him because of the spam into the box, but that is just unfortunate.
Yeah, the full auto does him wrong there. And now Zelsis turns to deal with the flank a little too late. Loses his light. Bang, only 1 for 1. That's guns recoverable. But now Sentinels here to deal with the problem and locking up this anti-eco.
Now, once again, we're looking to the next round for G2's real adjustment. It's 2 actually timeouts called going into an eco round from G2.
And I like this purchase coming through. Put Jaw on the Operator. Couple different ways you can play this. First of all, just set him up in mid, put him in a position to try and punish that Neon as Zekin is sliding on in. Or, mid-round, you can post him in a main and then heavily stack the rest of the map. I think that'll do a lot for them as an adjustment.
It looks like Jogmo's heading towards B. Remember early in the half, there was a lot of solo lurking, especially taking liberties over towards B in the early round. That's where Jaw's gonna like his chances.
Op duel here.
Ooh, but Celsius takes it easy around the corner and sees the first shoulder.
Didn't have Zelsis out-opping Jaw on my bingo card. But now this opens up a re-hit late into A. Little pressure applied in mid, and here comes the execute.
Yeah, Baby Bay's got to call in support, but already Zekin is flying at him. It is not comfortable to play with now.
Good reposition.
Waiting for his timing, maybe trying to get inside of this wall. How is Baby Bay gonna play this? He's getting slid on, he's getting schmeeked on, he can't do anything. Sentinels own the site.
And bye-bye to G2's chances in this round. You buy an op, get diffed by Zelsis, and then Sen just run over your anchor. Zekin is having such a good game on the Neon right now. Like, single-handedly, not only is he having, like, crazy impact on these executes as a fragger, but he's also forcing G2 to put so many resources into dealing with that early mid-fight. I don't think G2 has actually managed to win that space pretty much ever this half.
No, it's been a drought for a long, long time for G2. And by all accounts, we come into this match, and it's very exciting because it's G2 Sentinels, the undisputed 2 best teams in Americas this year. But it is also G2 coming in with a substitute at a last minute. Sentinels were always going to be favored here.
Yeah, and it's also weird because it's both these teams coming in with not a lot of time, playing a tournament in the offseason there after Masters Toronto that they both attended, and then having like basically only a week of practice, if a little more, little less, to be able to come out and prepare for stage 1, or stage 2 rather.
Right. The thing is though, both these teams talk such a big game, especially when they're facing off against each other, that there's always something riding on it. There's always that want to win. I think especially Sentinels, you never live it down if you lose a series like this. So very good to see them coming in.
And to not mince words, I think what you're saying is you cannot lose to G2 with Baby Bay.
You can't lose to G2 without Leaf after 2 days.
He's a caster, he's 30, he hasn't played in 2 years.
Yeah, but that's the thing, he's actually been grinding the whole time.
True.
And I saw some big numbers, is all I'm gonna say. G2 back onto Sheriffs this time around. Wall to play with. Sentinels might just want to not reinvent too much, might not want to show too much. It's another exec onto the A side. This time Zekin slipping over to the left side of Yard. But then he pumps the brakes for a moment, waiting for his team to come out from behind the wall. Very measured approach from Sentinels thus far, and as soon as Balance pushed back into him, he's able to make quick work of a few more members. This is lights out.
Yeah, double entry into a double op kill, shutting down the rotators in from mid. Sentinels, they've really started to simplify. The first 6 rounds was conditioning this mid fight every time, and since then they've figured out that they can just bully the A site. And Zekin has just been running a clinic over there. It's made even more difficult because if you try and fast rotate, push out an extremity, you have Zelsis always there on the contain with this operator as well.
This is the control style of Sentinels that I want to see them go back to on the majority of maps.
It reminds me of like when they were at their peak playing on Split, like Masters Madrid era. John QT as an IGL is really good at not just these slow double controller comps, but at working the Neon into it, at having Zekin as that extra bit of pizzazz.
And now he's just been calling hit after hit after hit. And this time, geared up to move into B. What do they have to play with? It'll be that Steel Garden mainly, a Nightfall on top of it. Bang could even get a little bit fun and go for some teleports into the site. We're gonna see. Doesn't look like G2 want to put up too much of a stop just yet. Jonah P's actually out there with the classic because he couldn't even shoot his gun. And now Bang has ulted back up into spawn. No one's waiting for him. That's a couple of kills. Now G2 can only approach in through mid. Bang with a shorty in hand, trying to stall out as long as possible. Nightfall to try and counter out this utility being thrown in from G2, and they haven't made any progress into the site.
It's retaking through one corridor because they have no way to get out. There's a crossfire, there's an op. This is brutal.
There's just nothing you can do. They put down a smoke on the left side to try and cut off this crossfire, and it's completely worthless. Sentinels take every single one down.
That is wild. I love what we're seeing with Bang on the Omen here. Double TPing first into the site, then into his teammate's Viper Orb up in Heaven, and pathing all the way around to completely cut off both Elbow and Heaven. The player there dies, and suddenly G2, despite having a somewhat winnable retake, they're just locked out because they're only coming from one direction.
It is clear to me that Sentinels were feeding off of the chaos of all of the fights, the scraps at the start of rounds, these post plants as well. They are looking sharp as we head into the second half.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Looking at the goal for real. Wins, 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 wins. All I know, we gon' hit it here, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. Wins, wins, wins. All I know, looking at the goal for real. Wins. Whole lot of kinetic, I've been in motion. Whole lot of wins, I've been in focus. Whole lot of hate, I wanna doubt the boys, but nah, they gotta be joking. Know you seen them on a rise. Know you seen them on a sign. It's a movie in real life. It's real life televised. Check the wrist. Big time. Big play. Gotta hit the rewind. Who you got? Pick a side. Rockstar lifestyle certified. Wins. 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 All I know, we gon' hit it here, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. 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 All I know, looking at the goal for real. Wins. 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 All I know, we gon' hit it here, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. 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 All I know, looking at the
Well, this halftime break might be the last time G2 get a moment to chat with Coach Josh RT before going into this one, because Mimi, Sentinels lead by 8 at the half.
That they do, and G2 used both of their tactical timeouts in the first one. It was a brutal start, all about Zekin controlling the pace on the Neon, and bad news for G2. I don't think that's going to change, because it's a really similar idea on defense, where at the start of rounds, you want to be using your Neon to either hyper aggro into A main or into mid and deny your opponent's space.
We'll see what G2's approach is. Sentinels, it was all about that mid fight, but on pistol, G2 are ready to attack into Narrate on the B site. Viper Wall here to support him. And already showing his hand a little bit. Haunt comes out, but will be dealt with. Now the rotate comes from John QT. Sentinels with full mid control can move over here quickly. And Sentinels aren't leaving the site either. They continue to flood in and bunker behind this attack wall that G2 themselves put down. It's getting a little bit awkward on site as all 5 players are here, and John QT goes unnoticed and unpunished for a moment. Finally, G2 with an advantage. Baby Bay draws 2 kills, and they get the plant down.
I've never heard the Riot Games Arena that excited for 2 kills. But they're fans.
The first 3 rows love Baby Bay. They want to be as close to him as possible, and the back of the crowd is all Sentinels.
Little weaker from you guys, son.
That's a rarity. They don't really have to talk a big talk this game so far. We'll see. Almost caught on the reload. The G2 get their pistol. Okay!
There he goes!
He got his 2!
There are the vibes Josh RT was talking about when they picked this man up. There is a big difference between how these teams are going to play their attack side, because with the Yoru, you don't have that Neon to speed up, to go for these early gambits into
Let's
mid.
go, boys! Come on now! Woo! No pie, baby! No pie!
Instead, they really have to slow things down, play a full control comp, and instead go for a lot more re-clear ideas. Here for Sen, it's a big fight ready in mid.
Large challenge. Jogamo with the Outlaw as well. Might not even be favored if that first shot doesn't connect. Oh dear! Oh dear! That Outlaw has now been recovered.
G2 want to excel into A, but because Sen have mid control, their rotates are faster.
The Viper Wall that G2 have put down, though, does give them the option to walk out it. Slices Yard up in half. Gives them the ability to walk back into Elbow. That forces Sentinels to play out in front of it, but I like this tempo change from G2.
They'll slow things down, go for a re-clear, maybe back into mid, or just group towards B.
The concern is where that Outlaw has posted up now, right? Few players on light armor, dink down.
C-Cell says he was all the way back in spawn, throws Thorns to A John, and suddenly an orb, a Molly, Thorns, and this solo anchor is tough to get through.
Been stalled for a long time, but Sentinels still aren't rotating away from A.
Launching Thorns.
Still some worlds where this could be a fake. Don't want to get caught on the rotate. So now it'll finally be the call from John QT. Hey, that's a lot of utility, counting 3-4 players walking their way into the site. Sentinels regroup to play numbers.
Where did G2 want to fight? I'd like to see them take Elbow here, but it will be a brawl.
Yep, they want to get up in front. Now the snake bite is down. Baby Bay and Valen. Baby Bay on first contact, lining them up, and Valen to capitalize off of it. The rest of G2 follow suit. And it's a 2-on-1. Zekin a little bit too low to make a go at it.
So a bad start to the round, losing out on Jaw early, but a great recovery from G2. That's the style you need to see. Slow down the pace, don't let the Neon run all over you, take your time, take map control, and make a confident, informed decision.
Exactly. And it'll be something G2 know as well, because they're playing the Yoru instead of the Neon. It's really hard for them to quickly capitalize if they see Sentinels overplaying on one side of the map. They can't have that same level of reach that a Neon has sprinting into a site.
And with that style, I expect to see a lot of rounds end like that, with these really chaotic retakes. G2's team fighting is going to have to take a step up from the first half.
A mess of smokes thrown down into mid. Sentinels were throwing a lot of that attack Viper Wall that sliced through mid, but G2 have a different read and actually
Nice
abusing
angle.
those angles.
Yeah, there are some cheeky ones on this map. You can jump up on this box in mid and pretty much peer over any smoke that your opponent is placing, unless it's that Viper Wall.
Yeah, and that was their own Omen smoke as well that they knew the angle of. That's something G2 have drawn up in the labs. As As a little re-clear look is going to punish Giacomo. Narrate is gorgeous on those 2 shots.
G2 actually still have this space. Throw down a smoke before Valen decides to retreat. But again, it's a B site that has really strong stall utility. Wall ready to go. Vise wall as well. Thorns, this is tough.
Thorns activated.
Baby Bay showing his hand a little bit. They both ignore the wall, just get right in front of it. But now paralyzed on top of the Thorns. Baby Bay has found an opening, but Zelstis looks right behind him. G2 get into the site, trade out their teammate, plant the spike.
Straight up 2v2. Tren and Valen split up. Trent is 1 off the ultimate, but he has a fight against Narrate.
Narrate on the flank. The wall not an option, and Trent wins it out. 3 for him on the round. And now so many corners that Valen could be in. Bang's got to take his time.
Shadows.
Paranoia smoke, but what angle does he
Didn't
check?
see him? That's ridiculous. I think the call might have come in to save.
Yeah. 50 credits in the bank.
Wow.
He concedes it.
Just a couple pixels forward, he sees Valen underneath him. That could be a kill. That could be an honest shot at the round.
Literally half a second difference. And now for G2, they win that round. They keep Trent's ult, and they've won their bonus from what was a dreary game. It looked like this could be like a 13-4. They're in a position where they can really come back, and it all started with this off angle. Very nice job from Trent, punishing that player in mid.
Let's go round by round. Let's get this shit, bruh.
I still can't get out of my head how weird it is seeing him playing again.
Yeah, but it's like hearing his voice sounds normal, you know? But not saying that kind of stuff.
No,
You know what I'm saying?
doesn't make a lot of sense to me still. We'll get used to it, depending on how long Leaf stays out.
But this one's looking a bit attack-sided, isn't it, Mimi?
Yeah. SEN are going to call a timeout pretty early here. Won't have money this round, so looking ahead to the future. I think it comes down to, with this Neon, where you can actually get aggression without being punished early on. Because G2, you see the way they're playing the map. They are always set up in these super passive positions. So I wouldn't hate to see SEN almost lean into a bit of a slower style, right? You can still show something early, like an A main take with a Neon, but then on that second refresh, go into more re-clear plays back into mid, try and punish these lurk players. Because those like late round lurks into A, into mid, that's what allows Valen to call this slow style he loves.
Exactly. Sentinels need to reframe themselves a bit. They're so used to playing that fast style, those skirmishes for mid on their attacking side, that maybe need to adjust to G2.
But they are starting with a fight here.
Hero rifle on Zekken, and that is in A main. Only Jonah and Baby Bay to receive this fight, and there'll be a paranoia too to catch out these players. Here it comes, Prowler spotted, here's the paranoia, and Baby Bay's down. Zekken gets away with murder.
Exactly the kind of trap you want to see from SEN. Wait for someone to walk up, have the punish with the paranoia and the slide, and now you get an advantage to play from on Eureka.
This is almost the weakness now of how G2 play. They hadn't already taken space into mids. That drone comes in from all the way bot mid.
Look at where this Vise wall is placed as well.
Oh
Gonna
dear.
contain towards B, but they're losing space elsewhere. Jaw trades on back.
Yeah, Sentinels wanted to keep the pressure up, go for a re-clear into mid, but every single corner they peek is being held.
It's a good start to the round, but unfortunately for Sentinels, G2 too good to trade this one out, unless Narrate could change that.
Down to 11 HP though.
Spike planted.
Spike already planted. How do G2 want to hold on to this? 2 players back into elbow. Again, trying to fight off of Valen's contact in the corner of sight. Play these deeper lines and force Sentinels to show exactly where they're going to be approaching from. Prowler already into the site, makes it easy for Valen to throw that paranoia and fall back again. It's these layers upon layers when you hold into the post plant. Delay, delay, delay. And Sentinels are now starting to feel that time pressure. Starting to feel the pressure of being outranged and outgunned. And just minced to pieces.
Nice post plant there for G2. Second round this half where they lose someone early to a set play and manage to recover. But Sentinels now, this is the round where we're really going to get to see what they were discussing, what they were looking to change out of that timeout.
Looking at ultimates here, Trent's got the Hunter's Fury. Sentinel's not far from a Nightfall, just one off. True from a Steel Garden as well, but maybe a little harder to play for those orbs proactively than we saw out of them on the attack side.
G2 don't think that SEN will stack a play into A main 2 rounds in a row. They look to go there, and they're absolutely right. This is a light site. Where
Look at
is this
Valen,
TP?
all the way back towards spawn.
He sticks it.
Pinch into Narrate, who is effectively solo away, but Narrate is waiting for it. He is ready. And now the rest of the team is in. Nightfall's going to tag up 3. This completely stunts the play from G2. They're boxed into a corner. They don't really know where to go. Zekin fighting his way out as well. And they're all split up. Jogamo into the thick of things. Gets the 2. G2 with a chance once again.
The round slows down for now. Plant still not committed. A 3v3, but ults for G2. Jaw can get info off this.
Time to scout. There's a double hold back towards spawn. That buys a lot of comfort, and now the Hunter's Fury to connect. Trent tags the first. Shots coming out from the next one. It's distraction! Jogamo with a 4-piece.
Hunting for his ace. The IGL on the other side.
John QT's been revealed. Jaw is waiting right on the other side. He's ready for it! Jogamo gets the ace!
Incredible from Jaw. They needed a player to step up. And the world champ delivers. 5 rounds in a row now for G2, and this was just beautifully played by him. A perfect flash out of the ult, off of the timing of that burst from the Hunter's Fury hitting to get the kill. And then he just keeps it going.
That is a thing of beauty right there.
The iBuyPower ace. Of course, you can go over to iBuyPower socials. They're giving away a $100 gift card and $100 in iBuyPower rewards at iBuyPower. Hashtag unlock your ace.
In the meantime, Sentinels have slipped into mid. Again, continuing to fight over this corridor on the map. And G2 have found success even without doing the same. A very different read heading in, but it's this measured play style that you come to expect from Valen.
And every round, you saw Sentinels throwing a Viper Wall, something like that, to cut off into mid and help the fight there on their attack side. Instead, G2 has been throwing sight walls, either on A or on B, that are prioritizing getting their Viper into a lurk position instead.
Oh,
but
no.
This round, the lurk in question dies.
Yeah, that's the thing. Narrate's so confident he's playing up in front of that Viper's wall, out in the middle of nowhere, but he's winning his shot. And this forces G2 now speed up into the B site. John QT tucked away into the corners. Teammates continue to flood on in. Sentinels looking good already, and Zekin goes down. This might not be over just yet. G2 continuing the fight on in. And abandon Valen to get the spike on the ground.
Baby Bay and Trent trying to win it out, but an ult in their face. Trent will keep his gun, and so will Baby Bay.
G2 have had to fall fully off site, only now looking to get back in. Trent, the spam, it almost is there, but now with Baby Bay in a 1-on-3, it won't be enough, and Sentinels get their first defense round.
Finally breaking the streak there for SEN. And it comes off of Narrate's confidence. Like you mentioned, playing up ahead of that wall, punishing onto the lurk, and they know what G2's reaction is going to be. Because with the Neon they're taking mid, because Narrate is posturing forward on A, it has to be a 4-1 heavy into this B site. And the Sentinels players are there very quickly to flood retake the site and win that one out.
The adjustment from G2, well, we probably need to be doing something about mid. We can't be giving those rotations over so easily. Now when our bluff is being called.
Attack side operator. That's in the hands of Jojimo.
G2 have been throwing this smoke consistently, right on the corner there to block off a lot. Valen, unlucky a bit, can't connect.
Paranoia.
Refight, here goes Zekin, sliding on forward, no one's looking at him. 2 immediately to kick off the round.
2 clean from Zekin. G2 pop an ult.
What is happening? We're ulting away, but refighting in. What in the world is that?
That is a weird one. Works out for SEN, though. They trade favorably. And now it's just Jaw off in hand.
Yeah, the up purchase looking a little bit silly now in the 1-on-4. And that teleport would have been seen. Oh,
brutal timing for Jaw. And a really good change from Sentinels. They've shown some of those earlier mid-fight ideas. They win that last round, realize that G2 is going to want to fight for mid-space, and instead go for a re-clear play. Perfectly done off of the Paranoia and the Haunt coming in conjunction with that slide. And now another look of what they can do with this Neon. It's the AWP this time in the hands of Zekken. They'll show a much more passive round now.
The aftermath of losing that round, it means Zekken can pick up the big gun. G2 gonna have to be precise as they scale forward to deal with that.
2 Guardians, no ults. From what started as a fantastic attack side, this is now feeling like it might slip away for G2.
Volleys exchanged into mid, warning shots, and the like. But it'll once again be Narrate challenged on the first angle. That up falls, and now the refight from Narrate. Paranoia only hits the one. Sentinels have lost out completely on this side of the map.
And now it's going to be a clean A post plant for G2. They still have Vi's Thorns to hold off. They have all 5 players ready to go.
Can even start to cycle these smokes as soon as this orb goes down. Viper wall goes up, so that's why Bang looks to challenge. Slips in, here's players jumping away. Hold on, nobody's home. He started to realize, and he's here so quickly. On the left side. That's the first. There's a whole lot left to do. Sentinels blinded up. Still stalled away. I mean, they're tagged up, they're getting shot at, they're getting shocked at. And now they might just fall away from the site entirely.
They're saving. And this is such a cool post plant from G2. You see where their wall is. That's what I was talking about, that allows a lurk to go up towards elbow, that threatens the Viper there. But what it also does is when you have a post plant and you're putting the spike down here, the retaking players have to push through your Viper wall to challenge. And there's so little space around the spike outside that wall that it's really difficult to actually have a double swing, to actually cover someone defusing, and makes an already tough site to retake even more difficult.
So maybe that post plant, that strat from G2, going to be something Sentinels will consider. How to work past in this timeout. They're going to be calling now all 4 used in this one. No more hand-me-outs, no more help from the coaches after this.
Yeah, gotta make it to OT if you want another chance. Last couple rounds, I have liked what Sentinels have been showing with these re-clear plays into mid. It didn't quite work out there. Caught a bit of a rough timing on the clear back through a link. But I think that idea is generally good. If you're full sending early on, G2 is a team that is really good at kind of finding that angle, finding that punish. So I like the overall idea from them. But I think where it's been suffering is in some of these really late rounds, when they're actually playing the retakes. I'd like to see them being a little bit more proactive in trying to, if they have that mid control, either like push through for flanks or try and get that second angle. Because in most of these rounds, they've been having to retake almost exclusively from mid or from CT. And G2's comp, with the double controllers, with the Vise, has so much util to shut down those chokes.
Well, already up on 12, Sentinels have some room to test the limits, test some other options. What I'm looking at is the ultimates right now. G2, nothing to work with here. But if they win this round, G2 are going to be able to cycle ultimates probably until the end of regulation.
And money's kind of bad for Sentinels. They don't even get to keep stacking the loss bonus because of the 2 rounds they won. So it's going to be buy save pretty much until we're right up to overtime.
After the next couple of rounds. We'll see right now. G2 set up 3 towards B, 2 towards A. Again, the same look from Sentinels, playing up, guarding the space around the attack smoke that's been placed right down the middle.
They've realized that G2 are not fast fighting for mid, so they're able to just walk a player in without having to commit much utility.
It's so much space for free, but you also think G2 realized the same, because no one's ever up in A main, so Trent is always going to be there, ready to challenge.
The round will be decided on the mid re-clear.
Yeah, once this wall goes down. Or maybe we just refresh the smoke. Sentinels have no reason to give it up. They can just keep cycling that smoke over and over.
They're fighting deeper.
Oh, we're trying to jump over this smoke as well and see someone up window, huh? But I like this because 45 seconds in the round, Sentinels have decided, yes, we were up there. We could have kept fighting, but G2 have lost so much time. Sentinels can now give up that space and chew away at the clock.
Drone into A main. Makes Sen think this might be another hard G2 hit there, but instead it's a heavy walk into mid. What a timing for G2 to catch.
It'll all be on Narrate and John QT.
But they're separated.
They have to play on their own on the slant. Oh no! Who's looking at him? A 1-for-1. That'll be good enough, but now Narrate prepared into main, and no one else to challenge him there. A quick hop back into the site. Chocomo trying to be a drone! He pretended to be a drone for half a second. That was exactly what NRG needed. Sentinels down in numbers, but they're always coming back into the site and now onto the flank. The challenge, but it's a knife in Delsis's hand. Somehow Trent chalks it. Now Trent paranoia it up. His Sentinels running to the side. I mean, it's a mess on every single front.
Trent 1v3, ult, and all of his starts to work with.
But they know where he is, and he's still worried about a flank. He knew Zelsis was behind him, now sees that there isn't a flank coming in. Has to put away the Hunter's Fury, needs to challenge. To half already, there goes Trent 1, and Trent does not get the next. Sentinels strike first here and take Corrode.
A bold choice against their rival to pick the newest map in the pool. But a dominant first half, 10-2 on the attack side. With the spearhead of Zekin leading the way. 22-15 for him as they end the map.
Still, I think G2 can't be, hanging their heads too much after the momentum they were able to get at the start of the second half. Remember, they were down so big.
That they were. It was truly a good recovery from them. Get rid of that first map now. Looking ahead towards Ascent. It's going to be so interesting to see what these teams have ready to go there. Is it default comps? Is it something new? We continue to get to figure out what the read is of our best two teams.
And see how scrappy Sentinels are willing to be. All of these chaotic fights, Sentinels are coming up in a big way. Jogamo got the ace, but couldn't come away with the win. We're going to see who takes this series, who takes map 2 when we return after this.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
What's another death?
If you feel the pain, kick and break it right.
get nothing but doubt. They tried but couldn't keep the kid down. Now it's a big bank with allowance. Now it's a Ben Frank on a salary. Now I'm the big man on campus. Betting on me and they liking their chances.
Zekin inserted, waiting for the smokes to dissipate, and Zekin 1v1. Oh, suspended! And an ace is his!
Jonah P.
Try and refight towards instant Jonah P with a trade. The discipline is reigning supreme here from G2. They make sure to leave no gaps for Sentinels.
Here with Kaplan, the coach of Sentinels, a very hard-fought Corrode. It was 10-2, and then it got real tight towards the second half. Something I want to ask you is, when did you find out you would be playing against Andre Baby Bay Francisti? Because we've all found out pretty late, things considered. Did that change your prep at all? Did you talk to the boys about how you're going to approach things differently? Because, you know, Josh RT tweeted that he's a caster. He watches other teams. He has watched you guys. He has cast you guys. Does that change your prep at all?
It definitely helped to know they were distracted in their week leading up to this game by focusing on trying to figure out who they're playing with, catching them up to everything they already have. Corrode just came out, thought maybe we'd have an edge. We have a little more time to just focus on that. We have way less to worry about than them, so yeah.
Best luck on map 2.
Thank you.
And that most definitely was seen in the first half for Sentinels. They closed that one out 10-2, but then we switched things around, started to see some life out of G2 Esports here. Welcome back, everyone. GBA with Alexis as well as Doug. And look, I mean, we don't have to sugarcoat it, right? G2's coming in this one. They have a sub, a guy who hasn't been playing for a while. So the onus is on Sentinels to get this win and do so in a declarative fashion.
Yeah, we're definitely expecting Sentinels to come out swinging. I honestly wasn't expecting G2 to kind of bring it back and make it a closer game towards the end there. But yeah, it makes sense that Sentinels took this win pretty cleanly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they go. For G2, there at least was a few bright spots, right? You had Giacomo picking up the ace. You were seeing some really good ideas on the attack as well, Doug. So it didn't feel like G2 were out, like out on the water without a paddle. But at the same time, that was very clear they were dealing with an insurmountable lead that Sen had built up.
Yeah, and I honestly, I take a look at, I listened to that conversation the captain just had with Liz, and I think about their stage, and that shows me that they were ready for Corrode and they chose not to sit on it, which is something that a lot of teams will do, especially early in the stage. Teams with international aspirations, let's sit on it, that's our pocket, we'll bust it out in playoffs, and we'll really catch a team by surprise later on in the stage. For them to bust it out week 1, map 1, I think to me shows just how seriously they're taking this stage.
Yeah, because every single champion point is going to matter for the boys on Sentinels. And that, I think, is yes, you're so right on that, right? It shows this willingness to throw things out there that typically wouldn't. But also, I think it's another thing where they were playing to what the advantages were for them, right? They knew that G2 had very limited time with Baby Bay. And you heard Kaplan say that, Alexis. It was like, yeah, we knew. They had backs against the ropes the whole time.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I don't know how they could expect Zekin to come out swinging like that. Like, he was looking really, really, really clean. And even just, not even multi-kills that he was getting, but just his movement. Like, you can tell he's so comfortable on the Neon. And on a map like this where there's a lot of corners, you have to be very particular about where you're sliding and all these things. And Zekin is just
that last play from Zekin, just throwing the aim off the players. He's just skipping around like a crazy person. Just brilliant stuff there. But for now, though, let's actually go and check out what's going on with Josh RT as Liz is standing by.
You're the coach of G2, Josh RT. Now, you just told me we've only scrimmed Corrode once, so we're putting that behind us. Almost a comeback, though, so that's very impressive. Moving into the next map, what is the plan? How did you adapt Baby Bay, to this second map, and what are we going to do to make sure we can make it to a map 3 and win the entire series?
Ascent was one of the first maps that we worked on, so I was just leaning into Baby Bay's comfort, and we've always been a great Ascent team. So we're gonna lean into that. I know Sen is pulling out their best cards right now, pulling out the Corrode right now. We had one scrim, we had a trial week, so obviously it's not gonna be ready, but we brought it back close. It shows that there's some weakness there, and we just need to get a confident map in, and we're gonna make it a close series.
All right, best of luck on map 2.
Okay, and I loved that breakdown, Doug, between what we were hearing from Coach Kaplan versus what we were hearing from Josh RT. Josh RT's like, hey, man, they're already busting out the Corrode. Guys, what's going on here? It's just Baby Bay on the other side of the field, right?
Yeah, and that was kind of what I was alluding to earlier, is it does not look like Sentinels are necessarily wanting to leave any stone unturned early on. I think on the other side for G2, something that stood out to me is the fact that they are going to Ascent. It is interesting that he said it was a comfort pick for Dre as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, well, I remember the first map I casted Dre on was his Jet on Ascent, so we'll see. Maybe he busts out the Jet. Who knows? But of course, let's send it back over to your casters as we get ready for map 2. You got Mimi and Ender on the call.
Yeah, you know, we're going to be jumping into Agent Select in just a little bit here, but I don't think we're going to be getting the Baby Bay Jet. As much as everyone, again, in the first 3 rows would love to see the Baby Bay Jet, it might be from another time, Mimi.
The joy it would bring me to see him play Jet would be amazing. But yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. I imagine we get something boring. Most teams have moved away, and he's locked
Dear
Chamber.
God, he just locked in Chamber.
That's Dicey's role, man. You can't take that.
What is going on? He didn't. Okay, for the record, again, Baby Bay, duelist player.
Yes, he was on a team with Dicey, who was arguably the 2nd or 3rd best Chamber player in NA of that period. He always played dive. He never played Chamber, but he's a great offer. So it makes sense to some extent.
It can make some sense, and it's going to be like double Sentinel ideas for both of our teams, but Chamber Vises, that's wild.
Yeah, I do love that our 2 best teams are not boring. Because we've seen in Americas that 2 times the Sen has come up, it seems switching back to default. And here we are with double Senti, which I still think are the strongest comps on this map.
I'm really glad that you think that this is exciting, because I feel like in a few months, double Sentinel is going to start to get boring. But right now, it's got that, you know, it's a little bit fresh,
You never know what you have till you lose it, and having to watch those last 2 default Ascent games made me really appreciate having this. So, win conditions for G2, buy Baby Bay and all.
Okay.
Anything else you need?
When you don't have enough money, he can press his ult.
Yes.
Done.
Yes.
Solved. And we love that.
Very good. Very good.
But honestly, I wasn't even going to focus on Baby Bay really coming into this game because, again, assuming he was going to play a more normal agent,
sure.
You know, he slid under the radar a little bit. But as soon as you lock in the Chamber, like, you do immediately put a spotlight on yourself.
Absolutely, the pressure is on when you're picking a role like that, especially on this attack side where Jojimo is going to be playing the Yoru, where he's going to be TPing in and taking 50-50s a lot. The job of actually trading out on the execs and getting the brunt of the kills for the team kind of goes to Trent and to Baby Bay now in this comp. Of course, you can also kind of show lurk looks with the Chamber as well, but it's still more pressure for him.
Definitely is. Good news is Trent was looking good in that first game, has been looking very, very strong throughout. And we are going to update you while we're taking a little extra second to get in the game. You can see them loading up right now.
I love that Baby Bay is just VCT A player 1. He's level 1 with a default banner while everyone else has some like beautiful coordinated thing going on.
In Baby Bay's defense, everyone else is also level 1, but the banner,
You're ruining my
you can cook 'em on.
You're ruining my narrative. Okay.
He's
That's
actually
fair.
never played Valorant before. No, he absolutely has. And yeah, it does look like we have been successful getting into game. I hope we're all ready for map number 2, because it is time.
Sen starting on defense. They're playing double Sentinel as well, but they're showing it with the Deadlock. Saw a lot of success on Deadlock for quite a few different teams back in Masters Toronto. They've always been really good at this map. Trap plays off of the sensors. Ned on the retake. Just have so much utility that G2 is going to have to deal with.
G2, they got smacked around at the start of Corrode, but definitely heading into more familiar territory on Ascent. Classic map for the team for these players.
Baby Bay buying 4 Headhunter bullets, half armor.
Yeah, a lot of players, actually 4 on G2 with the half armor.
I want to see some headshots out of him.
I do like it, the sort of push and pull of the pistol game. We've seen so many more teams buying into the Sheriff. You can see Zekken with that.
You can see this really forward sensor. They can be swung off of an A main. Same in tree.
That's the first stun primed just by, hold on, Baby Bay's out in front. That'll be the first. A paranoia to stall out G2 into tree, but Baby Bay and the rest of the G2 are on a warpath. Bang tucks himself back into sight, but he goes down. G2 box themselves into the site.
And now it's double Senti in the post plant. Thorn's gonna come up. John QT trying to get ahead of it.
Ooh, he slipped out. You wouldn't expect him to be here already, but the drop is made. Nice shot. It's Valen with 3. And now with players in main, no space onto the site, just getting toyed with. It can't feel good.
Area.
That can't feel good either. Oh my word. Baby starts and closes the round.
Nice shots from him. Opens it with the headhunter. Closes out with the sheriff. Gotta feel good. It was a rough map one. 7-17.
Ooh, right when the smoke blooms too.
Now looking clean here. Valen as well.
Okay.
I do think it's interesting. When you impress Trent, that's when
you know
won.
it's good.
Yeah.
You know it's good.
That's real.
G2 looking way more comfortable on this map, though. You saw they had really good protocols to clear both of the sensors. On one side with the clone, on the other just baiting it out and then scaling up together. Really nicely done from them to win the pistol. And they're back to A again. Baby Bay with the Outlaw looking to farm some eco frags.
No one's even playing this A site yet from Sentinels.
When Josh was talking about why they chose Baby Bay as the sub, he was all about the vibe and the, you know, he's a caster, he watches all the game, he knows the team. He wasn't brave enough to say that he's a scope abuser, just like Leaf.
Oh, okay. It's two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, we never got to see him play with the Outlaw when he was a pro.
It's interesting, though, because Leaf is surprisingly maybe a very vocal player, I think, on G2. A lot of the times, you know, Valen's going to be calling the shots, but Leaf's a very proactive guy when it comes to spotting out what's going wrong for the team and speaking his mind.
And you heard that from them last stage when Valen was talking about some of his struggles as an IGL, having kind of slower moments there. It was Leaf, the guy who was stepping up, helping out, adding on leadership, adding on ideas.
Flash into 3 now, comboed with the dart. Will be traded away. This is another one of those slow rounds that you'd expect from Valen, even on the anti-eco. Oh dear. Narrate catching the 1 and peeking in for a little bit more. G2 will be down in numbers for the post.
It's a 3v4 post plant, but there's still danger to this round. Guns picked up.
It's a bit awkward too. G2 have split up and put 2 players in main again. Valen creeping around up in heaven. That's 1. Has to fall away. That paranoia will be the exit path he needs.
Cover going out.
The rest of the team now called into sight to play off this smoke.
Here.
Baby Bay fully protected now. The smoke on his shoulder. Now ready for players to drop by now. The quick scope on 1. And backs on away. Playing into the time game now, even as the shots get a little bit messier. Sentinels just don't have the clock to play with. Don't have the time at all. But some good damage here in the second round.
They lose a couple guns. That's good damage Sen can be happy about. But people happy to see Baby Bay getting his kills?
Yeah. And to go back to what we were talking about with Leaf being so vocal, that is one of the things that I was wondering with G2 is who's going to step up to be that next guy. Is it going to be one of the tried and true members of the team, a Trent, something like this? Could Baby Bay even bring something like that?
Yeah, I think that you honestly do look to Baby Bay, right? Like he's someone who I think they've expressly said to him coming into the team that, hey, we want you to be vocal. We know you haven't played in a while, but we want you to like step up and kind of add ideas to the team, you know, talk when things are going wrong. And I feel like that's a role he can be really confident in fulfilling.
You're going to need ideas on a round like this. Fight into mid. Zekin creeping down, his first of the game. And now with Jogamo out of action, it's very hard to do much of anything.
And when you lose your Yoru before he uses that clone, it's so hard to play into double Senti. That's your best tool to break util.
I mean, look at the utility. In every single lane, market, Turi, A main, it is everywhere. Just littered around.
Just the clone walking down.
You didn't think that was real?
No. They break it just in case.
And these walls too. Although I kind of like with the chamber because this wall, it's a fake wall because obviously you can kind of see through it. And Chamber's allowed to play on an off angle like that.
Come on, give him the fight.
Because his TP would send him back into mid.
If he gets a pick here, they can really quickly pop a B split because he'll be teleporting back to his Omen as well.
The issue is there's still 3 players back on B. Now the wall's down, so it's a little bit ready for. And now, like you're saying, it will have to be that B split, but a trip will give it away. As soon as it falls down, you see both players
going back into Boathouse.
Narrate and John backside together.
Ooh. Zekken's gonna want that back. Now without pressure of a quick rotate through spawn, it will just be the side anchors. John and Narrate in opposite ends, opposite corners, 1-for-1 might not be enough, and it won't. G2 have the site.
Plant comes down. Paranoia for Bang. That's the best hope to make this retake still work.
Bang's going quickly. Still has a paranoia, but he wants to take the fight first. He's out in front of things, and his teammate isn't there to trade off immediately. G2 take the bonus.
And that's from starting a clean man down. They lose John mid, but BabyBay applies so much pressure individually over towards A. Keeps 3 players on that side of the map, and it all comes down to this fight, right? Getting the double 140 with the Outlaw, killing Zekken. That means the rotates are then coming super slow into B, and it's just a matter of
big
screaming.
bonus! Big bonus!
And it was.
And winning the trades on site too.
Yeah. I mean, that was the strange thing from Sentinels, because all of their trips were spread around the map. They didn't have anything to play off of on the B side itself. They just went and played their own angles and weren't even able to trade out even.
Full mid trap play here.
Yeah, but it's a trap with a couple of classics and sheriffs.
And no one really there to receive it.
Yeah, G2 scaling protocol is always some of their best looks, right? It's very hard to actually catch them out in a trap because of their utility. Here comes the drone over from Tiles. First of all, Zekken seen. Now the trap play is burned, and it's just not anything. Jogamo is here for 2 quick kills. The rest of the team flooding in. And by the way, BabyBay is now in market through B. So add insult to injury, because this round is wraps.
Hold on, Chris. BabyBay is 5-0 on this map. He's owning on the entries.
And is the headbang through a wall? Yeah.
Casual jaw 4K to boot. G2, this is a different story from map number 1. Perfectly diffuse the trap play. Work their way into B off that lurk. It's all well done.
Oh yeah, G2 Copers right now are eating good, right? They're coming up. We had 1 Corrode scrim, and we still got that close, really? Oh, now we're up 4-0?
You were alluding to it a little earlier, but I do think this chamber is a really good pick into double Senti, because you can walk out onto these sites in a way no other agent but Yoru can. And if you get hit by a trip, you activate a sonic sensor, anything like that, you can super easily teleport away.
It gives you more like fun options, I think, on attack out of a double Senti option. Of course, comes with less powerful defensive utility, right? It relies on that gunplay as opposed to those trap setups that Sentinels are going to run.
But when you're having an attack side that's already this good, it makes up for that a little bit.
It definitely pans out. Now, by the way, Jogamo has a judge. He has plenty of money, but he's got the dimensional drift as well. So if I'm a side anchor, I'm quaking in my boots right now.
Second has to TP out of mid.
Here it comes. So John QT, very likely in trouble here. Jogamo, shotgun in hand, first flash, a clone primed. There's an Omen ult faked out in backside as well, but John is ready for it. He's waiting and now buys himself some time with the cage. G2 trade out, shock darts back and forth, but still John is alive in backside. There's pressure in from market. And John forced back down onto a classic, but it's BabyBay without a team, and it's G2 without a sight.
All about John holding down alone in backside. If he doesn't get that kill onto Jaw, then it's a G2 who has easy sight control, who has tons of util to win out this post line. But not only does he get this first pick, but throws down a cage, gets an anchor smoke from his teammate, and then all of the support util coming in is just beautiful. A flash from Zekken combined with the dart, that gets him the second kill. And then he's just there causing problems as the rest of Sentinels eviscerate G2.
When Sentinels are rotating quick through mid, just like on Corrode, it's looking really good.
Okay, next round, BabyBay attack side off. What is he up to?
Oh, he is netted in a one-way. Good thing is he's chamber, so teleports up to the high angle. But still, there's a couple of players from SEN in mid. And now they've known that those 8 players from G2 have been forced away. They decide not to continue the fight.
Zekken just CP'd out of mid, so this reclear coming at a really good time for G2.
Remains to be seen how actively Sentinels want to look for a refight.
Look at this off angle in the close corner from Zelsis. Previous rounds, BabyBay has contacted into tree. This off angle is to punish him.
And it's baited for perfectly by Zekken. Can take the first shot, teleport away once that's primed. Here it comes, nice out of BabyBay. Hardly any time to react, but Hunter's Fury unable to reply with anything. Zelsis creeping forward, completely unexpected. That's the bait at work.
Jaws in spawn, Christie swinging
Jaws waiting
in.
for it. Not at all. John QT, rather narrate to find a few. And now this spike in the middle of the map. G2 scattered to the wind.
Valen TP's through the wall and opens up this A site, but Zelsis, a chance to take a tiny, wins it! And now the ult in a 2v2.
What a shot, but it's down to 20 seconds. Zelsis has the ultimate to try and pluck someone away from the site. It's being baited out, now he's holding on to it.
10 seconds
He can
left.
use that to enter into the site. Become a human drone and trade 1-for-1 if this fight doesn't come to him first. The ult goes wide. Trent, hiding. Waiting for his moment, takes the high fight first. And takes the second! Trent in a Red Bull clutch.
Just incredible out of Trent. There's all kinds of talk about who's the best player on G2. But no matter the roster, no matter the event, Trent is a beast. These 2 kills on mid open up the round. And in the 1v2, he plays it perfectly. Crab walks away from hell, tucks front dice, and isolates both fights to perfection. Not just the mechanics, but just playing that clutch so intelligently.
I mean, it's vintage Trent, right? This is his map.
Sova, Ascent, he's back.
Putting Odin in his hands, and we've come full circle. Then we really are back in 2022, right? We've got Baby Bay FaZe, the guard Trent. It'd be
the last Tier 1 event that Baby Bay played was LCQ in 2022. That was also back when G2's core was still the guard playing against him. They had a game back then. Now he's side by side with these guys.
I mean, Baby Bay's last map was also on Ascent, except he was playing Phoenix, and he pied.
In literally his last Tier 1 game.
And now he's crushing it on the Chamber with G2.
Yeah,
3 years later.
Already doing better. On an even bigger stage.
Okay, that's a step too far. That's a step too far.
He ended with 4 kills, he has 6, that's just math.
I mean, okay, you're not lying. You're not lying, I accept it. What Sentinels can't really allow to have happen is him to keep running away with things.
Change up out the timeout for Sen. They're gonna buy an op for second. They're gonna push him into mid.
The dimensional drift, John is forced down onto a stinger. Off B off. Ooh, interesting little dart option towards A. The whole time, Baby Bay really thinks that Sentinels are going to creep forward. I think having a read that Zekin has the opportunity to come in with the sniper and to walk into Oppo Rosa.
TP's out on the timing of his gate crash.
Everything's around those timings, though. They're waiting the 35 seconds before, you know, activating on some other side of the map. What G2 are doing is trying to make sure Zekin can't teleport away.
And they only show the Vice. Now the Sova drone seen, Sen will start to get suspicious.
Baby Bay already posted up and waiting. Again, successful with these openers.
But the Deadlock Util is still up on A. Probably another 15 seconds on that wall. Oh, a little sooner. Falls now, and G2 understood that timing perfectly.
Really selling the spake with the clone and another behind, but Narrate getting that kill into mid has made things a little bit uncomfortable. Now he's out in the open. He's been caught out in the open a few times.
Look at Baby Bay. He's running into spawn. They have a split through market, and John QT is super isolated here.
Jaw is just intrigued. G2 are running the map against Sentinels. John, with a stinger in hand, do we really think he can do it? Can't even find the one.
G2, they were executing B at the same time as they had a lurk full running up mid and full running through tree into A. They absolutely own this map right now. And Sen are calling another timeout.
I don't quite know what to make out of it. An operator won't be a possibility for Sentinels coming in. They need to stop re-clearing into these lines that it's possible for the chamber to be posted on. You're playing this control style comp, right? So
you want to repeat to find some information, but when you get later into these rounds, it's also entirely valid to just bunker back into a site and force G2 into you.
Yeah, and I think that is the change they're going to want to be making. Because Zekken has been getting punished in most of these rounds. And even if he's like staying posted on a forward line, he's almost always taking the timing TP off of his gate crash disappearing to deal with the pressure that G2 is providing elsewhere. So then G2 gets easy reclears into mid, they get a lurk embedded, and then the map explodes like you saw in that last round.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're just looking at the clock at the top of the screen, G2 will be in one place for the first 30 seconds of the round, and then in a minute 10, they start moving, because that's when Zekken's got a TP.
And that's how you make playing against Deadlock way easier. Bait out the wall, and then, okay, set your watches. We are going to wait until that fades, and then we can play the game again.
Well, Sentinels forced down onto Pistols. Hard to run active plays either with a comp like this, so can't even have those shark attack throwaways.
You see Narrate keeping 3K in the bank. He'll be able to buy an op next round.
That's a good spot.
Drop that over for Zekken.
Zekken's been doing a lot just playing down into bot mid.
But again, he's like always getting flushed out or taking a timing TP before he can actually have late round impact.
Drone should be coming in fairly soon, you'd think, if G2 wanted to continue into mid. As a matter of fact, that teleport goes back, and that's exactly when Baby Bay posts up to see if there's going to be a deep peek.
So pull out your checklist. Push away the Yoru, pressure into tree. Okay, we've got out the net.
That's 40 seconds right there.
Yeah.
It's all a game of seconds for G2, and of leaving Baby Bay in very lethal positions.
Outlaw in the close corner here. He doesn't actually have a TP to get out.
No, but he's expecting these re-clears that SEN have been going for. Maybe starting to get a bit impatient, and that card is going to be heard.
Fake Yoru TP into the smoke mid.
Celsius. Need to be a right click with the classic. Nice flash. In for a shot, dips on away. And now the second wave to follow. Paranoia in. Jogamo trailing. Inching his way through the site. G2 are really taking their time. Even with 20 seconds on the clock, let's let Bang be an issue. But not for much longer than that. 10 seconds is all G2 will need.
No one else in a position to deny. The last two members of Sentinels race in. But G2 is established. The Outlaw posted towards heaven. And this retake feels nigh impossible.
It can be hard to pace yourself on a site hit like that, right? I think when you're playing without a jet to go flying on in, jumping up on top of Generator, you need to have that patience.
G2, I think, get more value out of one Yoru flash than almost any other team you watch in Valorant.
Sure.
They do such a good job of taking a tiny bit of the map with just one piece of utility. You saw the fight in Tree Room there. All they had was a single Yoru flash, Baby Bay swung, they got the opener. And then they maintain their entire bank of utility to actually just overwhelm Bang as the site anchor. They're always very conservative with how they're using that util, making sure they have something in the bank for that last second hit.
And you need to make every little piece of utility count when you do throw something like a chamber into the comp, because he's not offering you a whole lot in terms of active fighting util.
Yeah, contrast that to SEN, who have a net that's going to refresh every 40 seconds, that have the refresh on that Sova as well. They have that one extra piece to work with.
But this will be the make or break round of the half, probably for Sentinels, of the map on top of that too. Zekken has been able to buy into the operator, has a dimensional drift to play with too.
He's played mid pretty much every round. Now instead repost towards Cat.
Standing ahead.
I've seen Baby Bay go for this A fight a few times too, but the one way is a little delayed out of Sentinels. Trying to play around with the dart timing that G2 have been defaulting there as well.
And there's the util. Single Yoru flash, they full take A main.
G2 are causing a ruse and maybe leaving an insert with Val, and that spike is still over on the B side of the map.
Baby Bay sees him jumping.
Yeah, just give him an opportunity to go for a fight. The weirdness is that Valen still being here could even be a second threat of a lurk. Even if Baby Way were to fall.
They get out the net, or the wall rather. And with that being used in a minute, they're gonna have plenty of time to wait and re-hit A late if they'd like to.
They've guessed correctly in terms of
Well, Zekken being on the other side of the map with the op. But Bang can stall out for a long time. A paranoia back on Jenny. On top of all this utility, we're gonna have to call in the Hunter's Fury if G2 want to get into the site. There's the first. Bang's still alive, trying to dance around. He's teleporting in place. That is not going to work. Lurk on the other side of the map as well. A constant pressure point into Sentinels.
It's already going to be a save call. No way you can risk losing the operator. That was the whole game plan coming out of Sentinels' second timeout. And G2, think about what they did that round. They show a Yoru flash to open into A main, get 3 players posted there, and pretty much do nothing else for the rest of the round. They just full waited, because G2, or rather Sentinels, have been conditioned that, okay, a minute into the round, there's going to be a re-clear in mid, there's going to be all of these pressures in different parts of the map. But instead, they just sit, wait, the wall falls, and instantly ripping that execute.
We effectively played like 50 seconds of the round, and neither team had any info on the other team, right? Apart from a few pieces of utility. And G2 go for that snap play, and it's beautiful.
And that's one of the drawbacks with Zekken picking up the operator, that you don't really have a player who's going to be able to put themselves on the line to, for example, go re-clear mid.
Right. I mean, he could have looked for a forward line, right? He could have fought up into B main, looked into mid.
But he's afraid to do that because BabyBay's been holding there with an op most of these rounds.
So instead, he was back on stairs to B. We'll see if it's a different approach out of him going into the next round. Sentinels do still have the money to buy around him and play it out again. But it's starting to slip away. Jogmo 1 point away from his own dimensional drift too.
This round, Zekken will fight forward in mid.
Zekken fought mid. But I like this clear from Valen. Nice damage down. Zekken now waiting, but a teleport away. It's gonna be all right from him. G2 have the read. They know there's gotta be Zekken down here, right? But that drone was shot away at. Drone getting no value means that, hey, Zekken's never been cleared. Nice little combo piece.
Cutting through. This time he stays. Ran out of time on the gate crash. Has to use the second to get out instead.
Yeah, that's early into the round. No options to reposition. But I think he's running towards the correct side of the map. This is where Trent's got the spike in hand.
G2 want to sell a fake on A, then have the Yoru TP back over and maybe exact this into B.
Very similar look to the mid-round in the previous with 2 players sitting in main.
Spike's coming back though. They haven't fully decided where they want to finish.
And Spike now heading into Cat, but the wall gets placed at 40 seconds. We have to break that. There's no other way for G2 to get into A. And now a fake ultimate going back towards spawn, trying to
30 seconds left.
Entice someone to maybe step forward. Zelsis, shotgun inside of the smoke, gets the first. No one else is looking at him. He has control of main. And if Jogmo is able to sign something, G2 might be right back in it. Into the back of side behind Dice. Bang! Gets his shot down to 10 seconds on the clock. And Sentinels are starting to crumble. Zekken is in here, but now discards himself back into main. Operator in hand. Every single Sentinels member is on their own. One flash to play with. Just firing away. Drawing eyes towards him. Zekken is trying to be the bait.
Dart online.
There's the first. John QT has found his mark, and now pressure goes onto the spike. G2, they can't sit around underneath hell, and John QT is raining up from above them. Sentinels get their second.
Finally breaking the streak for Sen. And now
oh, we can do better than that. It's a rare day when the Sen fans are the ones getting out-yelled at. BabyBay's brought some of the crew. And we're gonna have a moment now. You can settle down, it's all right. We've got a little bit of a tech pause.
I blame BabyBay. What did he do?
I assume it had to have been him. There's no one more likely the culprit.
We'll get info on that as soon as we can. Last round, though, was a nice slight change for Sen. I think they do a better job of being willing to keep Zekken forward. They have a player there who's actually breaking the drone for him. He gets an extra 10 seconds stuck into mid. And that means by the time G2 is hitting the part of their checklist that is going back into A, dealing with the Sentinel utility, it's like 50 seconds on the clock. And you get this perfectly timed wall in from Zelstis. He's still there with the judge, and you actually manage to stall them out for what feels like the first time this game.
Yeah, Sentinel's looking better now that they're not committing so much to these mid-rounds. Looking to the angle. Still, Zekken wants to have the early information. And he will note that there is a teleport right next to him. Oh my word. Well, Jogamo says hello. A little friendly bump on the shoulder. And now it's time to lay the red carpet down into the B site. Jung QT won the first round from back here, was strong. 4 Sentinels, but so much pressure. I mean, the flashes, the darts, it's just all up in his eyes.
Spike planted.
We'll have to call from the grave.
Second time G2's shown around like this. This time they get the kill back site. And still, their Vi's posted in main. He is going to cause so many problems.
G2 made the right adjustments, but now Narrate at the front. The spear for Sentinels.
He's walled off. Trapped in main. It's a 2v2 on
look
site.
at Narrate go. He is on a warpath, and Trent down under. It'll be a one-on-one. Zelstis doesn't grab him. How does that miss? And he's got to get on the spike. Sees the player coming. Jonah P will take it through.
I don't know how Jonah escapes prison there. Gets walled off on main. Has to commit, what, 10, 15 seconds to spamming it down. And somehow sneaks through the ultimate there.
Yeah, let's see him tuck in there as he slips on past that.
I mean, these kills from Narrate were lovely.
Yep, just barely.
There.
Woo! Sit down, boy! Sit down, boy!
The pop-offs for G2 back in control. Going into the last round of the half. This time, no op for Zekken, but a walk into mid. Early TP up from Bang.
Yeah, a little fake shark with the rest of Sentinel sacking onto A. Here's John once again. And a Hunter's Fury to try and stop G2 from getting any space into the site. Nice tags. We'll get the first kill to Sentinels. Now it's sort of a mad dash from a couple of players on SEN to hold on to the B site. Their entire mid is a giant question mark. They have no info of where G2 could have slipped into.
But they have tons of utility on A.
Yeah, I mean, what, a wall, 2 trips? No more wall, but there's still a stun.
Jonah's going to do well to apply a little pressure here. Keep 3 players towards B.
Really trying to sell a B split, but no one is buying that. Good work, Zekken and Zelstis. Putting to sleep 2 members of G2. Trent has yet to be stopped.
He doesn't know that the A side has been conceded. Stuck behind this wall instead. They're not going to have any util to get out.
I mean, they're going to have to go eventually, right? 20 seconds.
Waiting on the smoke.
Launching thorns.
Thorns to heaven. They only have to watch tree. That's exactly where Zelstis will be. Spotted out. Time is running out. G2 need to act on this. That stun shouldn't be an issue, but it will be if Jonah P falls down.
That's the spike!
Hold on, why was the spike going for the fight? There's nothing doing. Zelstis takes 3.
Yeah, G2 crossed it up a little there. The spike planter, the one to close door, and that net perfectly catches him.
Very polarizing story compared to game number 1. This time it's G2 with a monster lead at the half. Sentinels building back some momentum.
So well done by them. In control of this game. Confidence for G2. But for the halftime, we got something special. Let's send it down to Golden Boy, Doug, and Liz at the stage.
That's right, everyone. We're here out in the crowd. We got a packed house in the Riot Games Arena. Ain't that right, people? Look at these beautiful folks. So you know what we decided to do? What's one thing I love to do when I come out here? Throw free stuff at you people. So, but the problem is I need you guys to make some noise. So here we go, here we go, here we go. Make some noise. Loudest section's gonna get some free crap. Let's go. Keep going. Keep going. Come on. Alanza.
G2 fans.
And be nice to one another, please. If you grab it, don't just pull it.
Wait, I'm gonna, hold on.
I do want to let you know that these stress balls are actually quite strong.
I need you to be louder, come on.
Come on, make some noise. Let's go.
Louder. I know you came from Scotland, so here you go.
Free stuff.
Free stuff.
All right.
All right.
Anything else? Throw the bucket down. Throw the bucket.
Not the violation. Doug, it's an OSHA
It's
thing.
an OSHA violation, Liz.
I have one more. Get as loud as you can. As loud as, you're not nearly loud enough. Get as loud as you can. Come on. I see you. Going for you.
Oh, and oh my goodness, great. Woman, you got an arm on you.
9 years of softball, GB. Everyone keep on getting loud. We
Let's
begin to get back to Mimi and Christy.
Thank you.
All right, having some fun here in the Riot Games arena. Match has been a bit one-sided so far, but G2 still trying to force us onto a map 3 here, Mimi.
Dude, I need Liz in the Phillies bullpen. Who's got an arm?
Yeah, 3 people got that joke. Baseball.
Yes,
all right.
thank you, thank you.
Now let's get into the main event, Mimi, which is the Valorant.
Which is G2 up 9-3 at the half. They looked so good with that slow, controlled attack side macro. Now, quite frankly, we're looking at Baby Bay. On defense, on the chamber, he's fighting up mid with Jaw.
Yeah, stepping down to that space early. Exactly how Zekken was playing it in the first half. Sentinels aren't really challenging that area just yet. It's only John QT on top mid. The rest of Sentinels might just want to pop out quickly into the A site. Setting up a short teleport. There's the shock. Breaks the thorns. And now with the wall being thrown from over A main, that'll stop any quick flood out of tree.
G2 might want to turn this into a flank, though. You see Jojimo push all the way down. Trent somehow catches the fadeaway on Zekken.
He's been excellent in this series. Now Sentinels down in numbers, have to get through 2 walls.
Spike planted.
Fight on the flank could be make or break.
Yes, it will. Jogamo Zelsis. But Zelsis down low. That paranoia onto site. G2 are winning every single fight on both sides. And now Sentinels without any territory anywhere. Might actually have spotted out Baby Bay. But will it make a difference? Doesn't seem to be the case. We're just jumping down on him. Flattening Bang. And the rest of Sen's hopes in this map.
Really well controlled retake from G2. 10-3 up now. Trent, I don't know how he managed to get that kill. Just takes a tiny bit of a timing, peeking out onto Zekken on the entry.
It only took him 11 bullets.
Yeah, and that's such a good decision to commit to the flank from Jaw. When you're playing into double senti, the worst way it can go is when you're all retaking through one choke point and you're getting censored, there's cypher trips, there's all this stuff you have to break through. Instead, they have 3 different directions of approach and really mitigate the risk that double senti poses.
Yeah. It was nice seeing that Sentinels, you know, had like the wall being dropped down into tree on the hit, but losing fights on both sides, not quite good enough of a look for them. This time playing heavy into B main, probably just gobbling up some orbs. Narrate's got 3 already, so might as well grab another.
Check out Baby Bay, posted inside of Wine. Has a TP to get back to site easily, and Thorns to support that can be popped cross map to give him some space.
I remember G2 back on like Abyss were playing the Yoru Chamber stuff, and it was all often about just being able to play 2 agents that could play nasty off angles, in mains especially. And you can accomplish similar things. It's something you might not be as used to.
Babyface
on
not
Ascent.
leaving.
Yeah.
Sticks around on the reload.
Nice paranoia, but yeah, shot the clone, and now caught on the reload is a disaster hold up. We walked into this with 1 sheriff. And it's now a 5v3%.
And remember when I was talking about the post plant with double senti? That's where we are now.
With the judge too jumping out of heaven, it's ugly. You don't want to see that.
This was not even a force spot.
Aegis and smokes to cycle into heaven. Trent could just be the hero. Trying to bring it back, that's 3. Sentinels over eager. And Trent willing to shut them down.
No, that's the optimal way to play an anti-eco, actually. Yes, lose all your players, have Trent pretty much 1v4. It's fine, actually.
Well, see, he saw Narrate on the other side. He was farming the ult orbs. And then Trent was like, actually, everyone please die so I can farm my own ult orbs.
Oh, because now he's 2 off ult. That's
exactly.
so smart.
Exactly. It's
this
all...
was beautiful, though. The
great
spray transfer. He resets to kill the jumping player.
Yeah.
And then does it again.
Like tracking the jump through the wall, too.
Baby, I can't believe it.
You imagine Baby Bay is just in that round and he's casting Trent's clutch, you know? Just the moment of it.
I think they drop him immediately.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good look. Luckily, don't think that was
Maybe
happening
that gives
in that
another
one.
caster a chance. You can step in.
Yeah, you don't want to see me up there. We're not even getting the pie. Baby Bay creeps up, but I mean, he did hit Zekin. Unfortunately for him, outlaw moment.
Yeah, nice entries out of SEN. Zekin manages to shut down both there, and now Jonah creeping up gets a kill. And then we're back into a 3-on-3.
A little closer than maybe it should be, especially with Zekin being so low. Now, there are double sensors to play with, 2 flashes on the Yoru, Paranoia. There's plenty to stall out G2 on the approach, but Jonah P's taking the long way round. Wow.
That he is. Zekin's holding it though. And he'll deal with the situation.
Zekin figured it out faster than I did.
Just a bit more aware. Paranoia used, but there's a sensor to counter that out. And time is ticking. Valen now alone, trying to make it back in, but they've got it shut down. Sentinels, wasn't the round you would have thought they'd win, but make it happen with the rifles.
That was a full bonus from G2. They didn't even buy armor on a couple of players.
Yeah.
Find to mid didn't seem so well advised. It was a dart flash combo basically every single time G2 were going for a scrap.
Nice,
comboing
boys.
up
Let's
those
go.
abilities.
Let's go. Grind rounds here. Let's go.
But SEN are definitely waiting for those now.
So now we get into the real rounds, rifle v rifle. G2 have farmed this ultimate very quickly for Trent.
A main control is going to be a big deal. With ultimates coming online quickly for Zekin.
You see what having the deadlock does. It's basically an additional initiator tool that you have to early take space on main, but with no one to follow it up. Jajamo just pulls off the trip and walks his way into wine regardless.
It's a bit strange right now from SEN. Spike still left back towards spawn, doubling up and clearing out wine. They saw Baby Bay in that spot before, so Jaw being there, no real surprise.
That just deletes him on the jiggle. Baby Bay shut down as well.
I mean, the game is simple if you are winning the extremity fights versus Chamber and Yoru.
That's a make or break of this comp.
You are also going to need to get the spike eventually, one would assume.
Valen.
Oh dear, this could be bad. Valen starts to line him up, that's 2. Finally traded, but now the distraction as Trent falls out of bullets.
Winnable for Jonah though.
But what is going, okay, we're gonna use our ult to grab the spike.
It's fine.
Okay.
The Cypher is in mid. There's a 1v1 very early. Surely you're not clearing this though.
There is a 0% chance. I mean absolute 0 that we're ready for it.
All good.
And we weren't. Sentinels are gonna take that round and just literally coming off of winning their fights in mains.
Yeah. When you're playing the double get out of jail free comp with both that Yoru and that Chamber, there are going to be rounds like that where you are just walking up, you are alone, and you pretty much just need to get the kill.
The thing is, if you die, you kind of need to be sent to jail.
Yes.
It's like, we can't be getting those agents and still dying on both fronts.
SEN players just too quick. Delete both Baby Bay and Jaw before they can TP. And now G2's money is bad.
Zekin just walking through this. That is wild on the anti-eco. I don't condone that on the anti-eco.
You denounce his behavior?
I denounce that.
Yeah, just straight up playing a member down.
And that's a dimensional drift. Not able to be tapped into.
Yeah, you could have had that combo available. You hoped not to need to use it on an anti-eco.
G2 could piece together a defense here. Down to a minute on the clock, a Paranoia to stall out the hit. 3 players already waiting.
Baby will be able to swing in really quickly. Even has that teleport to go through the smoke, dip back.
They could stall long enough for Jonah P to rotate over with an ultimate. Hold on, double tele. What is happening? Valen just matches Bang's teleport. That was sick. The Paranoia to stall out as well. Sentinels aren't going anywhere.
Through the smoke. SEN is gone. 2 players left. The round is cooked.
It was a fall on Eco, and look at Spawn right now. Spike is trying to sprint away. He's actually being held for. Narrate could have an opportunity to make a mad dash of things over into B. It'll be a 1v1 on the site.
Him versus Trent. But Trent's gonna beat him there. Only a Sheriff in hand.
And 15 seconds left on the clock. Pinged out, but he takes the fight too early. Rushing things
10 seconds left.
has given B to Narrate.
And now it's a 3-on-2 retake. Only 1 gun recovered for the side of G2.
But the IGL will be so pivotal back in main. calls Narrate to hold over with him.
Narrate is so confident right now.
The first shot's not quite connecting. And now with John falling, it all rests on Narrate's shoulders. Map point is handed freely to G2 on the eco.
Brutal round to lose for Sentinels.
Can we talk about Valorant's teleport?
Yes, that was outrageous. I mean, the Omen knows what the Omen's gonna do on the other side. Sees that smoke going up, this guy's teleporting, and picks the perfect position to be right behind Bang.
Ironically, I think the enemy Omen TPing in might have actually blocked his teleport distance. He could have gone even further behind him and actually been seen.
Imagine the rounds where that doesn't happen. His CP goes further, and then he's just a tasty treat presented to Bang for free. Doesn't happen though, and instead they're at match point. 1 round away from sending us to Lotus.
An even larger lead than Sen had over them on Corrode.
And they have ults abound. Their retake will be super strong with both the Steel Garden as well as the Sova ultimate.
Teleport primed down on Cat. Okay, Zekin taking his time. He couldn't find the right teleport, so ate up actually quite a bit of the clock. And now the Hunter's Fury sees the player up in the corner. Narrate trying to track off of the teleport and will secure Balin again. That's twice this game.
And that's the smoke's gone. It's going to make any retake way more difficult for G2.
Gonna make even holding these choke points more challenging.
Fake teleport.
Jaw will have to be excellent from lane.
Hard committed to the site.
I mean, he takes a shot, can teleport back. Eyes peel to him. Trent can swing from market. But none of that's going to come into the fore because the spike is
decoy.
Mosey on over to A.
Sen want a fake B. Call back into the spike towards A. Ready.
Oh, we're just going to jump into the site now with the ulti.
Look at the rotates. Everyone has been pulled off. This is a very good call from Sentinels.
That net doesn't catch Baby Bay, though. He could try and get out in front of it. Tagged up, grabbed up. Sentinels actually just winning out on the B site, but it means that the rotates have come through. Spike was actually tossed over the Vise wall on A. And Sentinels control this side of the map. The whole time, by the way. There's a Yoru back in spawn.
Trent's about to face him.
Trent does take him down. But his teammate a long way away, and Jonah P's got an operator in hand.
It's a save. Not enough money to go for this one. And at 12-5, there's no point taking risks. Save your ultimates, find the round you know you're going to win.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, right? G2 have 3 ultimates right now. John, Baby Bay just 1 off on their own. So you could be stacking every single ult you've got to win a round.
And when you're up this big, that's exactly what you should do.
Yeah.
Play the percentages, don't take any risks, be boring, save, and then just find the round. Use all your ultimates and send us to Lotus.
Well, the thing is, I think it's just going to be the next round because Sentinels just used all of their ults in this one, right? Hunter's Fury, Dimensional Drift,
Deadlock ult as well.
Yeah, everything. And what it means is that Sentinels are looking at a huge disadvantage. Weren't able to deny the operator as well. That got recovered. So caution is still key for them.
Now we wait.
Baby Bay's going to post in mid. Get that trip at least, reposition elsewhere to find an early line on the op. Paranoia line B main. Could be a little trap play here.
Yeah, trying to push players into Baby Bay to peek them on out from tree.
But he backs away early. Not finding an opportunity to get a kill there.
How do Sentinels react to this? Because they're hearing so much. That's 2-3 players in B main for sure.
But if they call into A, it's the double Senti's holding there. It's an op, and now Jaw has just TP'd over as well.
Well, Narrate drones up into mid, sees that nobody's really home there. Might make Sentinels think that G2 are sticking on to that B main control.
Trip broken in mid, so G2 have to keep a player there.
Sentinels are really eating away at the clock, and I am concerned about the ultimates that G2 have at their disposal in the mid round. Here's the first just to get brilliant information. And he's going to spot out all 3 players. Now the Hunter's Fury, they're all boxed up. A little treat now, and now popping out of the Dimensional Drift.
Too high risk. He saw the player in B main, gets out of there. So both ults gone. It's still a 5-on-5, but Not a lot of map control for Sen.
Not even a lick of damage for G2. Trent on the other side of this wall. And the flash doesn't hit him. Trent is here for everything. 2 for him and Jogamo to trade. The map on the line now. It's Bang and John QT. Pressure in. Smokes for Chaos. But in the Chaos, Jogamo thrives. G2 will send us to Lotus.
Absolutely clinical map for G2. Perfect attack side called beautifully by Valen. And it took a moment, but a cleanup on the defense as well. There was a lot of talk about Trent being a Teo one-trick going into Toronto, all these narratives, but this guy's always been a beast on the Sova. Ascent has always been his map, and he shows up again here. 21 kills on the Agent.
Oh yeah.
And a 13-6 win. That's a statement for G2.
And the numerous clutch rounds from him as well. I think about that eco that almost slipped away from G2, where he's finding 4 kills. It was getting a little bit silly.
Both Baby Bay and Jaw doing such a good job in that first half, finding these lurks, ruining the rotations for Sentinels on defense.
And we're heading into what has been G2's best map all year. This series is close, and we're gonna see who takes it all when we come back after the break.
Adios! Oh shit! Assalamu alaikum! Assalamu alaikum, brother!
Hey, dap me up, bro. Get over here, bro.
Oh,
hey,
too
hey,
good,
hey,
Joe.
dap me up, dap me up, dap me up, dap me up.
Hey, bro. Hey,
Wait,
bro.
wait, let me go,
Hey,
let me go,
bro.
let me
Shit,
go.
hey. Jonah,
Yeah, Zek could be inserted. Waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Zekin, 1v1. Oh, suspended! And an ace is his!
Jonah P.
Try and refight towards instant Jonah P with a trade. The discipline is reigning supreme here from G2. They make sure to leave no gaps for Sentinels.
Well, you wanted a map 3 and you got it, as Baby Bay and the boys in G2 managed to force map 3, leaving Sentinels wondering, well, does Baby Bay still got it? Because I think he does. Welcome back, everyone, to the desk here. Golden Boy alongside Shopify Rebellion's Alexis, as well as Doug. You know, the person that Baby Bay abandoned.
It's so, and tremendous respect to you, obviously. Shopify Rebellion's Alexis and Doug.
And Doug.
Right? Like, that just kind of...
You want to join the team? You can join. Do you want the title?
Yeah, actually, that'd be sick.
Hello, open call for any of our teams. Doug wants to join an esports organization. So.
Actually, save yourselves the time and the money.
It's great you think that you'll get money. In any case, so now let's go ahead and talk about what we saw in map 2. Because look, folks, my boy still got it, okay? He's holding it down for us 30-year-olds and over on the server. But really, I mean, jokes aside, Alexis, we were really seeing Baby Bay show why he was such a force to be reckoned with when he was playing professionally back then. And it's great to just see him slot back into a role that Leaf probably would have filled.
I mean, jokes not aside, I think he's probably going to start a group called Grandpa's Still Got It, and he's going to invite all the 30-plus players to join him, I feel like.
One of us.
He was actually really impressive, though.
You got to stop acting like you're around 30, by the way. You keep saying 30 and then us, and that doesn't fit you.
Yeah,
big
you're
fella.
right.
I'm just putting
closer to 40, I know. You got to tell me, man, death is creeping. I get it, okay?
I will say this. I think this map felt like such a good game plan from Josh.
Yeah.
Put Dre in a comfortable position, allow him to do his thing.
Which is what he said.
And it worked, obviously, exceptionally well. He was having incredible value in the beginning of rounds. He did exactly what they needed him to do.
Yeah, but also, too, there were just some great ideas, great ways that G2 were shutting down Sentinels. You got to give credit to Jogamo, great use of all the different tools that Yoru has available. And, yeah, they were really shutting them down in mid. It just felt like they had them read like a book.
It definitely in the first half felt like just a team stomp. Towards the second half, it kind of felt like Trent took over for sure. But overall, it felt like a team win. Like they had a good macro game plan. They had a good idea. They didn't rely on, a duelist or a grandpa to carry the game. So, yeah, it definitely felt like overall had a good macro plan going into this.
Yeah, I also think they played with a lot of confidence, which obviously helps when you're up, what was it, 8-1 at one point? Something along those lines. I think about one of the later rounds in the map where Jogamo their duelist dies early on. They realize the only way they can dive out onto the site is with Bang TPing into a smoke. Does that? Valen sees it. It's telegraphed, jumps into the smoke with him, gets the kill. Those are the confidence plays, right? Most other people just spam the smoke. He jumps into it to secure the kill. It's just tremendous confidence out of G2.
Just good reads, right? G2 knowing exactly where their advantages are, but now we get ready for map 3. And what a way to close out the weekend here to start stage 2. But we're going to Lotus. Now, here's the interesting thing. You could probably still run the chamber in this scenario, right, Alexis?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it from EG yesterday. They ran the chamber, and it could be very good. It seems like Baby Bay is really comfortable on the agent. He was doing really well. He wasn't putting up insane numbers, but I thought that his impact on the attack side was actually really good.
Yeah, he had big moments, right, as you had mentioned. But now that kind of opens up the composition a little bit here to some questions. Curious to see where they elect to go, how they try to slot Baby Bay into this team, because I'm sure they've had ideas from G2 in the past with Leaf in the lineup. Now they're going to have to adjust it.
Yeah, and I think as we saw on map 2, they obviously have a plan around that, and it's something they're comfortable doing. So, yeah, this is certainly a chamber map. I think we mentioned it with the EG yesterday. We've seen it with other teams. We've seen it in GC as well. So they're certainly not having to reinvent a ton of stuff to make that happen. I think Chamber has a lot of viability there for sure.
All right, well, let's see who walks away with the win. It's time for our final map of the week. Can G2 and Baby Bay score the dub one last time? Here's Mimi and Ender for the call.
You know what, Golden Boy? I think if G2 pull it off, I don't know if Sentinels ever live this one down. This is a crazy situation we find ourselves here at the end of the week.
The record in partnerships is 5-1 in this matchup, going the way of G2. If you're SEN, You cannot lose when they have a substitute coming in. This is your map to take home. And I'm really interested to see how it's going to go with comps, because when we were looking at Masters Toronto, we saw a G2 that was actually still playing the Teo on this map. Pretty much one of the few teams doing so. You see the hover there from Trent. The question is, will he lock it, or do we get something new? And he's gonna lock it in.
He's gonna lock it. Okay, so after a couple of Sova games, he sticks onto the agent, and you know, Teo's still very good for a lot of opening fights, still gives you the free break of doors, things like this. But now this is going to, you know, continue to be with the lack of breach, right? And I think the breach continues to be a question mark, because it was so strong next to the breach and hasn't really quite felt the same.
For sure. Caressing Teo on the screen. He wants the agent back.
Yeah, okay. And you know what? If that's how we feel about Teo, keep locking him in.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the drone didn't really get touched. That tool is still super strong to re-clear on defense. And the way G2 were playing in Toronto, I thought it was solid, right? They were just mainly not using missiles like at all off the start of rounds. And when they were going for re-clear ideas, it was almost always just using one of the two missiles and saving the other to have late rounds. You do have to be very careful about where you place them, when you use them, but as long as you're intentional about it, he's still viable.
Is that Osvos up there? What am I looking at? Full chill on the recline. Everyone else is locked in, by the way. Baby Bay is just full hovering the Viper. Viper, a new agent for him this time around. I don't know for sure, but I bet he's never played Viper before in his professional career. I think that's a safe bet.
Yeah.
And he's played in like show matches and things like this. I doubt he's ever locked the Viper in those.
Yeah, I cannot imagine a time where FaZe Baby Bay would have been playing Viper. That doesn't sound real to me.
Yeah, but VCTA Player 1 is a completely different beast to me.
He's a beast on Viper.
He's a beast on the Viper. You might not expect it. You might think he's a chamber player. No, no, no.
Yeah, it is a eclectic agent pool to have to go into the Viper on this last one, playing the chamber in the previous, but it's what Leaf would have done. And Baby Bay just trying to slot that role perfectly. SEN go back to the comp that we have known them to play for some time, right? With that solo fade.
Well, it's the first time here they want to see a G2 win, I saw on a sign. I see some cinema. You always know it's going to be a full house when SEN and G2 are in the building, but now it is time for map number 3, Lotus, to determine who is taking this thing to close out week 1.
And it starts towards A. SEN with a heavy fight ready to go.
Knife into the door early, set up a trap play later on, but neither team overcommitting to things just yet.
Just use that first refreshable, hold for aggression, and then head into the re-clear later on. SEN staying passive like this means that VALORANT gets to stay posted up on C. He's already used a second refresh of that one-way. They'll send forces back to shoo him away now.
If things do end up finishing into A, I saw pre-round, Baby Bay dropped his orb over on the A site. It'd be annoying to play around and fall back into these deep positions.
Allows a super aggressive flood retake from CT.
Right now, Sentinels are keeping their options open, playing for orbs on both sides of the map, it would seem, as the spike heads up into rubble. And tapping this door creates a lot of pressure with the wall up. No one actually looking at that one.
He's going to pull Trent over on the Teo. The Viper starts rotating, and
wow,
this C site looks pretty open.
Yeah, G2 have really bitten on this. Now Baby Bay has to walk into Heaven over on B. See if anyone's crept into the space. That's been a gap for a good 15-20 seconds.
30 seconds left.
Now the util into the C site. VALORANT not playing with this one really at all. It's a classic in hand as well, so can't try to spam away at the spike. And Sentinels are going to flip back towards spawn. Narrate in front, back-to-back with Zekken. Paint Shells continuing to force G2 away, and seems like Zekken might want a little bit more.
Now they fall back, get that little bit of extra time, and ready themselves for the next phase is Baby Bay. Decimate Zekken.
And now utility coming into the site. The rest of the G2 squad not far behind. Jogamo just deletes Narrate. And SEN have been forced to fall away from the site. There's no one left except for John QT. Alive in the smoke with players all around. An assassin diving in for one for another, but cannot continue forward. G2 will take it.
Really clean retake from G2. Baby Bay hits that nasty opening shot, and they do a great job of kind of ping-ponging which side of the retake is applying more pressure. First, it's mostly coming from CT. Then the players from Waterfall start to come in. And if you're a side anchor there for Sentinels, you just get overwhelmed so quickly with these crossfires.
What's Second doing, bro? What is he doing? What doing, little bro?
And Josh was not lying about the vibe he's bringing. I don't think Baby Bay has stopped talking since he got back up on that stage.
No, even when the game ended, he was talking to the cameras before walking off.
He thinks he's still casting and is paid by the word.
By the word, yeah. I mean, he might be. How much he is saying? Teleport over onto the side. Ah, whoa, okay. The Classic will get the job done.
Jaw has been dying on a couple of these anti-ecos. Doesn't happen on this one.
Surprising because G2 are usually so legit shutting down ecos, and they continue to be so here.
2 off the Fatal, you're pretty happy about that. Nice anti-eco for G2.
Keep hitting them like that, and this job is done.
And now Sentinel's going to have a buy online for the first time. Playing this comp compared to where the meta has kind of been at on Lotus, with Breach KO being in the fold and kind of this transition period that was Toronto, with teams moving back into the control comps, means that this map is, again, really slow. It's tough when you're playing these Raze comps to actually win an instant A fight. So most of the time you're going slow, you're going into these re-clears, but sometimes you both choose the same fight.
And that's right here. Jogamo, no scope. Actually, it was Valen that finished off the kill there. Taken down to 140. That'll really slow things down now from Sentinels. Now, good news for Sen is no Sentinel in G2's comp means that it can be a little easier to break out of these choke points even once you've lost your Raze.
Still, there's a lot of smoke cycling up and down. And a well-timed re-clear there, coming through front. B's Jaw catches Elsis on the fade of the smoke.
G2 have always been excellent on the defense side of this map, and a lot of the time it comes down to finding the opportunities to take a more aggressive angle in the mid-rounds. Step up into space.
Poison orb emitting.
John doesn't have the tools to fight off the players on A.
There's a world meme where Sentinels don't play this round.
I think they might just save it.
I mean, they're just frozen right now, hoping G2 overstep, you know, in the mid-round, and then maybe if they got a pick, they'd play, but it's over.
And that's what I'm talking about, right? Most of the time, Lotus in the new meta is going to be super slow, right? Maybe one team chooses to go for an early fight, but most teams are not going to want to flip A fights every single round. But sometimes you both make the same choice, you end up in one of those early duels, and there it just goes a little better for G2. Jojimo was so much more far forward than Sentinels really expected.
I do respect John QT calling for the full save here. G2 will make a go at running things down, but I think a lot of the times in VALORANT, IGLs on the attacking side are very reluctant to just call it quits.
Sure.
You know, once things go poorly early on like that.
You want to see more quitters in VALORANT. That's what you're
Yes,
saying.
yes. More and more quitters. Because you know what? It means that you can still play this next round, and I love that.
It is funny because this just becomes a second bonus round for G2. Their money is going to be ridiculous, win or lose in round 4.
Still got a Bulldog, still got an Outlaw, full armor on Sentinels, so.
Make a couple little upgrades, so it's a bit better. But still, they're going to be rich for a while.
Same look from Sentinels, fighting into Mount. This time not stepping through the smoke just yet, at least.
Valen contesting more passively.
Ooh, these shots. Wait, whoa, seconds down on 10 HP.
He got dinked.
That was a dink. And he's got a judge in hand too, so Raze loses like all value once you're down this low because, yeah, satcheling through a sight, it's hard to hit her. But when you only need to, you know, breathe on her kneecap and she dies, it doesn't matter how crazy she's moving.
We've seen G2 adjust into the same setup in the last 2 rounds. 2 front C, 2 front B.
Counter paranoia ready with the spit as well. Valen escaping from the utility. Jaw's right here on the door switch. Forced to teleport away. But now Sentinels don't feel comfortable even moving into B. If they go back A, Jonah P's up front.
He will have information so early on this rotation.
And the pressure is on Sentinels now, down to 40 seconds. Seized by even more time for G2.
G2's calling the bluff. They're not rotating into A just yet, instead keeping players on B.
Oh, dear.
Through the smoke, losing Jonah.
Yeah, a little
That
counter
is a
spam.
very big pick for Sentinels.
25 seconds on the clock, trying to pinch back into B. Giacomo only has the guy. Oh, my word. Just right out of the sky. Plucks him out. The spike should still be able to be planted. There's enough protection with utility coming on down.
10 seconds left.
The fight will all come down to the flank out of mound from Valen. To John QT holding things outside door. G2 have every single player fighting on their own. Someone's got to step up. Someone's got to be the hero. But it's stepping in to a grouped up, primed and ready Sentinels.
And now just Valen, smoked off in main. Backing away from this one. So that was such an incredible recovery.
Yeah, it really came down to the wire. I think if Jonah P doesn't go down, this round is really tough to play.
And that was just the spam that killed him on A. If he stays alive, he's full containing space in A. Have an additional player to win out in the retake when you're a man up.
Yeah, he tried to go for some spam shots himself off his own haunt. And that didn't catch you. Saw it on Sentinels, but they traced him perfectly.
I like the call in the post flank from Sen though. They expect some kind of flank coming in, so decide to fight forward into heaven instead, get the pick there, and then that is a complete breakout from the site. Op up for Jaw this round. First of map number 3.
After seeing Sentinels go mound a couple of times in a row, that's what he's waiting for. And this time Sentinels won't be biting there. Instead, maybe thinking that A is a weakness. Last round, they only saw Jonah P playing there deep into the round. No Senti Util opens up the opportunity to go for a lot of contact plays.
Celsius just tucks in, doesn't take the fight.
Not going to take the chance. Not when his team has all this space towards A.
He can rip ult here.
Ooh, interesting. Sort of invite his teammates to cut in through break room, get into the site. It's B-pop right now, but Giacomo takes the first one. Things are getting uncomfortable for Sentinels. They might have even had the A site had they gone there, but now they're just getting ground to pieces on B. Unsure of where to finish. Zelsis, after popping the ult, is backed away completely. Sentinels are running away with their tail tucked between their legs.
A very different story from the previous round. And the difference maker there is that they didn't have Zelsis in a position where he could thorn the rotates coming in from C and coming through spawn. So the second that G2 realize this rotate is coming in, they're ripping the fade off, they're all running through these smokes, and they are the ones instead in an advantageous fight, just holding on to the choke of players coming out of break room. And it's easy kills to close out their 4th round.
10 seconds left.
Sentinels are making these decisions to snap back into B based on very little information, right? They're playing a lot of like very slow early rounds. They don't exactly know what the site holds are going to be. So it feels almost a little bit gambly to pivot back in there. Obviously, it was the plan with the ultimate, but G2 fixed their issue from the previous round to be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, the pinch from the C rotators opening the door to isolate Zelsis. Super good there as well. Coach Kaplan's going to call a timeout here. And I'm interested to see how Sen can try and get more embeds in this mid round. Because like you're saying, they're making a lot of these late round rotates. But it's mainly been like start C, and then go as a pack re-clear A, leave one player front B, and then you're either B pivoting or you're full committing into that A hit. I'd like to see them being a little more willing to have a guy like John QT posturing up, taking some risks on that lurk to try and get positions that you can call back into late round.
Yeah, because playing against No Senti, I feel like there's questions that they haven't had answered yet. Like, how is G2 dealing with holding B versus just a simple lurk, like when there's presence made around the map? And also, how is A actually being held outside of just a guy around stairs?
You saw the first couple rounds, G2, every time that we got into a mid round, they were posting 2B, 2C expressly there to stop anyone from walking in. But because they have no Senti, they pretty much always have to be doing that. They have to be investing people to punish lurks. So if you are threatening lurks all across the map and threatening people walking up, It means that G2, compared to a team playing a Sentinel, has to be so much more cautious about when they're calling for these heavy rotates.
Yeah, could be time to move away from the execs and start playing into the lurks like you're saying.
Slow things down. Show us more what they were doing on the map 1 attack side.
But perhaps not on this round on the eco, as things look to be done with a little bit of speed into front B.
Yeah, double satchel. See what you can do with that stinger.
Yeah, no buy apart from the hero gun on narrate. Jogamo waiting up in heaven with the operator. Dodged away from the hunt, but great shot out of narrate. That's what I'm talking about. Now a pinch potentially into Mount. Could just blow this round wide open. And op was recovered from Zekin too. He's posted up deep on the heaven line.
Drone will spot him. Send fight up into break room.
G2 have slowed things down for a moment though. They're waiting on this wraparound from Baby Bay. Looking back front B, but there is a wall to block him.
Walk around it if he sees the gap.
I'm not sure he will. There he goes, primes it and just gets deleted. Paranoia goes into break room. Balin is going to be trailing in off of that. Now Sentinels maybe a little bit out of sorts. The op doesn't connect, and Zekin needed that one. This smoke causing chaos down onto the site. Zekin trying to get into the thick of things, get involved, and it's Zelsis to win it all. Zekin was just a distraction as Zelsis stabs him in the back.
The simplest round you can see. Slam it B on the eco and win in the post plant. G2 is a team that loves playing set retakes. In Toronto, they were one of the squads who was conceding plants the absolute most. And with a team like that, if you can get posted into weird positions, if you can get forward and catch isolated players.
Okay.
It was high skill.
That was a high skill moment. Yeah, we take those.
But if you are able to actually disrupt that retake and get forward, it can be so hard no matter what guns you have to actually win a retake like that.
Absolutely. Regardless, G2 going to be frustrated, letting that one slip away.
They're a little bit more active this round, posting early front B.
Okay. Jonah P out in front B. Ball is up off the off shot. Now Sentinels catching Baby Bay with an orb in hand. Good thing his IGL is right behind him. Give him another lease on life.
Fake TP means Baby Bay has to be cautious of every angle on this site.
On the reclear. That numbers advantage completely equalized now. Trent's been quiet in this game, but he is the sole line of defense for G2 on this side of the map. And they're ignoring his position. It's hard to make this decision. How quickly do you want to act?
His team is so far behind.
Call comes in to wait for the squad to come in on the flank.
But now you have to retake into a Viper Spit, into a Vise. Trent's gonna make his play.
But having two people coming in through door, that could be enough pressure. Turn people away from Trent. He might just be facing down at one player. This will be the move. Tons of utility to stall out the first rotation. It'll have to come on the next. Unless Jonah P sneaks on in. Look at that! Spamming through the smoke. Picks up a little bit of Zelsis' medicine there. But Trent goes down. Baby Bay into the thick of things, and Zelsis takes it again!
Back-to-back rounds for Zelsis to clutch up. SEN picked such a good moment to break out from that Viper Spit. You saw they were all three stuck together in this one tiny corner getting spammed. But they realized that the brunt of the retake is coming through door. They both push forward through that pit and managed to buy enough space to keep Zelsis alive.
And the whole comeback in that round for SEN started with Zelsis, operator in hand, finding the pick. It really was. Topping the scoreboard for SEN right now as G2 call a timeout.
And those are the threats you have to create against G2. You want to reclear into A, there could be Zelsis posted here with an op. You're going back into B, there could be someone lurked up there. Makes it way more difficult for G2 to consider their rotations with a no senti call.
The solo A anchors from G2 have been getting abused, quite frankly. In the few rounds that Sentinels have been able to win, I think it's come from players dropping over there. And then the rest of the defense having to react and adjust themselves behind that. G2 need to figure that out.
G2 in some of the earlier rounds of this half showed early A fights to get an embed there. Wouldn't hate to see them go back to that. Get someone posted there early and trust a little more in their C retake late rounds.
Because they have been really passive towards Rubble in the majority of rounds.
Yeah, it was like first 3 rounds they were considering fights over there, and then after that they've just ignored that space.
Oh, well, they're ignoring it again. It's time to go back mound one more time. Sentinel's ready to capitalize off of that.
Yeah, well, Countdown says run it back. Another A hit. This time looks like it might be a little bit quicker. 4 players opening that way.
And now I've got the attack Odin spam to count out into door. Simplify things a bit.
Trap play on C. I don't think Celsius is going to walk into it.
Celsius might catch players rotating out of the trap, quite frankly.
Yeah, that one way is falling soon.
Eventually, G2 are going to have to give it up. But he doesn't want to overstay his welcome. The rest of his team making plenty of racket onto the other side of the map. This is where Sentinels maybe get a bit nervous. They haven't heard anything. They need to find some piece of information before snapping anywhere, because this trap, it could just as easily be A. That's why they're so cautious. That's why they're bringing the Prowler over here for a little clear. Baby Bay just deletes them.
It's 7 a.m. somewhere. He's showing up.
And now the rest of the G2 rotating into the A site. Sure, Sentinels have the guns for now, but a Paranoia catches onto 2 players. Flanks on flanks. As those 2 mound players wrap around through the attacking spawn. Now Dimensional Drift. Jogamo spots the first. Information onto Zekin too. He sees all 3. G2 bear down onto Sentinels.
Rocket for Zekin.
Finds 2, but again, a shot from Baby Bay. He's taken 3 from the grave. And now the spam from Trent. G2 right back in it.
That was an eco round. And their caster substitute hits 2 nasty shots on mound.
He even snipes Zekin out of the air before the rocket takes him down. Oh!
He is looking clean.
That op shot got him right in the neck. He's so loud, the people in the venue can hear him on stage, like just talking at a normal
they were laughing.
volume.
Yeah. This guy does not stop projecting.
All right, here comes that Rebel fight.
It's gonna be big.
Out of the timeout, missiles to break the door. G2 fully committing into it, and the missiles get a kill for the first time. Now the Haunt line them up for the IGL. G2's leader and Trent with another missile kill just to eviscerate SEN.
A statement round for G2. Win the eco, out of the timeout, adapt into the A fight, and play it perfectly. And they're showing why the Teo still has some value even now. These players are running out. The missiles forced them forwards. No one's watching for the Haunt. And it's all Valen. He's pumped.
I don't know if I've ever seen Cap snap a faster timeout coming out of this one.
Instantly.
Valen is sitting at 12-3 right now.
They can't kill him.
Has the read on the start of the round. Has the shots to back it up.
And this is coming right when Sentinels were finally getting their feet under them. And you get ecoed, and you lose a round in the first 10 seconds. Money's gonna be bad. And this half continues to slip away.
G2, you know, you'd think with losing so much firepower, having Leap step away from the team for a moment, that might hurt them, but you've got guys like Valen just ready to step up instantly in clutch time.
If G2 win this series, it's the ultimate proof to me of how good the system is for G2. You can get rid of your player who, in my opinion, is the best player on G2. Sub in someone who has not played a Tier 1 official in 2 years and still win. That is a testament to how good every one of these players is. That is a testament to how good the leadership of Josh and Valen is. But they still have to close it out. And despite it being stingers, this round could still be scary.
I mean, we've already seen 2 ecos this map, so get on the edge of your seat, everybody. Sentinels moving in here to mound.
But this pit is going to slow them down so much.
Oh, will it? I don't know. The Nightfall.
They don't care.
And Zekin's just into it. Baby Bay doesn't care. That'll be 1 for him. The rest of Sentinel starting to flood on through. G2 are here. The off is waiting. I don't think SEN have found the angle. Sure, they're backed into elbow. I don't even know if they can close the gap to have favorable fights with the guns they've got.
Narrate is the only one who has space really to get out. Finally enough gas to get that orb online.
And don't get me wrong, Narrate has had some pretty gnarly rounds this series.
But look how passive G2 is. They're just holding for a push on both sides. They're waiting for the spike to go down, then play your set retake and win the 5v3.
Finally, it looks like Narrate's gonna give a shot at the plant, maybe even just faking that. Flash and the haunt doesn't connect, so threat of the ping might have helped out a little bit, but it's not gonna mean much of anything when all is said and done.
Spike down, C.
That was really nicely played by Baby Bay in the pit. Here's the Raze satcheling in. Instead of backing up, like most Vipers would do, they're running away and trying to get out. You realize that that Raze is coming in. He tucks into the pit instead, and then jumps out after to punish the Raze once he's landed. And that opening pit just opens this round up, because then, hey, G2 can give a little bit of space, they can play their big advantage, and not let those bad guns get to the range where they're going to be winning fights.
Really well controlled there in the post plant, and that is the G2 you expect to see.
Now, guns for SEN. This is pretty much a must-win round. Worse than 7-5 feels real bad, and Jaw is challenging up.
Right up there with the shorty, one pump and out. VALORANT still holding his ground too. He's not giving up that space just yet. And, Celsius gets right back in. The high-low not quite there between Trent and Jonah P.
Celsius has had a lot of impact in these mid-rounds. But G2 have great info. They've re-cleared front B. They know this is going to be an A hit, and rotates are already coming in.
In the post plant, we likely see Steel Garden traded out for a Nightfall. Sentinels might want to get active as well. No, the Yoru's approaching from up high.
Big pick.
Absolutely massive. And now the ult out to secure the plant. 2 players ready to play up on rope. And the insurance in Narrate back to tree. Primary is available. The door is tapped. Here comes G2. It'll be VALORANT on his own. Working off the utility, Jonah P opens up the first. Now finds himself down in numbers. On both sides, nowhere to go. Celsius with another 3K. Has been on fire.
He's having an impact game. He's the one player who has been in positions consistently to get a mid-round pick as G2 is going for their rotations and open up opportunities in mid-rounds that looked bad for Sentinels. And that kill could not have come at a better time for this team.
Let's go, boys. Let's go. Let's get it,
Half
baby.
was slipping
Let's go,
away.
Marsh.
Now you win a rifle round, you maintain the chance to get 7-5. G2 showed really aggressive looks these last couple rounds. Here they slow it down by an op for Jaw instead and temper the pace.
Sentinels, on the other hand, not so much. Already up in front of their own smoke. I mean, and just spamming away at Baby Bay. That means the seaside open. There's no utility to slow them down. VALORANT not there in time. Instead, sneaking out in front with Boombot. Reveals his position. He's got to fall back to his team.
Dream post plant for Sentinels. Celsius still with full utility, a molly on John QT, and plenty of time to set up their crossfires.
But it's uncomfortable to play on site. The Armageddon for Trent. A couple of missiles too. It is about to be unleashed.
They're fighting up.
They're fighting up. Pandemonium ensues. John QT up in front of it all. And he's got to keep moving forward. There's no other option. And it means decimation from G2. Trent already with 2. Sentinels now backed into a corner. VALORANT is jumping and shooting them all in the head. There's no stopping this man.
The retake from Jaw and VALORANT just looked so good. SEN knew exactly what was happening. They put down their util, they were ready for the ult, they had to fight up, but G2 still better in that punish. Trading back through. Thanks to some perfect utility from Trent, combining that stun with the ultimate.
Yeah.
Welcome to the team, brother.
And they're feeling it.
That is a thing of beauty. G2 leading 8-4 at the half.
It seemed like SEN had something cooking in the middle of that first half, but a bonus round win and a massive resurgence at the end means G2's leading 8-4, playing with a substitute on the roster against their rival, the two best teams in Americas, and it might still be G2 taking this one.
Crazy. Just felt like every single time that Sentinels have been doing something right, Valen is just there to tell them it's actually wrong. He's sitting on a 4-0 KD right now, 16-4. Absolute unit.
Pulled away from the conversation a bit this year, but he was a beast last stage. He's still a fragger and stepping up when the team needs it. Pistol's gonna be critical here for Sentinels. If they lose this, winning becomes a challenge.
That it will.
Poison's off.
The G2 never a team to reveal their hand too early into a round.
Toxin screen down.
And the fun is we might actually get to see BabyBay really test things on A-Lurks in this half. It's something we haven't really seen out of him so far in this series.
That's exactly how Leaf plays this agent. He's almost always challenging up into A or challenging up into B. He's super proactive on these lurks, and BabyBay trying to do the same, but he gets shooed away instead.
Yeah, 28 HP. Showed his hand fairly early there. So Sentinels hadn't positioned away. They had the double stack.
Still, he has a contain on this area. Knows that no one is fought deep from Sentinels.
Yeah, the rest of the team is being called in as well. As a matter of fact, Sentinels have islanded Zelsis just a bit. He's got a Sheriff back on stairs, so it makes some sense. Double Sheriffs for the Sen gang.
You can pop a tail missile into B, open that door insta, and very quickly have a B split here.
Yeah, then it all comes down to narrate, right? But how about Zelsis? What a game out of him so far. 3 3Ks, each one a round win. Puts his team in the advantage. Narrate getting a little active there, plays off the flash of his teammate, but isn't good for much. Rest of Sentinels priming themselves for this retake. No utility to work off of. They just are going in, guns blazing. Just the near sight, and that might not be enough. These shots aren't gonna find themselves. G2 finding one after another. Trenton one-on-one. Down to absolutely nothing, and he's gonna take it.
G2 are pumped, winning another pistol round in this map and trading out beautifully in that brawl. Celsius is doing so much right now. Gets an opening pick, puts his team in a winning position, and the util look good on this retake, which is a couple with shots coming out of heaven. Leave Trent alive.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
And he just dominates in clutches like that.
It's really just been a different vibe in this place since map 1, right? Map 1, Corrode, they kind of smacked him. We're not gonna, let's just ignore that orb.
My Viper player.
Yeah, not mine. But since what G2 did to Sentinels on Ascent, they have just been so rowdy up there. Feels like just getting the one win under their belt, they're riding that wave, that hype.
Normally when you talk about like a rookie player coming into a team or someone subbing in, most of the time it's about like, hey, there's going to be a lot of pressure. You have to adjust to this. You have to shift the team's vibes. But I haven't been worried about that at all with BabyBay because he is the ultimate guy to just slot into any situation. Something bad happens, he's laughing it off. Something good happens, he's screaming, he's building you up. It's clear he's done a lot to just help this team stay in the right mental throughout this series.
Now they're ready to move into the seaside. And Valen's just racking them up. It doesn't really stop, and there we have it. Baby Bay on the lurk, finds his with the wall bang.
He gets 1 kill on an anti-eco and he's playing to the crowd. We came back from the break after map 2, and this guy walked out on stage and is literally just screaming to the crowd, yelling Smeeg, putting his hands up.
Yeah, he thinks he just won champs. And who's to say he didn't? This is the round that determines everything, though. If you're a SEN fan, walk in.
Bye!
Or buckle up and, I don't know. Baby Bay's got other plans in mind for the Sentinels.
G2 early fight to take A rubble.
They also show some presence front B with a Prowler, making Sentinels ever cautious of that B pinch.
SEN has really good info right now, though. With their Raze posted front B, still an early angle on C. They know that the heaviest front for G2 is towards A. And Merit, he's been really confident all series to just take swings like that and get an opening kill.
Part of me is like, it's kind of crazy, but he's also won like the majority of the fights he's taking.
It's like really bad if he does that and dies against a bonus round.
Right.
Getting the kill and suddenly you're in a winning position. High risk, high reward.
Now has 2 teammates playing around him. Can just stall out this choke. Continue cycling the Viper wall as well. Second's actually on a wildly off angle here. That is a really cute place to play. And Second is looking beautiful from it.
There's some energy back for Sentinels. A 4K for their duelist. Off of some perfect positioning.
The fact that he's pushing forward onto the angle as well. See every player on G2.
I'm back.
And not only does he win that round, but gets an early showstopper online. What are G2 cooking this round? They have a Judge. They have Judgemo's ultimate. I think this is a B-slam.
We know what this is. This is find a side anchor and kill him. Saw it back on Ascent. Now the challenge is, who's he actually going to find? You can pinpoint where Vise is on the map. Usually Sentinels are leaving Zelsis on an island by himself. The rest of the team stacked up to fight in other places. So Jogamo could just sort of put a target on his back and just snipe him out with that ulti.
SEN have good early info at A.
Who's next?
But have gone a bit more passive elsewhere. Here comes the ultimate. Can Jaw find a mark?
Here. Sees the one player towards heaven. Now he's going to see one into here. Whoa, he gets that kill!
The micro there is so good. Uses the clone to body block and eat bullets so he can get that opener.
So frustrating. And now pressure onto the C site with the spike teleporting in. Valen just baiting things out. He doesn't want anything of that. And front B, it's Bang. Traded out by Baby Bay. The rest of G2 vacating C except for Jonah P.
Hold on. He gets a kill?
This round is madness. G2 have started holding the shift key. They're not sprinting A, they're walking back into B where they just saw Zekken with the showstopper.
But they walk in. Use barely any tools to make it happen. And now should be able to get this plant down freely.
But who is expecting the Raze to be coming all the way in through Broken?
Maybe Trent. Holding the angle.
But clearing the wrong one. Valen thought he was safe, and so did Trent! Jonah P left on his own. Can't see a thing but green. And now he's just gonna be seeing gray. Sentinels get another.
G2's best player couldn't be in the server today. But Sentinel Star is here. Had a slow start to this map, but picking it up when it matters. 2 big rounds back to back. And this could have gone so wrong at any moment. G2 getting that pick on C, opening that pivot into B. Just the awareness from Zekken to rip the ult, suspect Baby Bay's walked up, and make that round winnable again.
Zekken has fully woken up in the second half. He is here to play, and that is a scary sight if you're up on stage with him on the other side.
That last round, G2 used their Yoru ult. They don't have any other tools like that available for a little bit. They're stuck down to an eco here.
Whole lot spent into Rebel now, but Bang is just running at them. This has been an issue. It's been on the anti-ecos. And it's been just biting off a little bit more than they can chew.
In your comebacks, the eco rounds are supposed to be the gimmies.
We have had 3 ecos this game, split between our 2 teams.
Baby applies pressure, opens the door as his team walks back towards C, but John QT has it red. 3 players from SEN rotating that way, but Baby can't find the shot. Narrate punishes, and now they realize exactly what's happening.
It simplifies for Sentinels. Now just throw all of your stall onto this choke point. G2, they're gonna have to muster up some way, come up with some possibility of getting through. The spike's gonna have to get chucked on over the top. The wall's so annoying.
Might be looking for another big second round on this retake.
Sentinels are already coming. They're already into this smoke. Completely unexpected, completely at odds with G2's own hopes of holding on to anything. It'll be 3 more per second.
3 multi-kills in a row for New Jersey's finest. And now G2 call a timeout. That was an eco round. They weren't favored to win it, but it looked doable off of getting that opener.
What do you think's going through G2's head right now? Coming after a couple of just wild rounds. These have been very chaotic late round situations.
Yeah, where it's all been going wrong has just been in these retakes, and honestly, in some amazing individual second rounds. I think the way that they're starting rounds is still strong. They're trying to get a lurk embedded. They're taking things really slowly. I don't necessarily want to see them change that at all. I think it just comes down to being a little bit more on it in exactly how they're playing in these late rounds, how they're setting up to trade, ensuring that they have people forward ready to punish. Because SEN has been calling some really good rotates. That last round, they don't even get the pick on the A player, but John just has the read that it's going to be a late C hit. They rotate into position and have a very quick flood retake to punish.
Yeah. Sort of preempting a lot of these moves that G2 are making deep into the round.
In that way, though, those are kind of easy rounds to shrug off, right? You get into a site, you could have won them if 1 kill goes a different way.
Sure. You've got some wiggle room too up on 10.
For sure. This is the round now where if they lose this is where you really start to believe in a comeback. And you start to feel like there are bigger issues for G2.
Maybe a brawl for Mount here. Already Bang creeping up into Mount. Seeing if there was going to be anyone front B. The whole time, though, G2 have just been waiting for this one way to drop and re-clear the space themselves. That'll be the util coming on through, but surprise, nobody's home.
I like how proactive Zekan's been. Again, he's posting forward into B main, solo holding that space so his team can stack heavier towards A.
Narrate is really trying to catch out Baby Bay. Playing super aggressively around the door, spending a lot of utility into it. They think if they can cut away Baby Bay, it just solves the macro of the round, and it might just do exactly that. The paranoia into Odin span is a beautiful combo. That's going to force the acceleration on the other side of the map.
Into C goes G2, but this is very similar to those last few rounds where G2, they're going to have a post plant, they have a chance, but their down numbers and Sentinels have looked really strong in these retakes.
So Giacomo goes on an adventure, flashes deep in towards spawn.
Wants to be a hero, but he only has a stinger.
It's hard to play like that. Now Valen back in Mount has a paranoia. There could be a late fight off of these players, and that's exactly what it's going to be.
Trent has ult.
A lot of utility being spent in, but Sentinels are just winning every single fight.
They were ahead of that utility. And now Valen, wow!
Hold on,
is he
that's
still
two.
making this? Okay.
The pain shells just splatter him.
That was a big investment for G2. Ripping the ultimate, thinking they had a chance. But SEN beat the timing on the paranoia, punish the players on site, and win another retake.
And now Sentinels. They're starting to get a lot of beautiful tools. Right now that they've started comboing this utility, they've solved the A lurks. They can just play in these team fight situations that they were so successful with back on Corrode. They head into this next round with a showstopper and a Nightfall to pair.
G2 need to change up how they're playing A. They're going to elect to do things more aggressive this time.
But center here.
It's going to be a brawl.
And a paranoia right off the rip. It's a beautiful read out of John QT. Valen calls them to hit the brakes, back out of that space entirely.
They didn't actually use any util. They still have paranoia. They still have full Teo tools to re-clear. But instead of going there, they're going to put some pressure back in towards B.
The issue is they haven't dealt with the Rebel player, so Sentinels have left Bang on top of that, have now moved everyone that was in the A fight onto B, and are ready to react to whatever G2 is going to throw their way.
So, do they call back into an A re-clear? Looks likely. Little pressure being applied towards C.
Yeah, give a go at a fake here, it seems. But you got to get this wall. This has been something they have not been dealing with every round.
Do it this time. Bang alone here. He'll have very early information, but rotates. They're a long way away.
Just comes down to how actively he wants to play on the site. On the anti-ecos, it's been an issue. Overreaching as a solo player, but Bang is going to hold his ground on backside, take his time with things. This is the right approach.
They're pivoting. It's going to be a split into this B site, but they don't have front B control.
Yeah, this is going to
No,
be
it's
too
a fake.
tough.
They're going back A instead.
You've got to go back into this A
15
side.
seconds.
With so little time on the clock, without the guns to play with, there is not a hope in the world for G2 in this round.
That is an easy finish for SEN. And now this comeback truly seems to have legs. 5 rounds won in a row for Sentinels.
And they didn't have to use either their critical ultis that round either.
Yep. And in these last couple rounds, the key piece has been dominating space in A. Previously, they were flushing the lurk of Baby Bay, then posting someone. Here, it's winning the early fight, getting an embed, and then G2 are having to put so many resources so late in the round to get that re-clear, which means there's time for everyone who is stacking C to run over. And here we go again.
Yeah.
It's Sentinels with A control.
And wouldn't it be great if G2 could just say, oh, you have 3 on A, we're just going to speed up into C, but that doesn't work when you're playing against the Vise and the Viper, right? The wall, the thorns on the ground, the snake bite, you can never get into C on that first initial attempt.
Yeah, you have to do something like this. Put a little util, send in the clone, bait out the wall.
Go for the re-clear. Onto A, potentially no.
It's a heavier setup this time. 2 players here. Bang doesn't have a paranoia, but Nerek can support.
No one's behind that drone, though. Just trying to force Bang off of the angle? Call in some support?
I imagine they think after suppressing the Omen, he's going to try and back away. No. Sticks around and SEN hold the space.
Hold on. Valen's going behind enemy lines. He's been having a game.
Cover going out.
And he could be the thorn in Sentinel's side. They've got to be aware of him. But nobody's ready for Nair Range! Nair Ring with 2!
Down A.
But
The site has been opened up. Valen not overreaching yet, but thinking about it, taking his moment and going up into it. I don't know about that, Valen. I don't know about that! But somehow he's making it work. 3 for the leader.
Excellence from Valen. The C's caught onto the second player in heaven. They couldn't hear the TP, and Valen feasts.
Zelsis now finds himself in a 1-on-3. 3 round winning 3Ks in this game. He'll start to slip away if he can't be a hero once more.
This comeback was truly something. 5 rounds won in a row. But now staring down the barrel of 11.
The time is working against him. There could be players around him, in the corners, in the walls, that's 2! Celsius on the move! But it's just too little, too late.
So G2 get their 11th. And what a round it was.
Valen with the 3K after ulting behind enemy lines.
It's a combination with the Fade twice in the same round. They rip the ultimate, ensure that no one is listening from the 2A anchors. He TPs in, then it's the C's combo TP up. Valen is putting it upon himself to win this game. The IGL is 23-11.
Ridiculous. But yet there's not a moment to breathe.
SEN again, dominate early space, embed someone mount, and embed someone front B.
This time, though, Zekin's got an operator. Dimensional drift now, sent into the site. Trying to see all the util, put pings down to break away those pieces as the rest of G2 filter in behind him. It'll be a 5-on-5 retake.
2 ultimates for Sen.
Steel Garden, and the fight forward from Jaw. Beautiful timing, but it's traded out. Zelsis was there. And now the rest of the Sentinels on a warpath. A Nightfall in, but Jonah P doesn't care. It's traded back and forth for now. We're still inside of the pit.
Baby Bay just has to live, and then Spam is so potent with this pit
Balin up in front! Finds the first and again, slips away, bang back into things. It's a 2-on-2 now, with a missile in the post. Sentinels have to fight forward, have to fight in, but now the pit falls. Line of sight open for Trent. Can't find the Spam! And Bang will take Sen up to 10.
G2 did so much to try and keep Baby Bay alive. 3 different players put their life on the line. Both Valen as well as Jonah trying to fight forward and keep that pit up. But as soon as he dies, the smoke goes up. It is so much harder to win that round off Spam. And you have to give such credit to Bang. He is not favored in either of these fights. Charging into the pit, hitting 3 nasty shots, and wrestling the momentum back from G2.
What a cherry on top to the end of week 1. G2 versus SEN going the distance, map 3, and this close. But it will be G2 now. Onto the light buy, onto the Singers, those classic Singers. Not making much of anything in this round. It is over faster than it began. It's all tied up.
11-11. Zekin activated. Shuts down the eco execute on B. And now the onus switch is over to G2.
Almost fumbled Qbert. We're taking good care of him now. Sentinels winning 7 of the last 8 rounds. Dominant on this second half. And it's nearly the end of the road. It is time to show up. John QT already puts down the pit.
He's just walking out on the site. He's past the pit, but he's alone.
Oh, John. Just off from clearing him out. Now his position has been honed in on. Still, Hunter's approach from G2. 3 on the site. The spike has been guided in, and Zekin is down low. The difference maker in this second half. He has stepped up.
Sen give up the pit. They back away. They'll play a full 5-on-5 retake.
Breathe. G2 have plenty of time to work with. Waiting for those smokes to refresh. Waiting to get some pressure back on the site, but Sentinels are using their own util to stall this out. It might be time to look for a little fight, and Celsius is waiting for him. Sentinels have opened up well and are continuing to do so. The spike is down out in the open. It's a mess for G2. Jonah P and Valen, the sole survivors here.
The spike is down backside. There's an Omen ult to get it, but Valen needs to get out. He's gonna try and run to B, ult for the spike, and pivot.
Ridiculous, it's a fake. It's a complete fake out from him. He's gonna grab the spike, cancel, but still be back in mound. He could even throw the spike over to Jonah P to grab a Nightfall. It's only Bang sticking around here on 40 HP. And that spike is going down.
10 seconds left.
Sentinels realize their error, but it's just too late.
They're all so low.
And now G2 know no one is coming in from spawn. They're worried about their own backs. They turn around for it. Sentinels are just waiting. A smoke of their own. It's a guessing game now. Who will break first? Who is it gonna be? Eyes on Valen as they all come up into him. And now Jonah P is out of the equation. Sentinels have brought it all the way back. From 3 to 9 to 12 to 11. It is series point for Sen.
They lost both pistols. Lost a bonus in the first half, but now a near perfect defense side. And G2 made such a good call with the fake from Valen. Secure the plant. But in a 3v2, it's again the team fighting coming through for Sentinels. They are excellent in the brawl. And heading into the last round of regulation, G2 have 4 Bulldogs.
Oh dear. 4 light armors versus Zelsis off the Odin. Sentinels fully kitted. And G2 haven't had an answer since the pistol. G2, we're talking such a big game. We're having so much fun up there. Well, I'll tell you something, it's been real quiet in these last few rounds.
Toxin screen down.
Second alone facing front B. And Jonah considering testing him.
It's time. This fight, good flash and a better shot. Valen finds his mark.
Bring them down.
So Valen gets a clean 5v4 to play with.
And there's still a Nightfall for Jonah P to tap into. A free hit sight button.
They'll fake C, put pressure with the clone.
Yeah, just eat up that wall.
And TP back into A.
5 players ready. Bang and narrate. Want to get in front. As soon as this wall goes down, what a shot! The flick is just immaculate. And he's out of there. Nightfall now, G2. Pressured up, they can't see a thing.
The paranoia is perfect, stalls him out completely.
I mean, it's a masterclass from Bang. Playing back in sight, but now his position is revealed. His task becomes oh so much more difficult. Pushing forward, there he is. But it's all down to Zelsis now.
And what a game he's had. Critical multi-kills have kept this game alive. A chance to do it again. Avoid overtime.
He wants to end it now. But he makes a footstep, makes the drop sound. G2 know exactly what is up. We wouldn't have it any other way. Overtime for G2 versus SEN.
Just an outrageous game. 2 impeccable defensive sides. But it's G2 with 4 Bulldogs to keep this one going.
I mean, that opening piece, removing Zekin from the server, that's really what got it all started. We're back. See, it's a little milder. It's a little bit more reserved.
But both teams have to keep the energy into OT. G2 start on defense. They were strong here.
Sentinels ended up running so many pivots back into B in the mid-rounds. This time opening up strong front B. A door open, a trap play from G2. No, not even hitting that, just using the paranoia.
That's a big tool gone for G2.
That's gonna make Sentinel's head spin. What does that actually mean? Forget that, let's just go into the site, find out ourselves. Second will be a scout and a killer. Now the door is tapped. Spike can't be planted just yet. It's ring around the rosy. Sentinels are headed to C, but it's already being preempted, Mimi.
They're already out on site. 2 players here to hold from G2.
Baby Bay and Valen waiting, lying in wait. And Sentinels now in trouble. Maybe not. Maybe they've just fought their way through it. Valen now running away as the fight flips back into spawn. Sentinels are running circles around G2.
The ultimate earn for Zekin. A 5-on-2. And both players from G2 stuck in main.
The last round feeling like just a speed bump for Sentinels. And we're gonna cement that fact. Again, Sentinels on series point.
SEN have been immaculate in the team fights all game long. In that round, it's a full-on B execute. They're on the same page when they pivot into C. They're on the same page when they fight main, when they then go and fight into CT. All of these decisions, all of these changes are being made so quickly. But Zekin is on top of it. 3 kills for the duelist.
Again, the glow up at halftime from Zekin. Now, literal mirror with Valen in terms of scoreline. That's been the difference. First half was Valen, second half was Zekin. But all the while, the mind games working between these 2 leaders.
Timeout for G2. What do they do on their attack side? They struggled to control space in A pretty much the entire half.
Yeah, because it's been such a defense-sided map
the fact that we're having Sentinels win on attack immediately in OT.
But you're in such a bad position if you're
It's
G2.
rough. It is real rough.
So the G2 want to try and fight this space early, go for a re-clear. You see it again from SEN. They're sticking to their plan, fighting early for A. They will not allow a lurker to embed.
I mean, if G2 want to, they could try to bully the solo Vise on C. You've got double teleports to get past that wall, and
SEN expect a heavy A fight, but G2, they're not committing to it. Instead, they might be choosing to slam C, and this could be the perfect round to do so.
because they played so quickly all throughout their own attacking side, it would be unexpected to run with everything on the line.
They always feign the first layer of this hit.
But it's a different wall this time. You can see it's deeper on site. It remains unbroken.
So G2 slow the game down again.
It's a great adjustment out of Zelsis.
The issue is that SEN still has their embeds front A.
And now G2 have left Jogamo over into Mound. He's going to take a while to group back up with the team. It's time to poke our heads into B. Zekken is there. Zekken on the offline, harder for G2 to deal with. And now with the wall being cycled up and down, they call to give it up.
G2 has no space right now, minute on the clock. They're finally gonna have to re-clear something.
But they also remember there was no wall over on the C site. They don't even know necessarily that Vise is there.
They might think she pivoted into B or something like that.
40 seconds left on the clock. It's starting to get a little bit dangerous.
The Viper rotates into C.
Oh no, and now the utility could just cycle up. There's the first molly coming down. Jogamo is gonna have to take it. Jogamo's gonna have to get it all done. It's all riding on him and he's good for it. G2 have pathed the way into the site. Continue to flood in behind.
Another retake for Sentinels. This time down numbers. This time no Zekken.
And a long wraparound from Trent. He was thinking about the flank junction. He's already on site though. Sentinel's not wasting any time. And narrate, that's one, almost another. Jogamo needs some help. Send help for the man. It'll be there. He knows where these players are. He's done good to bring it down to all on his own. And narrate takes it. Sentinels will best G2 in week 1.
What an incredible way to end it. A 1v2 clutch for Narrate. And a massive recovery. Down 9-3 at the half. Losing the pistol round. But a resurgence from Zekken. Some incredible calls, reads from John on the defense. And they bring it all the way back.
What a moment there at the end, keeping the crowd quiet until he pops off himself. Really nice stuff out of the end of the Red Bull clutch from Narrate. It will be Sentinels going over to shake hands, hugs over to G2 and Baby Bay. I mean, that was closer than I think anyone expected. But at the end of the day, it will be Sentinels taking this one home.
This was the game they needed to win in the rivalry. Been down 5-1 in Americas thus far. Now getting that second win on the board and starting this stage strong.
Just a sweet match. I'm not even gonna lie.
I cannot believe that G2 with Baby Bay brought SEN to OT on map 3. But it happened. They proved some tenacity to pull it out in the end.
And you know, it might be a while since until we see these teams compete against each other again. But very often and very likely, we're gonna be seeing them in some upper bracket finals, some finals, things like these. They are still looking good out there.
Looking back at this map, G2 really started things off so strong.
16-4 on VALORANT, I mean, come on.
Yeah, he was having a beastly performance. Some of these rounds, I mean, the double TP into Heaven on C, but still not enough. It was all about Zekken and OT. His movement looked sublime on the raise. The team play was on point. There were some questions, right, for a SEN coming in with not a lot of time to practice, coming into a new meta, having to play a new map. They looked great on Corrode.
Yeah.
Loved that Neon comp from them. And show up here on what has been their opponent's best map all year and best them.
these are two teams that are only going to get better and better as the season moves on, with so little time to get ready for things right at this one. It's fun to see them showing and setting such a high bar initially, but at the end of the day, it is Sentinels continuing to go away with things and saving their hide, I think, a little bit. They got the win against Baby Bay. G2 aren't going to be able to hold that over their shoulders. We're going to send it down to Elizabeth at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Bang.
Thank you so much, Ender and Mimi. And what a game we had to finish off week 1. Sentinels defeating G2, and I have one of the winners. It is Bang from Sentinels. Sir, you have some explaining to do because that comeback was crazy. I have 2 cards in my hand because I didn't know who I was going to interview. Talk to me, how did that comeback happen?
I mean, we just stayed in it the whole time. We never gave up hope. I mean, there was a lot of rounds that we just made mistakes and it like caused us to lose them. But I feel like we just stayed in it the entire time. No one mentally like boomed and everyone stayed locked in basically. And yeah, we were able to bring it back.
Well, something I want to ask you also is the SEN G2 quote unquote rivalry. We use rivalry kind of loosely. Do you think it's a rivalry? Or are you kind of over that?
I mean, they kind of just whoop us a lot of the time. But I mean, we played them with Baby Bay. Obviously, it sucks not being able to play their full 5. It's a really unfortunate situation for them.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm really confident that next time if we ever are able to play them again this year, and we play them with Leaf, we'll also beat them at that time. But yeah, it's an unfortunate situation for them, and I'm glad we got that one.
And of course, we send our well wishes to Leaf, and we hope you come back to the stage soon. I do want to talk to you about VCTA player 1, Andre, Baby Bay. What is it like playing against him? Do you think he still got it? What do you think?
I mean, I don't miss playing against this guy since 2022. He's still nice with it, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
There's a lot of rounds he just did some hero stuff and saved them. So I mean, honestly, he was really solid.
I'm going to talk about Postmasters Toronto because one of the things you said, I think in the package we had before that, was that there was a lot of kind of like you discovered a lot about your team, like kind of like rebuilding a lot of the relationships. Can you get a little bit more in depth about that? What were the conversations after Toronto? What did you guys want to work on?
I mean, I feel like after Toronto, it was kind of at a point where like we were upset with how like our internationals have gone so far this year. I mean, I feel like we looked better in Toronto, but we kind of just came together and realized this is not enough. The way we played in Toronto, even though we did improve, it still is not enough. And if we want to be the best team in the world, we need to improve. And we kind of all just looked at it like that and focused on that. And during practice, we're just kind of like really tight on each other and really like, I don't know, we're just making sure that we're not making as many mistakes as we did during our last 2 internationals.
Our last question, I'm going to ask you to be a little bit more specific about that. What specifically were you guys working on?
I'd say just like, honestly, mostly just team play. I don't really think we really care too much about if a decision, like a team decision is made and it's bad. As long as it's a decision that we make and we all follow it together, that's what's the most important thing. I think that's the biggest thing we worked on.
Well, give it up for Bang one more time, everyone. An incredibly hard-fought victory, but we have the Match Point post show with some of your favorites. It is Zegan and John Cutie.
Thank you so much, Iz. Yeah, welcome to Match Point. We do have a couple of special guests alongside Alexis. We have winners who just came off of a 2-1 hard-fought win up against G2 in Zekan and John. And look, we can talk about the series that just took place, but I want to break down a round that you guys played earlier today. We don't really get to pick your brains very often. It's actually round 12 of Corrode, map we hadn't seen in Americas, hadn't seen you guys have an official on, and I just want to get a little bit of your thoughts, particularly you, John, on the why, on kind of what led to some of these calls and things like that. Now, this is last round of the half, you guys are stomping, but a lot of your focus had been mid up until this point. What was the reason for the heavy B call here?
I mean, we figured we kept winning mid against them and they had no like answers. So like logically they would like focus on mid and B would be weaker. And it was pretty much just a set B exec with the orb and double TP. Whoops.
I don't get to have fun.
Unlucky. Unlucky for the youngin, but...
Did you have a plan going into it, like expecting the Vice to be there?
No. It didn't really matter who was there because we had like such a good exec. Because we had double dive and we had Visal to cover. So it did not really matter. We knew it was only going to be one and like, yeah, it's like a drilled exec and after that, the post plan is just very strong from us.
Yeah, well, talk to me about the middle of the map. You mentioned earlier you guys have been fighting for it a lot. You've been winning a lot of those fights. How imperative do you think that is to having control on the attacking side? Really, I mean defensively too. How important is the middle of the map here?
I mean, it's very important. If you look at the layout of the map, it's very like long rotates for defense if you don't have mid control. So as you can see, like all the teams that have played Corrode so far are just like team fight mid. It's just like you need to play like kind of RPS. It's like you need to like counter, like expect what they're gonna do and just counter it for both sides. And I feel like we just came on top. That's what we won. Yeah.
Zach, how much of that was utility for you guys versus confidence in some of the micro decisions when it came to engaging in those fights?
I don't think the util is super important. I think a lot of it comes down to like gunfights and being either out of the spam lines or covering the spam lines and just being able to hold the space with bodies. At least for us, for the most part, we're just kind of like Neon running up mid with like a lot of confidence and just taking the space and not letting them take it back. But yeah, on defense, it's definitely important to just be like spamming down that smoke as much as possible.
Yeah. Let's set Ascent aside, and I want to turn our attention over to Lotus because there's something that you just said. You talked about how confidence is so important, and particularly on a Neon, yes, but you had a cold start to map 3. Kind of walk me through what was happening there, particularly before you set the map on fire and you took over.
The first couple of rounds, I was definitely whiffing. Like I got some good fights that I was happy with, and I still missed, which that's just gonna happen sometimes. I had a couple of rounds that were just like unfortunate. Like there was a round where we started at C, and I just got dinked instantly for 140, and my round was basically over right there.
Right.
But just like keeping my head in the game and not losing confidence and being like, I'm still gonna do my job if I'm 0-8 or 8-0. Not losing confidence kept me in it.
Did you feel like you had like a mental swap when you hit that 4K on B where you're like, okay, I'm back, like I'm him? Because I felt like after that you were killing everybody.
At least in this game, momentum's so important. Like you get one good round and you can snowball it into like 5 good rounds. So definitely a big moment when I got the 4.
Yeah.
John, was that a lot of the approach for you guys as well, knowing that it had kind of been a slow start really across the board? You guys were struggling, they were up big. Was that like, okay, we can hit one round and then we're really off running?
Yeah, we are very confident on our defense side. Usually our attack is like the strongest, but it didn't go our way. But like we know we have like what it takes. We just need to like win like literally 2 rounds in a row, and then like it's gonna be easy, because like it's very difficult sometimes when the other team has momentum, win rounds, ult, economy, and we just need to build like some economy, some ult, and then like just flow, and like everything was just perfect.
Yeah, you guys flowed your way to an OT win. You flowed your way into your first win of Stage 2. Congratulations to both of you. Now, we took a look at your round. We took a look at you getting unlucky at the very beginning of the round. We're also going to look at some fan clips. Let's take a look at some viewer-submitted clips to get the pros, to have you guys weigh in on everything you see. Very quick note, everyone that gets a clip on air gets the rarest gun buddy around. You take a look at it there. The I create gun buddy, which I think is really dope. I don't know.
Well, I want this. How can I get it?
Well, I think technically you qualify. No, we just saw one of your clips.
Oh, okay.
Technically,
I'm expecting in my account. Ooh,
that guy's the best.
Yeah.
Nice.
What'd you guys see there?
Nice little spray transfer, insta headshot every person on his screen. Like that was beautiful.
I think he could take my job anytime of the day. He's ready.
All right, let's load up the next one. I think the next one is actually from Lamau Jennifer, which is an amazing name, by the way. Uses every last round in the bag. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay, 30 HP,
bullets.
by the way. 4 bullets, yeah.
I hate all of you.
Oh.
Good comms. Good
Yeah,
comms.
really good comms.
2 bullets?
2 bullets. Wait,
and stunned?
No.
Oh.
No!
Is any dev watching this right now?
Okay,
Is this a good time to talk about stuns, or should we?
I mean, the last bullet she shot was just nowhere near the opponent, and then it just magnetized to the head. That was awesome.
It's like a 1 in a million round.
And I mean, good on Jennifer.
Let's go, Jennifer.
Right? I hate you guys, but also let me hit this clip. Fully stunned up. Let's take a look at the next one. Next up, we've got Buggy. Do you guys hype up your teammates like this when stuff like this happens?
Of course.
Oh
my god. Yo, that was insane.
I mean, if they're hitting shots like that, yeah, of course.
The commentary in the back is gold, too.
I'd be screaming.
I need to start going no util ghost on breach.
Yeah, is that the meta? Is
Yep,
that the
that's clean.
I expect those kinds of comms if I start getting on a roll.
I got you. Don't worry.
Who's most I mean, I have an idea, but who's most likely to react like that in a round?
Me,
on your
actually.
team?
No. When I spectate, well, it's not even like, I'm not even like yelling their name. Like someone will just hit something and I'll forget that my mic is out of my mouth and I'll just be like, oh.
Yeah, that's true. He's the most likely one to do. Ooh.
All right, next one is going to be the last one. It's actually a really popular influencer. You guys may have heard of him. His clips and his content is all over the internet. Let's go ahead and run the clip, see if you guys recognize the name.
I see an LMG. I see a computer that's going at 30 FPS.
Oh, I know this guy.
I know what I'm seeing.
The GOAT.
Yep.
Yeah, was that blind
We're
too?
holding something.
Oh,
there it is.
There was no
There
tag.
it is.
Wow.
Oh my.
Wow.
I'm telling you, Von Doom's a killer.
His game awareness is just
Turn
peak.
around. Got to be ready for the flank.
I had to talk about crosshair placement here a little bit.
It has improved. It has been worse than this, I'll tell you that.
Zagan, how often do you talk your dad through situations like this?
I never talk him through situations, but he'll send me stuff and I'll give him some feedback.
Look at that repositioning. He knew
That
he
was
was
beautiful.
flanking.
Just an
He
insane
hides.
3K.
Yeah. I think he needs to give you some
Tuck in
tips.
the corner, come back out. You smarter than me.
I mean,
Way smarter than me.
Is this Zek and Zova back? Is that what's going on here?
I mean, he taught me everything I know. That's why I was playing Sova back in the day. I was just learning from him.
We'll have a lot more ways for you guys to earn that incredibly rare Riot Gun Buddy. How, you might ask? Go ahead and follow us on socials to find out. You scan a little QR code at the bottom or at Val Esports NA. Week 1 of Stage 2 is officially in the books, so let's take a look at the standings and see how things sit right now, because it's early days, but I mean, a lot of this matters. This is the stage to close out the year. You've got Cloud9 sitting at 1-0 alongside EG and Sentinels over in Alpha, and then Omega, 100 Thieves, Crew, and Loud. John, any surprises after week 1?
Not really, to be honest. I mean, I feel like anyone can beat anyone, I'm not gonna lie. Like, all the teams are pretty close, like, skill-wise, and it's just up to who wants it the most on the day and the momentum. And I feel like there might be, like, a lot of 1-1 next week. Hopefully not us. But yeah.
2-0 would be ideal.
2-0 would be ideal, for sure.
Zagan, quick question for you. Having been in this position before, what do you make of all the rookie debuts this weekend? Because holy smoke, some of these kids are insane.
They all look insane. I mean, the 3 that I'm thinking of are like Sato, Verdi, and Luxio. I guess Luxio technically has some stage experience already from like a game or 2 last split, but they just look unreal. Like, they're hitting incredible shots. They're playing with a ton of confidence, and I don't think I played with a ton of confidence when I was like playing my first few games, so it's just really cool to see.
And then there's also the last rookie who debuted in the series today.
Oh, Kess! Wait, that guy's unreal. They're all of them. Never mind, all 4 of them are unreal.
That's definitely who I was talking about, not the 30-year-old rookie debuting for you for G2, baby.
That's no rookie, man. That's an OG.
Bro, isn't it crazy to think that's technically his debut?
Yeah.
Like, that is his.
Kind of insane, yeah.
Right?
It is his debut in franchise, but he's been there since day 1.
I'm thinking about that
VALORANT,
old FaZe
sure.
roster. See, if I saw Baby Bay and Corey across the stage, I'd be terrified.
Well, y'all figured it out today. We will be back next Friday with the mirror match we've all been waiting for. It's going to be 2G against G2. Everybody has had that one circled on their bingo card. It's finally happening. We're also going to have Sentinels up against Furia. Alexis, any matches that you're exceptionally excited for?
I'm happy to watch some good Valorant. That's all I'm happy for. I'm excited.
We had plenty of it this weekend. We'll have plenty of it for the rest of the stage. Thank you all so much for watching at home, from everyone behind the scenes, in the truck, and on the stage. Thank you all for joining us. Here's the Samsung SSD Fast Replay. We will see you all next week.
These are 2 teams with a lot on the line here and very little room to work with. It's going to be challenging no matter how you slice it.
Just lighting them up now. Dimensional Drift offloaded with that Nightfall on top of it. You're picking out these players, and Kess has handed almost a freebie. EU forwards, no sound cues, no chance at all. It's shut down. Ollie over the top, rifles from the side. NRG are taking this one. The firing line, the squad. Lighting them all. And Scuba again. There's a player in your face. What is that? A jump spot. Not going his way, but the timing is poor. Kess leaps on it, still not expecting it, but still, just the aim.
New addition to 100 Thieves gets them across the line in some really critical rounds.
Stun ricocheting, Kess is ready with that Spectre, and oh my, this guy is lighting them all up. Go on, get the ace. Asuna jumping, weaving, trying to set him up. There you go. expecting at least that this is the direction it's going in, and the crosshair placement is perfect. Xander just still crouched down, ready to pounce, ready to jump on him. Blink of an eye, it's just left down to Ethan with only the classic. A 4-piece from Santa. 100 Thieves, shock us all.
G2 took this risk after Toronto invested in a new rookie player just eligible to play on this stage, and now he's finally here, ready to make his debut.
Are you talking about Baby Bay?
Yeah.
Okay, technically, he's a rookie. Very measured approach from Sentinels thus far, and as soon as Balance pushed back into him, he's able to make quick work of a few more members. This is lights out.
Yeah, double entry into a double op kill. They can just bully the A site. And Second has just been running a clinic over there.
They don't really know where to go, and they're all split up. Jogamo into the thick of things, gets the 2. Now the Hunter's Fury 2 connect. Shots coming out from the next one, it's Distraction! Jogamo with a 4-piece. John QT's been revealed. Dawes waiting right on the other side. He's ready for it! Jogamo gets the ace! Sentinels down in numbers, but they're always coming back into the site. Paranoia and up, and Sentinels running to the site. I mean, it's a mess. To half already. There goes Trent 1, and Trent does not get the next. Sentinels strike first here and take Corrode.
Jaws in spawn, Christie swinging
Jaws waiting
in.
for it, not at all. And now this spike, middle of the map. Trent waiting for his moment, takes the high fight first. And takes the second! Trent in a Red Bull clutch! Cages and smokes to cycle into heaven. Trent could just be the hero. Trying to bring it back, that's 3. Sentinels over eager, and Trent willing to shut them down. G2 will send us to Lotus. Bringing the Prowler over here for a little clear. Baby Bay just deletes them.
Rocket for second.
Finds 2, but again, a shot from Baby Bay. And now the spam from Trent. G2 right back in it.
By a caster!
Might be looking for another big second round on this retake.
Sentinels are already coming. They're already into this smoke. Completely unexpected. Completely at odds with G2's own hopes of holding on to anything. It'll be 3 more per second. He knows. He knows what these players are. He's done good to bring it down to all on his own. And Narrate takes it. Sentinels will best G2 in week 1.
Hadouken!